In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness.
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter. This might be deadly for the Unicorn's chances right here. Look at that, and just like that, the fist pump from Bortnick. Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. Magnus shakes his head, it's over. Wow. Magnus loses his second game of the entire PCL season. Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion. Boom! No, you don't have any time! No, oh no! My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone. And Darius is...
Did you see Lenderman, by the way? He gave him the, what are you doing face?
Yeah, you're like, that was not your best move.
Welcome to another exciting day in the Pro Chess League. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we have seen 4 matches conclude earlier this week. Today, we have 2 more in store. How excited are you for the action?
Incredibly excited, Robert. Happy Friday, everybody. No better way to start the Friday than with some more exciting PCL action. It's been an amazing week, and it's been shepherded and performed beautifully by lead commentator, some guy named Robert Hess. So glad to be here. Can't wait for more PCL.
Wow, starting off with positivity, that's a surprise, but a welcome
Rare.
one at that. It is rare. What also will be not so rare will be the next team that qualifies for the playoffs here in the Pro Chess League, because as we bring up the standings, we have 4 teams that have already booked their ticket to the playoffs: the Indian Yogis, the Gotham Knights, the Shanghai Tigers, and the Levitov Chess Wizards. And later today, we will see the Norway Gnomes and Team MGD1 play. But Danya, at the top there, those 4 teams that have already clinched a playoff spot, which one sticks out to you?
Gosh, I'm just looking around and looking around. That is a logjam at the top, Robert. The Levitov Chess Wizards were my favorites after week 1, but looking at the way the Indian Yogis have run through the field, the Gotham Knights with Hikaru Nakamura, it's kind of like choosing between, the Warriors and name some good NBA teams, the Bucks. It's like everybody's incredibly good. And as I said at the start, Robert, it's going to be about form. It's not going to be about rosters. Everybody has an incredible roster at the top. It's about the form that the top players are going to show. That's going to be the X factor.
Yeah, for sure. That is going to be the case. And Norway Gnomes, Team MGD1, the matchup we'll see. One team will go up into the playoffs. The other will go down to 2-2 and have to play next week. And on the other side of the standings, there are 4 teams that have already been eliminated. We see the Unicorns, the Capybaras. They joined the Bears and the Cobras, who were eliminated a week ago. So, Danya, I think most people would be shocked at the start of the season to hear the St. Louis Archbishops, 2 losses as a team. That may be surprising, but they know what they have to do. They need to keep winning.
Well, it is definitely surprising to anyone with a knowledge of PCL history. They are multiple-time U.S. Chess League and Pro Chess League champions, and it will be surprising to anyone who views their roster, which includes Fabiano Caruana, Lenier Dominguez, and others. But when they were 0-2, Robert, I predicted that if a team is to come back from 0-2 and make the playoffs, it is the St. Louis Archbishops. Their top players had been showing uncharacteristically bad form, and here we are. They won a match. Guess what? They win another one. They're 2-2. So don't count the St. Louis Archbishops out by any means.
I won't, and I don't think their fans will either, because as long as Fabiano Caruana and the rest of the crew is playing, they will have a chance. But let's talk about the matchups we will see today, because we get a doubleheader. That's the great thing about the Pro Chess League. And we see that we start with MGD1, the Arjun Erigaisi-led squad, take on the Norway Gnomes, which featured David Howell. And then later today, the second half of doubleheader, we get the Spanish Maniac Shrimps with their great logo, taking on a fan favorite, one of the best teams in Pro Chess League history, the St. Louis Archbishops. Both teams will try to stave off elimination, but we are going to start with the MGD1 versus Norway Gnomes match, and what better way to start than talking about this man on screen, Arjun Erigaisi. He's well known to the community, 2,700 plus, signed a $1.5 million contract with Quantbox. But Danya, this roster, it's not all about Arjun Erigaisi. What can you say about his supporting cast?
Far from it, and we already know that it takes a village, a big village, to win PCL matches, and Arjun has an excellent supporting cast. At the top, we've got SL Narayanan, who has crept up to almost 2,700 without anybody seeming to notice. They've got underrated players both at the bottom and at the top of their roster. I'm looking at Bhaskaran Adiban, the beast. It was 2,603, but a former 2,700 FIDE. Excellent addition. Mitraba Guha is one of the best blitz players on the site. He's under 2,500 FIDE. So I would take all of these ratings with a grain of salt, and I would say that MGD1 has excellent players both at the top and on boards 3 and 4. They don't have any weaknesses.
Oh, okay. You heard it from Danya. No weaknesses in this team's roster construction, but we have to take into account their opponent, because sometimes chess, it's a stylistic game. And so as we look at the Norway Gnomes, we see Chelsea Monica, a very popular streamer, and the question is, will she make more magic? She had a great showing in previous week for the Gnomes. And of course, David Howell, I mentioned him earlier, he's a fan favorite because he's a very popular commentator with the Champions Chess Tour. So what do you make of this roster, Danya?
Well, it's a differently constructed roster than MGD1. Each roster, each team has its own signature characteristics. Obviously, Chelsea Monica will have to overperform her rating, as she has done already. But they've got some incredibly exciting players in the middle. I'm looking particularly at Pranav V, who is by now a crowd favorite and who has proven himself. And of course, Elham Abdul Rauf, who might be an international master, but he is an IM in name only. Incredibly fearsome competitor, very strong blitz player. And Elyanov, Saleh, and Howell, none of those players need any kind of introduction, Robert.
Well, Danya, a question I have is, looking at this roster, it is very international, but I see 2 Indian flags. Do you think it's a bit awkward, or maybe there's extra motivation for Pranav and Gupta? I mean, Gupta not playing this week, but for Pranav in particular, do you feel like he's got that extra oomph to his game today?
I definitely think he does, and I think he just kind of plays with a chip on his shoulder. You get that sense watching him play. I got that sense watching him play when he's untitled. At this point, he's proven himself, and he already has a G and an M in front of his names. But definitely, Robert, I think that when you're playing your compatriots, you feel that pride. You feel the pride representing your particular team. I think Pranav is arriving to this match ready to fight.
And Donna, you play much more actively than I do, but you're a renowned commentator yourself, clearly covering this match. Do you think that puts extra pressure on David Howell? Because most of the time, people see him in front of the camera talking about the chess games. Now he has to play for himself.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, David does excellent commentary. He does a lot of it, but he's also a very active player. He was over 2,700. He's a very respectable 2,667 now. At this point, I think he's proven himself enough times competing with the very best of them, including Magnus Carlsen, and handling himself incredibly well. But definitely, Robert, I feel that pressure a little bit when I play, kind of proving why I'm in the player's booth rather than the commentator's booth. So I think David is feeling a little bit of pressure, but maybe that pressure will motivate him even further. He's an experienced player. He's a tough cookie.
Yeah, this is a strong lineup. 2,700 plus. Pavel Elyanov used to be 2,760, an absolute monster at the top there. And we see the rosters, but let's talk about how the teams have to submit their lineups, because you can't just choose anyone you want. You have to have an average rating of 2,550, which includes at least one woman on the lineup. Players over 2,700, like Pavel Elyanov and Arjun Erigaisi, they count as 2,700. That encourages teams to have their best players playing for them week in and week out. Players under 2,200 count as 2,200, which means that if you want to stack the top boards, you still need to make that rating cap. So you have to take that into account. And for the women, those that are over 2,350, they count as just, and I'm putting that in air quotes, 2,350. That means that you get the best female players in the world, the likes that we've seen throughout the Pro Chess League season. They get to occupy a spot on the team and show their force. So, Danya, specifically in this match, we have our lineups set. We know who will be playing. And when you look at these rosters from board 1 down to board 4, what stands out to you?
Well, first of all, Aditya Mittal, I believe, is a Grandmaster elect. I'm not sure if he is over 2,500 FIDE live, but he is an IM in name only. He is a Grandmaster in strength. So Aditya is an excellent board for. Chelsea Monica will have her work cut out for her. I think for the Norway Gnomes, it is very important for Chelsea to score, let's say, at least one upset. It's crucial for Pavel Ilyanov, I think, to get at least 3 points out of 4. I'm going to point those two as the keys to the kingdom, Robert, for the Norway Gnomes. Great performance by Ilyanov and at least one upset by Chelsea Monica.
And as we look at the ratings, I mean, board 4 does stand out to me, Danya. MGD1 with an over 200-point rating differential on that board, whereas the Norway Gnomes have only a slight rating lead on board 3. Otherwise, it's about even. So do you think it's going to come down to board 4, or who's the X factor for the Gnomes?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously, Chelsea and her ability to score upsets is important. V. Pranav, I mean, I always indicate him as an X factor. He has had an up and down pro chess league, so he also has his work cut out for him. He's facing 3 incredibly strong Grandmasters. I'm very excited to see the Arjun Pranav matchup. That's just going to be an exciting game. So, obviously, if we take the other side, Arjun Erigaisi, he basically has to carry the team. And I think for MGD1, if he scores 3.5 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, he gives them every shot at delivering the victory and making the playoffs. But Robert, this is actually a really, really even match. It's very hard to say who the favorite is, honestly.
Yeah, and as Danya's saying, perhaps Arjun Erigaisi will have to pull a Greg Jennings and put his team on his back, though. But that is going to be seen later. We want the community to get involved each and every match. So we have a featured question for Week 4. Will Team MGD1 play over or under 2.5 brilliant moves in their match against the Norway Gnomes? Use the command PREDICT to submit your predictions for a chance to win each week of the PCL. So that voting has closed, but it's what is for this week. Over or under 2.5? What do you think, Danya?
I'm going A, over 2.5. I mean, with Arjun Erigaisi on your team, I mean, Tabata Bai with so many explosive players, I definitely am going over.
Okay.
No question about it.
Many brilliant moves, says Danya. So let's talk about the specific lineups for round 1, because we need to know what the matchups are before we start seeing brilliant moves. And, well, we have the match score is 0-0, but it is tied. Don't worry, everybody. And as we look,
who cares? 16-16, 0.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we start with as long as it's an even score. But Danya, you look at the boards here. Everybody wants the white pieces. Chelsea, Monica, Pranav, they get to the top. Harika and Aditya on the bottom get the white pieces. So who's board 1 and board 2 do you favor more? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, against Pranav is a complete toss-up because Pranav is a force to be reckoned with the white pieces. I'm excited for the Chelsea Monica Arjun Erigaisi match. We have seen, Robert, we've seen quite a few board 4, board 1 upsets, and I'm not just saying it, and we've seen a lot more games that could have been an upset. I just remember Shakir Mamedyarov being one move away from losing early on in the PCL. Alice Lee scoring some phenomenal victories last week. So wherever you look, this is not a walkover for Arjun Erigaisi. I also think it's important for Pavel Ilyanov to play aggressively with the black pieces. He's an incredibly strong player, Robert, but I think for the Gnomes to have a serious shot, he will have to take some serious risks and try to defeat MGD1's board 4 Aditya Mittal.
Aditya Mittal drew Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces. He actually had 1 win, 2 draws, and a loss. So the board 4 rating, he's a grandmaster. Does that make a big difference in these matches?
Not particularly. I think for Aditya Mittal, the most important thing is confidence. When you know for a fact that you can compete with the top players and draw them, you just play much better. Aditya Mittal, apart from drawing Fabiano Caruana, has also had his crack at the top guys through all of the Chess 24 events that he's played the last couple of years, and he acquitted himself very well. He scored many draws. He was crushing me with white, and his openings are just so well suited for the team format. Very solid player. He can play both D4 and E4. Really wise beyond his years. You would think he's a 60-year-old, Soviet grandmaster. You wouldn't think he's a teenager with his future ahead of him. Super exciting player.
No, he is exciting, and this league is exciting. The Pro Chess League is a fan favorite because of the format that we have here, where it's an all play all in a rapid time control of 10 minute plus 2-second increment, up to 4 rounds. Why up to? Because if a team dominates and gets to 8.5 points as a squad before the 4 rounds have been played, well, then the match is over. But if a round is in progress, the rest of the games continue. If a tiebreak is reached, we will replay the round 4 pairings until one team wins. We saw tiebreaks just 2 days ago in the Pro Chess League. So we're going to get set with Arjun Erigaisi and Chelsea Monica. They are going to start the action here. It's board 1 for MGD1 against board 4 for the Norway Gnomes. Danya, the white pieces, Chelsea Monica, do you think she's relieved to get those white pieces, or is she just stressed she's playing a monster in Arjun Erigaisi?
Well, I think being board 4 is actually not such a bad deal because A, you get great opportunity to face players you otherwise wouldn't face, and B, the expectation on you is a little bit lighter than the expectation on Arjun, right? You score 1 draw, you score 1 win. That could already be the difference that your team needs. So you've got to adopt a growth mindset. Yes, you got to expect that you're going to lose 1 or 2 games. You have to keep your head up. And Chelsea keeping the speed up here with an English opening, causing Arjun to take some early time and grab that pawn on c4.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like when someone takes time at the start of a game, like, oh, they're out of preparation. I think for Arjun Erigaisi, the pressure's on him. It's difficult to play against a lower-rated player when you know your team needs you to score some victories. So what Arjun is doing is likely trying to find a combative opening rather than a solid one where Chelsea will feel no issues.
Yeah, solid opening isn't advisable. A narrow opening where you essentially have to follow a theoretical line for a long time is also not what Arjun wants. He's chosen a relatively unexplored continuation. This is not a very theoretical type of position. Black needs to find a way to deal with the bishop on g2. So in these types of positions, you do see a move like rook b8 happen pretty often, followed by b5, and eventually bishop b7. Black's dream is to exchange the light-squared bishop. So I think Arjun is deciding which side of the board he wants to play on first. There's our answer.
And this knight on d7, it's kind of awkwardly placed, right? That knight would like to be out in c6, which means the bishop on c8 can develop to d7 instead. So black's pieces stepping on each other's toes in the early going here. White, that's harmonious development. You have the bishop on g2, that's great. Now you're developing your knight. And I was about to say, before she played, I was wondering if she would hop her knight to the rim, then towards the f4 square later, because the bishop stays on its open diagonal. The engine didn't like it, Danya, but what do you say?
Well, I didn't love it. I thought knight f3 was kind of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach, because b5 in that position, I'm not going to get bogged down in the details. There was some tactics with knight e5, and I think white picked up the exchange. The additional advantage of putting the knight on f3 was that you could quickly open up the center with d4, which favors the side with more active pieces. Speaking of active pieces, so Chelsea Monica saying, I'm here to play.
I feel like we're already in a novel position. I've never seen this before.
Sure.
Like knight h3 to g5, it's an obscure idea. But the point is, you're going to trade off that knight in the center. That's actually is a thematic idea that you see in many types of English positions. So she could just castle right now. No rush to play knight e4. But once that knight is kicked with a move like h6, we will see some knights swap off the board. And I have to say, white doesn't have any risk at the moment. And that must be a good sign for the Gnomes.
Yeah, this is a great position for Chelsea. She's solid, healthy. I mean, we're going to have a long middle game. She does rush knight e4, which I really don't know whether this was advisable because you're right. The knight on g5 is going to get kicked away. And speaking of stepping on each other's toes, white's knights might be doing that soon enough. But Chelsea going full tilt on the king side, h4, as she preliminarily secures the knight, taking the sting out of the move h6 when she can just leave the knight on g5.
Exactly. She is setting up a piece sacrifice, but this is not going to be a peaceful affair. I think b3, bishop b2 is next, and there will be some checkmating threats against the black king. So Arjun plays rook a7, which to my eyes doesn't really carry a threat, Danya. And what if white just plays b3, bishop b2, and tries to take on f6?
These threats are not to be trifled with. Let's pull up an analysis board really quickly, and we will get to the other games, but this is just such an exciting opening. If Arjun nonchalantly develops the queen side, guess what? Knight takes f6 check. You can see the eval bar shooting up. Bishop f6, the game is over. Black takes back. You get checkmated on h7. That's not going to slice. That's not going to cut it. Robert, b3, the clock is ticking for black. You do not want to make a weakening move like g6 with white's pieces as well poised as they are to attack the king side.
But I think Chelsea, she erred. I mean, she decided to attack with a pawn rather than with her
Ooh.
pieces. And now that the situation has stabilized for Black, I think Arjun is much better because he is no longer worried about his king getting checkmated. The foundation of his position is great. H5 is an overextended pawn later in this game. So I think pawn to H5 by Chelsea, kind of the right instinct, but the wrong execution here. And now she is worse. So while she tries to figure out what to do next, let's zoom out because in the Pro Chess League, every single game is of equal importance. And as we do our bird's eye view in the top right between Pranav and Amin Tabatabai, it looks like a solid affair. Just to start, only one minor piece per side has been traded. In the bottom left, we see what looks to my eyes like a Caro-Kann opening from
Weird
David Howell.
Caro-Kann.
Yeah, very weird Caro-Kann. And then in the bottom right, we have an exchange Spanish between Aditya Mittal and Pavel Elyanov. So I think we should go to the Caro-Kann game between Harika and David, just because this is not an opening we see every day.
No, we don't. And you wouldn't even be able to tell what variation of the Caro-Kann this comes from. Obviously, an exchange on d5 has occurred. But in the exchange Caro, you normally see a pawn on c3. You're not advised to develop the knight to c3. Now, Harika has learned her basic chess principles. This is just what modern chess looks like. She does have this awkward knight, but conversely, she has the bishop pair, and David hasn't gotten his king out of the king side just yet. But Robert, to my untrained eye, if Black can go knight e7 and castle, the pressure on the d4 pawn is going to get rather annoying, and the pin on the knight is not particularly dangerous because you can't pressure the knight any further. So intuition here is that I like Black's position, but obviously White is very solid, and there's many ways to defend the d4 pawn if it comes down to it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You would love to be able to protect that pawn on d4 with your pawn going to c3, but the knight had to go out to c3 a few moves ago. If you just want to back up there, because you say if the pawn's better on c3, why not play it? The queen came out to a5 with check just a few turns ago, and that's why the knight went up to c3 to protect the bishop that was pinning the knight. So this was all part of the plan for Harika. And actually, based on her last move, Danya, I know she spent about a minute and a half. I think she's in the realm of her preparation, because you don't make a move like queen g4, which is naturally attacking the pawn on g7, I feel like, without knowing the ideas and the position. She's not castling, she's not developing her dark square bishop. Instead, she moves her queen again, goes after g7, and she's trying to induce a weakness. Please push your pawn up to g6, because then give me those dark squares. I am going to go after them because you have a Swiss cheese pawn formation.
Indeed, and that would make castling kingside far less of an attractive proposition. I second your point about preparation. A lot of people think of prep as a binary. Either you're in preparation or you're out of it. That's not necessarily true. You could be in a position, let's say Harika could have looked at this exact position, but with the black bishop on e7. And a lot of the thought that's invested might not be, what move do I play? Is the same move that would be good with a bishop on e7 good in this position? So you try to understand whether small differences impact the move that you're supposed to play. And here, it looks like the answer is no. Wow, king f8 by David Howell. He does not want any permanent weaknesses on the queen side, on the king side. And he wants to kick that queen ASAP with tempo by bringing the knight out to f6.
Yeah, I mean, that queen is not going to stay there for long. And you may say, but you just lost the right to castle. I don't think David's so upset about that, because he's also unpinned his knight on c6. Let's not forget about that. The only reason d4 wasn't loose was because there was a king on e8 and it could not legally move. But now if you kick the queen out of there, d4 will be targeted. And I feel like for now, White has everything under control, because the queen can slide one square over to h4 to stay in line with the pawn on d4. But things can get a bit dicey. I mean, the knight on c3 is a misplaced piece.
Yeah, it's very easy to overcook it if you're White. Forget about the d4 pawn and your position collapses. I think Harika should play this very calmly. And she took the moves right out of my mouth. She castles kingside. And after knight f6, you can play queen h4. Or guess what? You can just go queen d1 and say, listen, I've got the bishop pair. You've got the awkward king. I'm going to reset, finish my development, and kind of chill. So very curious to see what kind of approach Harika takes after knight f6, which I assume is a given, but maybe David wants to get the knight out to e7. That's also a possibility.
Yeah, the more he thinks, the more I agree that knight g to e7 up to f5, or just reinforcing the knight on c6 may be a good idea that he will play. So while David thinks, we know he likes to think. He gets himself in time trouble quite regularly. We will go to our other games in the top right. Still a very close position between Pranav and Tabatabai. In the bottom right, What just happened there? Okay, we got to go to that position. I just saw the move knight a5 and b4 played. So what is going on between Aditya Mittal and Pavel Ulyanov?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, what's going on the clock. Mittal is 9.5 minutes to Pavel's 5.5 minutes, and we're only 12 moves in. So this might still be the realm of preparation for Mittal. That knight on a5 is where our eyes are inexorably drawn. Pavel could have captured en passant, and he decided, Robert, that opening the a-file was in white's favor. There was a very important line there. If I could show that very quickly on the analysis board. After AB, it looks like white drops the knight to b6. You have to go back to c4, and you drop the rook. But you don't have to go back to c4. You take the pawn on c6, hitting the queen, and then the knight very elegantly evacuates, and while doing so, it captures another pawn. That was not possible. Instead, Pavel chooses to keep the tension, and we go back to the live board. He has decided to castle. So the big question here, Robert, is the knight a strength or is it a weakness?
Before I get into that, I'll just say it's a nuisance. That's the biggest thing.
That's for sure.
It keeps the queen tied down to the b7 pawn, and if the pawn pushes the b6, c6 falls. So black actually can't kick the knight out of there very easily. The pawn e5 is under attack right now, so I think first step is knight to d7, but in the near future, don't be surprised when Pavel plays the move c5. You have double pawns, which you'd like to get rid of anyway, but this means the knight on a5 is a bit loose, and the knight does have the c4 square to return to, but you don't really want to play knight c4 in most positions because black will snap off that knight on c4 and double white's pawn, so both sides may end up with double c-pawns.
A lot of strategical decisions to make here for both sides, as well as a big tactical decision. Which is whether, and if so, when to play the move d4 and open up the center. With black's queen occupied on the queen side, it might be a good idea to try to open up the center. Aditya takes a similar approach, but he does it without the center. I actually think he might be eyeing f open up the bishop. Don't fall asleep on black's king. It might look safe now, Robert, but with the queen potentially coming out to h4, there will be some very nasty mate threats. And Pavel also has to deal with the positional threat of knight takes c6. He has to decide whether he's willing to accept further damage to his pawn structure.
But really good eye by you that the queen on b8 does not help the king all the way on the other side of the board. So Aditya says, let's go. It's my time to attack you. And rook e8, a very calm, measured approach from a veteran grandmaster like Ulyanov. I think what Aditya is aiming for is, let me take on e6 now. I can play my knight back to c4 safely at any moment, and that means that I have the healthier pawn structure. f4 is not out of the equation after that. So, Danya, I think that just take on e6, bring the knight back to c4, and then play for f4. White should stand better with the potential to open up the position. The side that has the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, but I have to take us away here because I'm just noticing another game. Looks like it's nearing its conclusion. Unfortunately for all the Chelsea Monaco fans out there in the top left, that game is not going her way. Danya, I mean, this is a position we did not expect to see. She was supposed to be on the attack. Now her king is stuck in the center, and all of black's pieces are marching forward.
Well, all of the horror started with move 12, h5, Robert. If she had put the accent on finishing her queenside development, b3, really better there. We saw it according to the eval bar. Instead, she overextended herself. You used that word. And now the game is over. Bishop takes e4 is the final blow. Oh, bishop takes f2 to follow that up with queen h4, and the king hunt begins. Beautiful technique. I mean, Arjun is a surgeon in these types of positions.
You said the king hunt begins. The king hunt begins and ends right away.
Immediately.
You're not getting anywhere in this one. And unfortunately for Chelsea Monaco, she misstepped with that h5 move. Now she's just getting checkmated. A beautiful tactical sequence at the end here. There's no choice for what. You have to take the bishop. You have no other
Robert, you're
moves.
wrong. There is a choice. Do you take or... Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I would say if you were going to play on, and usually you do in team chess. I know, us top players, we don't like to get checkmated, but sometimes you should play the checkmate in a team event. Not if you're down all the pieces in the world. Sure, maybe you want to be respectful, but you know what I mean, Danya? It's just nice to keep the tension, whatever may exist, alive. So I feel like she's going to lose the game, whether it's by resignation or by checkmate in just a few turns, because the path forward is very obvious, and black's not even down material. She resigns. Arjun gets that victory for MGD1, but for Chelsea Monaco, it's okay. It was just the first game. It's a learning opportunity for sure. So let's take a look around the horn here. We haven't even given the top right game any of our attention, And Pranav, he just leapt forward with his knight to g5. He's going after the f7 pawn, and Amin Tabatabai using his force as well. So why don't we dive in there, because the Iranian player, Amin Tabatabai, Danya, looks like he's got everything under control. Every weakness that was targeted is now defended.
Yeah, he's got the bishop pair. That's his biggest advantage. He also has control over the A file, which is rather unimportant here. Conversely, white has control of this very important square on d5, which he would like to occupy with the knight. The funny thing is the bishop actually has nowhere to go. This is the only parking spot in the center, so you got to roll with it. And the big question for white, much like the Aditya Mittal game, do you play f4 and try to open up the king side? This could very easily backfire because it involves weakening white's own king. Right now, though, black is threatening to take twice on g5, so white might not have any other choice. Playing knight f3 here seems pretty underwhelming, and it sort of allows black to get his pieces back into the game. 3.5 minutes for Pranav, and let's see if he steps on the gas pedal. You don't have to tell him twice, but look at Tabatabai responding instantly.
That was the most shocking part of that to me. Like, you were talking, I was like, okay, now I'm getting revved up. And Amin says, yeah, no, I got this under control. A quick king g7. You have to watch out because f6 can hit you when you're not expecting it. And then where's that knight going? It can't go to h3 because the bishop on d7 eyes the square. And if you have to go to f3, you step in front of your own rook, which means the f4 pawn will be in trouble. So, wow, what a decision there from Amin Tabatabai. I mean, was it instinct? Was it calculation? I don't care what it was. It was a great move. And I feel like white's position is in danger of falling apart, and Pranav is down 2 minutes on the clock. We know Buddy's a bullet beast. We know that he's capable of playing with mere seconds on his clock. But Danya, Amin Tabatabai is one of the best in the world. And maybe f6 will not be fun for white.
Oh, Amin is simply not Tabatabai what white has to sell here. King g7 is one of those moves that we take for granted from the top guys. They always maintain their composure when under serious pressure. But speaking of composure, I like the move king h2 as well. I think this is prophylaxis against f6. White opens up the possibility of dropping the knight back to h3. Is this a glamorous move? No, but you keep your f4 pawn alive. Knight h3 is on the board, and now Amin has to try to find a way to put pressure on this knight. I'm even thinking about bishop c8 and queen d7. It's important also that f5, which would be a very desirable move, is not possible because the other knight hangs. This is such a highly charged tens position. I don't envy either player here, but particularly not white, who's quite a bit lower on the clock.
But it also has some similar themes to the Elyanov game. That one was much more closed than this one is at the moment. But remember, we were talking about that queen on b8. It was very far away from the king. This time it's white's queen that is very distant from that king on h2. And that means that some of the pawns, some of the holes in the position cannot be covered. So I look at this game here, I'm already thinking, is it time to take on f4? At some moment, can the f6 pawn even go up to f5 to create maximum chaos in the center? Amin is on the clock. He's trying to figure this out. But I feel like we have to just take a step away here just because I'm looking at another game. And I mentioned Elyanov's game. His position looking better and better there in the bottom right, Danya.
Yeah, Pavel Elyanov has just worked some magic in his last couple of moves. Aditya Mittal has not gotten off the ground on the king side. In fact, he just got off the ground. He finally played f4, but it's come at a great cost. He's allowed, first of all, black to get rid of that nuisance, as Robert Hess put it, on a5, and he's gotten rid of the nuisance on b5. He's now up a pawn, and white doesn't have all that much to show for it on the king side. I would not say that black is winning here. Robert, white's attack could very easily redevelop if the f-file is open, and Pavel Elyanov is really feeling the burn on the clock. Maybe it's time to make white feel the burn on the queen side with a move like c4.
Wow, c4, just throwing that pawn forward. There's a pin from a7 to g1. The a3 pawn is loose in many positions. The one thing that keeps Aditya Mittal in this game is the clock. Pavel Elyanov is a fantastic player, but we all are not our best selves when we have just seconds to work out some of the complications. It's a pawn extra for black, but let's note that white has a potential attack brewing. F takes e5, opens up the f-file, a rook can slam down an f7, and black's major pieces, the queen on a7, the rook on a8, the knight on b5, they're very far away from that king on h8. So I could see this one turning very quickly.
Yeah, Mikhail Tal said that his opponents can only capture one piece at one time. The same goes for activating black. You can activate your queen or your rook, but it takes 4 or 5 tempi to bring all 3 of those pieces back into the defense. He's trying, and instead he slams this knight into the center. Knight to d4. Should Aditya take this opportunity to open as much of the king side as he can? I think he should. think you should play f takes e5. You definitely don't want to play f5 because the pawn storm on the king side is going to be way too slow, and c4 is coming pretty fast. There we go. F takes e5 on the board.
But I think this is some veteran experience here. Rook takes e5 should be Elyanov's move. He keeps the f file close, he plays it, and then the other rook can slide to e8. Your pieces are getting closer to the king side, and you haven't opened up territory for that rook sitting there on f1. Very, very good decision by Pavel Elyanov. So I think that his time is not great, but his position still favorable with that extra pawn. But I love the way Aditya is playing.
Yeah, he's trying to stir things up, which is exactly what you want to do. First, he chases the knight out of d4. Now the big question is where to put the knight. The question is answered with knight to d5, attacking c7. Pavel could bring his bishop up to d6, but c4 could be really nasty, Robert. I'm looking at some sacrifices on f6. And with 1 minute on the clock, I think this is anybody's game. Pavel definitely much better on the board. Can Aditya stir up some chaos on the clock?
I think he could play c4 at any moment to open up that bishop. But I actually like king g2 because c4, there would have been an automatic reply of knight d4. Even if objectively c4 was the right choice, and now it very well should
definitely
be.
Definitely is.
It's the pawn and the rook on e5. I feel like black will have easier play, and with Aditya up on the clock here, maybe a quiet move like queen f2. Just slide your queen closer to the king side, pin the pawn on c5. Will you play c4? Will you play d4? That remains a question that Pavel will have to answer, and he just doesn't have that much time. So I feel like if you're a fantastic bullet player, and we know the players in this league often are, that you just keep your opponent on their toes. Don't give them any easy choices. And by the way, Donnie, after queen f2, there may be knight takes f6 next.
Oh, and there might be knight takes f6 even here. Pavel immediately sacrifices the exchange, a worthy price to pay for this bishop. I don't think that Aditya should immediately grab on e5. Robert, knight takes f6 here should be very seriously contemplated. If you're brazen enough, I would play this move fast and make Pavel calculate the ramifications. That bishop is a monstrosity after the rook captures on f6. The knight will hang, the rook will hang. I don't envy Pavel at all. Take that baby on f6, Aditya.
I think he will. The fact that he's thinking here, he's not just taking this rook on e5. I think bishop takes e5 is a strategically losing decision because you just allow that knight to plant itself there. Now the king feels very safe on h8 without the pressure on the diagonal. And then the d file will have some pressure on as well with c7 to c6 coming. So I think that knight takes f6, a great move. And I think someone like Amin Tabatabai would have sacrificed this knight 20, 30, maybe a minute ago. I don't know when it would have happened, but it would have happened already. But you could sense some of the tension, some of the nerves here, because Pavel Elyanov's a super gem. If knight takes f6 is not objectively good, we have the eval bar. We know it's probably good. Aditya doesn't. If it's bad, Pavel Elyanov will punish you. He is 2,700 plus for a reason.
Well, Aditya might be worried about rook takes d3, but that's nothing to worry about. It's a one-move threat. You could, in fact, the queen wants to slide over to the f-file, let alone all of the back rank issues the black had experienced with the undefended bishop. You're right. I think against someone like V. Pranav, against a 2300, that knight would have been on f6 millennia ago. But when you're facing a guy with a 7 in the hundreds digit of his rating, you get nervous. You start double and triple checking things, even though your intuition is screaming to play the move. And no, he doesn't do it. He lets Pavel plant the knight on d4. And now the bishop is fully canceled out. And knight takes f6 is a completely innocuous move.
Yeah, just now the attack, whatever you hope it to be, is too slow. You see, knight takes f6 is a threat. It is. But at some point, c6 is going to happen. Not now because of knight takes f6. We were just talking about that. But c6 will be available to black. He said, queen a6. Maybe that's even better. That is just great defense. Bringing the queen to defend f6, but also attacking the c4 pawn all at once. And that's what great players do. Multi-purpose moves. Rook f2, where's that rook going? I think you can even slide the queen on over to e6. The king is feeling extra safe tucked away in the corner now.
It is, and now black has a lot of low-hanging fruit that he could pick. But again, you have to be careful about accidentally allowing knight takes f6. Pavel doing everything possible to eliminate all of these shenanigans. He brings his queen into the center. Guess what, Robert? He's activated all of the 3 pieces, which used to be stranded on the queen side. Now they're in the center, actively participating in the defense of the king. He's making more progress. There goes the knight from d5. That was white's last remaining strong piece.
Yeah, no, this is a problem right now for Aditya Mittal, going the wrong way, trajectory all in Elyanov's favor. But let's go away from this game for a moment because Pranav, buddy, look at this game in the top right. He is completely winning against Amin Tabatabai. Now, it's not just the eval bar that helps us know that he is winning. As we go to that game, we see that the queen g6 check.
Wait.
Cold-blooded.
Oh, but is it totally winning here after king g7? Can black mount some sort of a fortress with the rook on b7?
I'm taking time into account. Perhaps there is a way in some universe to defend, but it just feels like it has to be a win for white. Like, just take on d6.
Take on
He
d6.
does so. We're going to get a swap, but then the black king is frozen, just trying to stop that g pawn, and that's a runaway passer. Yeah, this is just going to be a matter of time.
I feel like black has to try rook b7, put the rook behind one of his pawns. He pushes it immediately. White has this tactical idea, running the g pawn up the board. That's a classic breakthrough. If you can get two of your pawns on the 6th rank, you win. But do you play rook c7 first? No, you play rook c7 only when you have to.
And yeah, there's no rush. c3, rook c7. You just stop the pawn. The white king will go up to h4, h5, maybe even up to h6 and deliver checkmate.
You could have even played g5, but why play with fire? Rook c7 is cautious. g5 is good. You don't fear. Okay, but he's eliminating all of the threats. No discover check. And I mean, almost let his time run out. You could even take the pawn if you wanted to be extra safe.
But I'm just
Don't
shocked.
get yourself mated. G7.
No.
King H7.
And then what do you do? Queen and king g6? Oh my goodness.
Oh, that
what
was so
technique there.
close. And what presence of mind. What cold-bloodedness by Pranav. It's still not over.
No, this one, but it should be just with the two pawns. F6 happening next to block the check, and then pawn is just going to promote. So you see on Amit Tabatabay's face, he is more or less resigned in this position, and he's about to resign by clicking on that button. So it's a win for Pranav, and look at that fist pump. He is happy. There's a big smile from the teenager.
Big smile.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to see. Tough for Amin, but great for Pranav and MGD. Oh my goodness. In the bottom left, the position was winning for Harika just a few moves ago, but David Howell, with no time on his clock, somehow he's surviving here. Danya, if you just click back a few moves, I mean, we might have to look after the game. Harika was completely winning.
Yeah, she was. We'll probably stick to the live board for now. She was completely winning in that end game. We'll definitely look at that after this game ends, but we're approaching total time scramble phase. David Howell is playing for the win, and Harika might be losing her cool here as she drops the pawn on d6, and now black is playing for the win. White has to push the c-pawn ASAP right now. Go c5, and it's actually a 3-result game here, but should be a draw.
It should be, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. In the Pro Chess League, in these rapid formats, you make one mistake and the game slips out of your hands. But the good news for Harika, she's been doing very well on the clock. So here I would like to see the move queen d6, offer a queen trade. She goes here, queen a1 check. Watch out. You could find yourself blundering your queen for either side.
I don't like this move, though, because it's all about who gets the pawn to the 3rd rank first. I think David should play e3. Harika should have enough there to check the king into oblivion. But there's no way the black escapes the checks. And no need for David to do anything crazy. He forces the draw. You said it, Robert. He was completely lost just 10 moves ago with no time on his clock. I can rewind to right around move 54. This is a completely winning pawn endgame. Oh, Harika should have just taken here. Oh, and she promotes with check.
And she can't believe it. Look at her.
Like, she promotes with check.
She just noted that. You could see on her face. She's like, what was I thinking? But I'm to put this in perspective, everybody, I think the reason she didn't take on f5 is just put that position on the board for a second.
Yeah.
The black king is inside the box. So you may be worried that the black king will hunt down this pawn, but you always have moves like c5 check. Not easy to calculate when you don't have that much time. If she had 5 minutes on her clock, she would have spotted this, no issues. But with just a minute on the clock, you're trying to play quickly, trying to play in your opponent's time trouble. You miss things like that. So, of course, she's a fantastic player. She had a winning position against someone as strong as David Howell, but she went g5 and let the win slip out of her hands.
She's going to yourself for taking only a second on that move. But, as you said, coulda, woulda, shoulda. The round is over, and the Norway Gnomes have a 1-point lead. This match could have been tied with a Harika win. Is that game, Robert, going to turn out to be of crucial importance? It's way too early to tell.
But every single half point in the Pro Chess League typically is of great importance. And let's give a shout out, credit where it's due. Pranav, buddy, you said he was the X factor for the Norway Gnomes. He beats Amin Tabatabai. So the lone Indian player in the Norway Gnomes lineup takes out the lone non-Indian player from Team MGD1, that is a team based in India. So he's saying, hey, next year, call my name, put me in your roster.
Yeah, you didn't draft me. Your loss, says Pranav. And that smile on his face at the end of the game it said it all. Tabatabai played a fantastic game. He had more time on the clock, and somehow Pranav kept his composure and channeled his incredible blitz skill into a crucial Norway Gnomes victory. They lead by a point. They could not have asked for a better start against a powerhouse 2-1 team.
And we just saw a feature chat from team manager Jon Ludvig Hammer. He is thrilled to see his team with a 1-point lead. We'll see if MGD1 can catch up. But first, we go to a break. And when we return, it's the second round of action here in this Pro Chess League match between MGD1 and the Norway Gnomes.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You're getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin. International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn, and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is. And we'll see you around on chess.com.
Arjun Erigaisi, board 1 for Team MGD1, sporting the Pro Chess League t-shirt. Let us know, chat, do you think Arjun can lead them back in this match? Because Arjun Erigaisi, he's a known name in the chess community. Should be no surprises that he has had some excellent results thus far in the Pro Chess League. He's had 8 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. That doesn't include his most recent win. He's the 2022 Indian National Champion. He was the winner at Tata Steel India Blitz. I mean, Danya, we could go on and on and on with his list of accomplishments.
His pedigree is unimpeachable, and these are just his accomplishments from the past 2 years. He had an up and down, a mediocre performance at the last Tata Steel, and just the fact that we singled that performance out tells you how insane Arjun Erigaisi has been the last 2 years. It's been one tournament victory after another. I feel like Arjun was never 2,600. It's like he went from 2,500 to 2,730 in the blink of an eye. He is one of the most exciting juniors to watch. Everybody agrees on that. And he is such a great asset for MGD1 and a great win to boot in round 1.
He got that dub in his first game. Let's see if he's able to do that in round 2, because the matchups get more difficult for the board 1s. You start with board 4 for the enemy team. Now you see he gets the white pieces against board 3. Guess who? Buddy Pranav. He won that first game. He's feeling on cloud 9. So now, Danya, as you look through the matchups here in round 2, the top boards get the white pieces. Whose top boards have the better shot?
Well, V Pranav is confident, and confident V Pranav is particularly scary. Arjun really obviously should win this game. He's got the white pieces. He is the heavy favorite, but man, when Pranav is feeling confident, I mean, he really can beat anybody. He's one of those 2,500s who has the capacity and the tactical acumen to score an upset against someone like Erigaisi. So I'm very excited about this game, Robert. I was talking about it before the match started. And for the Gnomes, board 4, Chelsea Monica, important to keep that growth mindset and to realize that she's playing to gain experience, and even a single draw would be huge for the Gnomes winning chances. Seatbelts fastened, folks. Round 2 is underway.
And look at this. We have a Trumpovsky, knight e4, response c5. This is the way you play against this opening. White has already developed the dark squared bishop, a la the London system, but you flick in a check. Provoke c3, drop the knight back down. I feel like this opening in particular is one of, if not the hardest to explain to newer chess players. Nothing makes sense. It goes against kind of every single principle. White has moved that bishop twice. Black has moved the knight 3 times. First to f6, then to e4, back to f6. The queen is already moving twice and has moved out.
And
you
bishop,
moved your bishop back to c1.
God.
How do we explain this to our players who are less advanced?
Utter chaos, anarchy in the position. None of the moves make sense. A lot of the moves cancel each other out. I think that's important to understand. For example, the knight moved to e4, and then it was chased back with f3. Mathematically, the tempi cancel each other out because both sides essentially moves a piece twice. White moves the dark squared bishop now 3 times, but also Black's queen moved 2 times. So you have movement with a lot of the same pieces, Robert, but those tempi losses essentially cancel each other out. And what we have as a result is some sort of Benoni structure, but another crazy move by Black. Bishop to d6. You're looking at this and saying, what the heck? I was taught not to do this. What about the light squared bishop? What about the light squared bishop?
All I can do is shake my head, but you're trying to take advantage of that move, pawn f2 to f3. White has developed 0 pieces. Look at that first rank there. Not a single piece is off the first rank. Excuse me? Black's about to castle, maybe a rook e8 check. Perhaps the queen will slide back to c7, Danya, and hit the h2 pawn. And if you want to go to pawn g3 after queen c7, I may sack on that square and go after the white king. I honestly look at this position, and if you made me go full Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, guess the elo, I don't know what I would say.
Yeah, 500 versus 700, 1500 versus 1700, or 25 versus 2700. That is approximately equivalent likelihood when you see the course of this game. I'm also stunned by the eval bar, but now that I see Arjun Erigaisi's last move, I'm beginning to understand why bishop d6 might have actually been a mistake. But Pranav is banking on the quick e-file attack, but I think he's underestimated the impact of 2 things. A, the knight coming to c4, introducing disruptions in Black's piece coordinations, and B, the elephant in the room, Robert, is this bishop on c8. You're not going to win this game without developing your queen side, and it's kind of hard to find a spot to drop your dark squared bishop to especially if the queen is going to be occupying c7. So it's it's anybody's game. Position is still tremendously complex, but it appears that objectively, White does have the upper hand here despite his lack of development.
But neither side truly knows the ins and outs of this position. They're spending a lot of time for a top player 10 moves into the game. So they're trying to work this out just like the rest of us. Knight e2, the eval bar, going back towards the center. I think black can just play rook e8 and just try to develop and occupy the open file. But while the players think here, let's zoom out because all 4 games are underway for the second round of action here. In the top right, early going in the one between Amin Tabatabai and Chelsea Monica. In the bottom left, the same, but that's an English opening from Pavel Elyanov. And then in the bottom right, well, that just got started. David Howell, he's essaying the Ruy Lopez, Spanish in the bottom right. So, Daniel, I feel like the game we're on is by far the most interesting because it's an open position. But anything of note to you in the other games?
Well, Amin's game is kind of interesting because Chelsea has that light skirt bishop on h5, which is not standard in Italian and Ruy Lopez structures, and that is often a detriment to black. So maybe we can briefly explain why that is before transitioning back to our top board. So this came from an Italian, and it might seem self-evident, Robert, that you want the bishop on this diagonal to pin the knight and curb White's mobility on the king side, but it actually has the opposite effect. And the reason why, as illustrated by Amin's last move, is that after the knight gets to g3, this bishop actually experiences tremendous discomfort. You do not want to hand White the bishop pair and a queen on f3, but dropping back to g6 means consigning the bishop to a life of total passivity, staring at the e4 pawn, and possibly even worse after the knight comes to h4, black can't even play h6. I'll show an illustrative line, if we could pull up an analysis board, how quickly this could get bad, right? Rook e8, knight g3, bishop g6, and White can really steamroll black on the king side. If Chelsea is not careful, can't go h6 because you drop the bishop and the f-pawn is pinned. So is that an accurate assessment, Robert, of why the bishop is actually poorly placed on this diagonal?
No, all great points. And I think we're seeing in the game, she's recognizing that she could have some strategic issues. So she wants to turn this into more of a tactical melee, playing d5. Let's open up the board. If White decides to, say, take on d5, then you're saddled with this pawn on d3, which can be targeted. Sometimes you do just take on d5 because it frees up the e4 square for your knight. And the point is that White's forces are about to go towards the king side. And for black, there are little bit things in the position that don't add up well. The knight on c6 is defending the pawn e5, and it's dominated by the pawn on c3. It can't hop forward. So I really like these positions for White. I feel like there are slight pluses here. And don't count out the idea of bishop a4. You may be thinking, oh, my position is very healthy as black. My pawns are defended. I'm trying to open up the center. But bishop a4 could hit you where it hurts. The knight on c6 is defending the pawn e5, and maybe I can remove the guard.
Yeah, White has ample activity on both sides of the board. Knight f1 and knight g3 is likely coming next, but you point out bishop a4 and maybe even b4 with queenside expansion as a sort of bonus idea. I don't see any good way for Chelsea to transform her central activity into something tangible. Maybe you play this classically and play queen d7 and rook a8, but what does that do? Even if the d file opens up, there's nothing on the d file, and White's knight is going to be on g3 in the span of 2 moves. So the time situation, the position on the board, not favoring Chelsea in the early going. Good Italian play by Amin as he totally ignores the movement of the a pawn. I thought he would play a4, but instead he sticks to his kingside plan.
Yeah, I think he's playing quickly. That's his goal in this game. He lost the first one, so he's trying to use the clock as a weapon. And, well, right now it is I don't even know, what's that, a 3.5 minute lead for Amin, and Chelsea's playing very well. This is rapid, so the time difference is consequential, but it's not all important just because she has so much time remaining and she is playing active chess. Finally, Amin slows down. So let's zoom out for a second because I want to point a couple things out here. In the bottom right, I don't want to go into that game just because it's standard opening fair. Aditya Mittal has more time than he started with against David Howell, so he is in familiar territory. But in the top left, I know we haven't been able to dive into the games in the bottom row there between Elyanov and Harika and Howell and Aditya Mittal. But let's look at the top left. This position is crazy, Danya.
It's crazy, and it seems to be getting crazier. Even though some pieces have come out of the gates, especially for White, no clarity is being added to the position. It's just getting more and more chaotic, whether you look at the queen side, the center, or the king side, Robert. I don't know what's going on either side of the board. The one thing I can say for certain is that G5 is actually a huge threat because, believe it or not, and it's hard to believe, the knight is trapped. So black has to address that. Bishop b7 is one way to address that because it threatens knight takes d5. But how easy is it to play a nonchalant move like queen b6? Oh, let's increase the pressure on the knight. Whoop! You will have no knight after g5, and it'll be good knight. Okay, enough.
That is
enough.
No, but that you're honestly, I need the puns because I can't understand what's happening in this game. I mean, so far it's 15 moves in, and maybe like 3 have made sense, and they were probably the first 3 moves of the game because I have never seen a position like this before where white's king remains in the center, black's king safely tucked away. This feels like what not to do when you're taught how to play chess. You don't just throw your pawns forward and not develop your pieces. But Arjun Erigaisi, he's done it for a reason. He does have this advanced pawn on d5. It's kind of a thorn in black's side. I do think that black can target that pawn, maybe with bishop b7, as you mentioned earlier, just trying to get after this pawn on d5. But in the long run, right, if white can safely bring the king to f2, let's say, develop the light square bishop, bring the rook to e1, things of that nature, maybe then we could start talking about white having the edge because of the control that a lot of the pawns have. But I just feel like it's a flimsy construction, Danya. I just feel like we're going to see white's position potentially fall apart in the near future.
We very well might, but it's a big decision right now for Pranav. He's down to 524 as he fianchettos his bishop, immediately followed by king f2. The eval bar dropping even further. Maybe it's because of the possibility of c4 and bishop c5, but king f2 renews the threat of g5. So how does black address the threat and simultaneously improve his agenda in terms of attacking the d5 pawn and pressuring white's king? That's a hard question to answer.
I think we're going to see an exchange sacrifice. So c4 looks really strong to me. You welcome the move g5, and then you sack that rook on e3, take on d5. The position opens up, and with a king on f2, it's only opening up in black's favor. Now, white would have extra material, but for that material, black has an attack brewing. So I do feel like c4 is a worthy move here. Just go for that exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, I was going to make some coffee. I was going to brew some coffee, but with this attack, I don't need any more caffeine. This is as stimulating as it gets. But Pranav, it's so easy to fall into the trap of taking too much time. There he goes. Great call, Robert. He sacks the exchange immediately. So rather than advancing c4, he takes immediately. The advantage of that is that the d4 square is still covered. So bishop d4 is not possible. If Arjun wants to keep the bishop, he has to go even more passive and open up a potential avenue to his king.
This is looking wild. And well, while we have a moment and while we need somebody to help us work through the complications, we're going to bring on the Norway Gnomes team captain. We have Anna Rudolph joining us. Anna, first of all, it's been a while. How are you doing?
It's been a while. How are you guys doing? I've been watching the show. You guys are always killing it. There's no need to compliment you because honestly, you're like the best out of the best one can have as commentators. So thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me join.
And I just want to note, we did not pay Anna to say that, so that was just, Anna, you know.
The transfer can come later, so it's okay. PayPal, credit card, I accept that. Bitcoin, maybe.
Well, we'll work on that later. You know, first we just got to ask you. So, what's it been like? You know, rooting on this Norway team. You've had some of the most exciting matches, and probably some of the most heart-wrenching matches as well.
Yeah, I think both Hammer and me have had, I don't want to exaggerate, like near heart attack moments, but yeah, we've been sweating a lot and it's not for the heat, but in a good sense, because we were always so close to almost losing and then bringing it back from the dead. It feels amazing when it's that way and not that you are winning and suddenly you are not. So I think even though we've gone through a lot emotionally, the players, the captains, everyone who's rooting for the Gnomes, they know where we have been. But it's good that the Gnomes always manage to come out on top. And that's what we hope for today. We are leading. We are leading.
And
like, we don't have to come back from the dead this time. Maybe we are leading. Is that possible?
I think it's very possible, Anna. And V Pranav is playing brilliantly right now. Brilliantly. Against Arjun Erigaisi, he's in time pressure, but you can see the eval bar dropping. Anna, can you talk a little bit about what V Pranav brings to the team and how exciting it is to have one of those incredibly underrated juniors on the Norway Gnomes?
Honestly, it's awesome. Everyone is always like, Pranav buddy, and that he's so underrated, which is true. And I think it's the case with a lot of junior players that are still very much in the rising stage of their career. He is so strong already, but his rating, honestly, I think could be higher. But right now, we take it with what he has. You know, it counts for the rating average. So Hammer was really smart recruiting the players for the team. I helped with some of them, but most of the players are thanks to Grandmaster Hammer, the manager of the team. And I think that was very smart strategy to have Pranav as one of our main carry players in terms of he's so strong and a junior, and the rating matches perfectly the rest of the players' ratings for the average.
Well, Anna, I mean, speaking specifically about this match, he won game 1. That was great. But this here in game 2, we see the eval bar saying he is just crushing it. But we all know from playing and commentating, things may be more difficult than they appear. So what do you make of this position? Obviously, Black's king is safer. White's has extra material. Do you think it's as good for Black as the eval bar would have us believe?
I sure hope so. I think if I had to play this game, I would be perhaps not as confident as Pranav is, to say the least. But I have full confidence that even though he's a bit lower on time, and he might be nervous that he's playing against such a top grandmaster as Arjun Erigaisi is, also a junior, and still obviously very much in, as we said about Pranav, Arjun is also, I don't think at his peak rating. He's still improving. He's still getting to that very, very top of the chess elite. So very scary opponent. We have been afraid of Arjun, but I think if one can upset Arjun, that's gonna be Pranav. Not just because of what I see in the evaluation bar. Honestly, that's amazing to see. But because he's so talented and he's so motivated. I think he's especially motivated to show what he's capable of against Arjun.
That was a great description, Anna. I would only add that I think he uses his tremendous blitz skill to his advantage as well. It's so important to be able to maintain your composure and time pressure, and that is where all of those sweaty late-night blitz and bullet sessions on chess.com really come in handy. He's got a different dragon to slay, because Black against Arjun, this would be such a big win, and he might have gone a little bit wrong here.
Wow. I mean, it still looks so good,
I hope not
though,
fully
right?
wrong, but yeah, lots of sweaty late night speed chess sessions on chess.com. That's very true. And oh man, I hope that this is still all right. What do you guys think? Let me know. I'm getting nervous.
I feel like it still looks really good for Black to me. And the one thing is the time situation is evening up. It has been a huge lead on the clock for Arjun, even though a disadvantage on the board. And Donnie, I know you want queen a4, but there's like knight e3 check to figure out. Because if you take on e3, queen takes b2 as an intermezzo, perhaps. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just throwing out ideas because that's how we often play chess. Looks good, but you need to actually find something concrete.
Yeah, knight
Yeah,
e3
goodness
is a
me.
game changer.
I am just hoping I didn't jinx it, that I was already celebrating that if anyone can upset Arjun, it's gonna be Pranav. I hope that I did not do any harm. It's one of those streamer curses or captain curses, so I'm gonna take it back. This game is not decided yet, but I'm confident that Pranav, he's got this. He's got this. And the team has got this. We have an amazing team. The players that are playing today and the overall squad that we have, I think, I'm very biased, but I'm incredibly proud of the Norway Gnomes, how they have done so far, and what we are capable of for the playoffs as well. We need to win today.
Wow. Well, that is just fantastic team spirit. You, of course, are an amazing captain, and we know you're having a watch party. So everyone who's here, you should go check out Anna's channel. I'm sure you already know her and are following her, because if not, I'm looking at all of you. But Anna, we just want to say thanks so much for joining us. And we hope, for your sake, you're such a good person that your team brings you some good news and some joy. So thanks so much. And we'll be looking out for your stream, and go Gnomes, right?
Go Gnomes! Thank you so much for saying that, unbiased commentators, as I love to be myself too. I wish you guys the best for the rest of the show, and hello to everyone watching on chess.com on all sorts of platforms. I'm going back to my watch party, but I hope that at the end of the match, we all gonna be celebrating the Gnomes! Go Norway Gnomes! Always and forever. Not biased.
All right, Anna, thanks so
Us?
much.
Thanks, Anna.
Yeah, you guys can join the
That
watch
was
party
awesome.
after. Just when you're done with your gig, just come over, celebrate.
All right, we will indeed. With Anna, thanks so much and have a great one.
Thank you. See you guys soon. And honestly, I'm nervous,
All right.
so don't think that this is not done. There's so many more rounds to go. I'm nervous.
I thought she was gone. Go team MGD1. I thought, oh, she's still here.
What?
MGD1 is the best. I mean, whoa!
I thought we were friends.
He's still on the call.
I'm leaving. Bye. Bye. Who is this guy?
She's back.
Well, we were kind while she was on screen. Now that she's gone, we can talk about her behind her back. We don't root for anybody, but we do root for Anna Rudolph because she's amazing. Such a great presence in the chess community, and she is streaming a watch party as Hammer has been in the chat. But look at this position, Danya. It's getting crazier and crazier. The king on G2 is wide open. The bishop on B7 staring through the D5 knight towards the white queen, and then the pawn on F3 as well. So knight E3 check is a big threat to pick up this white queen in the center. I don't actually know what Arjun can do here. His position looks terrible. And by the way, we're gonna have to zoom out. We'll probably come right back here. But look at what's going on in another game. We see Chelsea Monica in the top right in a completely winning endgame against Amin Tabatabai. So that would be huge for the Gnomes.
Shall we go to that game quickly to describe how winning this endgame is? Because it seems deceptively complicated, both sides, with a passed pawn. The big difference is in mobility, Robert. Black's king is fully limiting the mobility of the d-pawn. White's king is nowhere to be found. The path for the black d-pawn is completely clear. Do you see any way for Amin to complicate the game here? I'll also just point out that after black plays d3, the g4 pawn also hangs with check. Could potentially be important.
I think we should bring up an analysis board because my first instinct is to play rook e7, and after d3, play rook takes g7, and say my knight will stop the pawn, and I'll sacrifice my knight for it. But after d2, knight back to e3, I think I just can win this knight, right? Can I play like rook e4 and take your knight?
And that's the big problem. If you play knight d1, you lose the knight, but you're not able to get the pawn in return. King f1, not fast enough. Rook takes e3, cuts off the king, and promotes the pawn. Rook g8 check, useless, because the king is simply going to capture the pawn. This is game over if this position is reached. I was thinking, Robert, after d3, maybe you should try knight takes g7 with a threat of checkmate. But here, look at this line. King f1, knight d2 check is forced mate after knight f3. Either way, and rook g1. Moves are being made, though, so let's rewind back to the live board. Okay.
Rook e4, she just gave a check to break the pin and goes d3, and it's over.
Crushing.
Oh
Knight
my
e3.
goodness. Just d2.
D2 and rook e1, right? The key is not to promote and allow white to give the knight up for the pawn and start hunting for black's pawns.
And even that might still be winning for black, to be clear.
Yeah.
But there's no point in getting in that position. You're just going to give up your rook for the knight, get a queen. There is nothing that Amin Tabatabai can do about it, which means he is going to plummet to 0 out of 2 in his matches. That's not what you can expect. It's not what you need. You just can't afford it from your board, too. And Chelsea Monica, she was a hero in the previous matches. Now she is going to be a hero once again. And Danya, if you said Arjun Erigaisi, Amin Tabatabai with the white pieces, they're going to lose to Pranav and Chelsea Monica? Wow.
This is what I said from the start. As the board 4, a well-placed upset could be the difference between a win and a loss for your team. Chelsea suffering a tough defeat in round 1 at the hands of Arjun Erigaisi, but she didn't despair. She had a good position out of the opening in that game. She let that give her more confidence. And what confidence she is playing with in round 2. 20 seconds for Amin as he desperately searches for some way to complicate the game. The only remaining trap, Robert, is to play rook e7. But Chelsea could move her knight back at the right moment. That would take the sting out of knight e6 and would end the game. Yeah.
Look at the top left. The game is in time trouble and completely winning for Buddy Pranav. There's a king on h3, and it's about to get checkmated. It's mate. I mean, he gets one move off in bishop to g4, but this has to be game over.
Queen F3, King H4. Argent, he is an escape artist. I've lost so many of these positions against him. H3, his king is actually not checkmated yet. Rook F4.
There's got
Not
do you see
over
the Queen
yet.
H5 is coming.
Queen F2. Queen F2.
Queen
Force
H5.
that queen back.
No, Queen H5
Oh, it's
takes
mate.
H3's mate.
I guess the king runs to F2, but then Queen H2 should be made.
And then Queen E2
Queen
check
E2
and Rook E3.
And Rook E3. Unbelievable.
And you see Argent,
Oh.
he shakes his head. But Pranav with a second huge win in a row.
Oh, and another smile. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh my goodness. This guy is unbelievable. And he's got swag. You saw that look? He's just like, yeah, I just did that. I think he's in disbelief, but you should all be believers in Pranav's chess.
Unbelievable. What a display of tactical resilience and composure by the scintillating Indian Grandmaster. I think we should go back to the Chelsea Monica game because she could hammer in the nail here with an incredible upset victory. With the black pieces, she is on the doorstep of promoting King D7, and she is going to basically pre-move Rook takes E3. Amin is going to let his time run out. Oh my goodness. And another smile. Amin can't believe it. Chelsea is euphoria.
She's trying to hold it back, you know. She knows that she's on camera. She wants to show respect to her opponent. But let it out. Come on. Be joyous.
Absolutely.
You just took down one of the best chess players in the planet with the black pieces. The Norway Gnomes have won 2 with black. But look in the bottom left, Danya. Harika Dronavali says not so fast. We see David Howell winning with the white pieces in the bottom right.
She's just won.
She's won. She has ended that game. So Harika, she couldn't finish off David Howell in the first game. She takes down Super GM Pavel Elyanov here. So great showing from the MGD1 board 3. But unfortunately for MGD1, the bad news, it's getting worse. Aditya Matal in this position is about to get checkmated.
If Elyanov had defeated Harika, this would have been a 4-0 win in round 2. So Harika's win is the lone bright spot for MGD1 that keeps them in the match. This position is completely lost. It might not seem lost, Robert, but that last move, F3, that's a double exclam move right there. It gets the rook to H2. Anytime the king steps onto G8, it gets forked with knight E7. At this point, Block probably has to give up the rook for the knight, but that's tantamount to resigning. 17 seconds, though, for David. So I think Aditya should take the knight and hope for some sort of mouse slip.
Yeah, but you saw the pre-move there from David Howell, the look of determination in his eyes. He knows what he needs to do. Right now, his king is quite safe. The rook can still slide to H2, and there may be some back rank checkmates. And I don't know about that move A5. It pushes G4. He wants rook H2, queen E7, queen D8 checkmate.
Well, and he can also just capture the A5 pawn if he wants to keep things safe and sound. He goes B5. He probably wants to take these pawns with the queen. B6 creates a passed pawn and basically decides the game. Multiple ways to do it.
But Aditya wants a knight sack. He's going to play knight takes G4 here. It's going to be a losing position. There's no denying that. But you have to try something like that because the position is hopeless if you don't get some attacking chances against the white king.
The problem would be that the rook could have blocked the check, but I agree. He goes passive mode with the knight to E8, holding the C7 square with everything that he's got. And now the queen comes out, but rook E2 is going to dash his hopes of a miracle comeback. David gives a check first. What precision by David Howell.
He wants to take that knight with check and not give black a free move in response. Aditya Matal is losing the knight. He's losing this game. And the Norway Gnomes are seizing control of this match. He's up a full rook right now.
Anna Rudolph has to be ecstatic right now, and she knows that this last game is in very safe hands. David Howell is an incredible time scrambler. And C7 here is going to make a second queen. There's but a meaningless check on D2. C8 equals queen. Take first. Surgical precision. Get the queens off the board and get another point on the board for the Norway Gnomes.
And David Howell proving he's not just all talk. He can walk that walk. And he just walked that pawn up towards promotion. He wins the game a full rook ahead. So David Howell and the Norway Gnomes are dominating in this match. You see a 3-1 score in the second round of action. Look at those wins with black on the top board. Of course, David, what a nice game there. But he was the high-rated player. It is all about Pranav and about Chelsea Monica and even Harika Dronavali with the upset. It was an upset special.
3 upsets out of 4 games. Can you believe that Pranav and Chelsea both win? And with the black pieces at that, Robert, that is... I'm looking at those results, and it still hasn't sunk in. A heroic effort by Chelsea Monica. Bad position out of the opening. She does not despair and punishes Amin for playing too quickly in the middle game. showing that she can fight with the best of them. But V Pranav, my hat is off for the talented Indian junior. He is something special.
He really is. Underrated. Sometimes just players get overlooked when there's so many talented juniors from a country. You don't see all of them. And Pranav is showing that he is up there with the best. And as we see, the Norway Gnomes lead by a score of 5.5, 2.5. If you asked before the match who would be the leading scorer, I don't think we'd say Harika Dranavali for MGD1. She's super strong, but Arjun Aragaisi is an absolute boss. But really what it comes down to me, Danya, is board 2. Look at Amin Tabatabai. 0 points from 2 games. Yep. That just can't happen if you're playing a team like the Norway Gnomes.
It cannot happen. He has to put the first half of this match behind him. He has to go 2 out of 2. Let's not sugarcoat the situation. But the Gnomes, they're going to say Norway, Jose. They're going to try to stick the landing and win this match in the 3rd round. They need 3 points, but it's a 3 points that they are going to have to get from an angry Team MGD1. It's all down to Amin Tabatabai and Arjun Aragaisi and whether they can score a perfect 2 out of 2 in the final 2 rounds.
It's going to be uphill sledding for Team MGD1, but we have seen crazier comebacks happen in the Pro Chess League. Just like the teams, we are going to take a break. We'll refresh ourselves because when we come back, it is an exciting second half of this match between Team MGD1 and the Norway Gnomes. We'll be right back.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not. Hey.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look
looking
at
man.
that. Thank
Over
you.
and
I
talk to
appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess? Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these 3 things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the 2 of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me. Is
No,
he?
he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So,
He looks.
oh my God, she didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every on the street episode from here from now on? My Lord. Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of pro for free.
No matter if this one goes the distance or ends in 3 rounds, we will have more chess today. The Spanish Maniac Shrimps take on the St. Louis Archbishops, both teams looking to avoid elimination in the 2023 Pro Chess League season. That one promises to be exciting, as both teams will have to give it their all in order to stay in the league. But we are focused right now on another matchup. It is Team MGD1 down 3 points to the Norway Gnomes. Danya, it has been all Norway, and Pranav, he has been the hero that Norway needs.
He has indeed. Nobody on the Gnomes has a score below 50%. Pavel Ulyanov lost the second round to Dronavali Harika, but they haven't needed his A-plus game because Pranav and Chelsea Monica have picked up the slack. What an upset, Robert, with the black pieces. Chelsea defeating Tabatabai and really pushing MGD1 to the wall. They have a 3-point deficit. Norway Gnomes could end it with a 3-1 victory or more.
And Chelsea Monica, she's a streamer. She just upset somebody 400 points, 2650 plus opponent she took down in the previous round. But now that's the past. MGD1 knows what they have to do. They need to catch up. They need to make sure the Norway Gnomes do not score 3 full points. And Danya, as we look at the lineups, we get board 1 versus board 2, then we get board 3 versus board 4. So what do you think about this one? Where does MGD1 get their points from?
Well, first of all, someone has to stop Pranav, and that someone has to be Aditi Mittal in this round. We've talked about how solid he is with the white pieces. He had great chances to upset Pavel Ulyanov in round 1. I think he needs to play a little bit more aggressively, but he's been doing okay. Obviously, Arjun Erigaisi, black against David Howe. I think he should be solid. You don't need a 4-0 victory if you're MGD1. Even a 2.5, 1.5 victory, Robert, would bring them closer to a comeback in the final round. But it's Amin Tabatabai who has to pick up his play. At the very least, he's got to hold a draw against Ulyanov. So, for example, Arjun and Amin could draw their games, and Harika and Mittal could win. There's a 3-1 victory right there. I think that is the kind of thing that MGD1 should strive for. Much easier said than done, though.
Yeah, I think there is the inclination to just go all in. You have to win every single game. That's how you feel. But you are correct. If you can just win this round, say by 2.5, 1.5, it's 7-5. Now you just need to make up the 2 points, just as if it's easy. Of course it's not, but you will have a chance. You need to stay in the match. You don't want to get knocked out here in this next round. And by knocked out, I don't mean out of the Pro Chess League. Both these teams have a sparkling 2-1 record. The winner makes their way through the playoffs. They get next week off. The loser, they get into that tough territory of now it's must win for all. It's kind of like a playoffs before the playoffs, as you may face the Canada Chess Bros led by Magnus Carlsen. You don't want that. You want to secure your spot right here and now.
You do indeed. And Arjun Erigaisi saying, I want to unbalance the game. David Hell playing a symmetrical Grunfeld, and instead of responding with c6, Robert, on the last move, or d takes c4, Arjun playing a transposition to the Grunfeld by getting his knight out to c6. David could now take on d5 and follow that up with e4, but Arjun clearly playing to unbalance the game in the early going. He does not just want a solid draw, which I think David would not be against.
Yeah, I mean, David Howell saying that half point, that gets us closer and closer to match victory. And for David, he just won a nice game. He gets the white pieces a second round in a row, and knight c6. That's just not something you see every day. Usually you challenge the center with pawns rather than putting that knight in front of the pawn. So Arjun, he's mixing it up. I think it's a smart strategy because your team needs you. They're relying on you at this point. But don't take more risk than necessary, right? That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I mean, play measured, take measured risks, and I think that's exactly what Arjun is doing. The Grunfeld is an incredibly reputable opening, which promises unbalanced play and chances for the win. This is a very well-explored position. White has two main moves. There's the conservative e3 and the riskier but more topical move d5. If White plays d5, the knight often jumps out to b4. White supports the center with e4, and the Grunfeld, Robert, is the ultimate hypermodern opening in which you invite your opponent to control a larger share of the center with their pawns, and then you use your pieces and pawns to challenge that center, chip away at it, and generate active prospect for your pieces. David Howell has got to put a move on it. I think he's going to go e3. David, not the most theoretical player in the upper echelons of chess. He likes less explored, more positional type of situations, but really, really hesitating here, and he chooses a third option, which I will confess I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, bishop f4, that catches both off guard because he's giving up this pawn on d4, but Donna, he might be taking your advice to some extent, like just playing some quick, natural moves. d4 is hanging, sure, but so is c7. So you may just see some trade, some simplification. The knights on c6 and b6, a little bit awkward. Maybe the knight on b6 will hop to c4. In the near future, just to tickle the pawn on b2 and maybe reroute towards the center. But Arjun says, let me go after d4 right away by hitting your knight on f3.
He stays far away from the immediate knight takes d4. If we could bring up an analysis board quickly, and then we will get to some of the other games. The immediate knight takes d4, it was not bad, but if you recaptured on d4 with the bishop, then you would walk, I think, right into knight b5. This is the kind of scenario that Arjun wants to avoid. A lot of trades, and White gets a huge initiative with a potential capture on c7. Apparently, the best move is e5, trying to capture the piece on your own terms. And here White has, I cheated by using the opening explorer, the move knight to c6, saying, yeah, I'm going to give you one of my minor pieces, but you're either going to have to ruin your pawn structure, or after queen takes d1, you're going to have to allow me to take the bishop and take the pawn. This leads to essentially a forced draw with the opposite colored bishops, Robert. Arjun trying to stay away from a quick draw, and instead he opts for bishop g4. The eval bar not approving, but I like the way that he's handling this opening, and I like the fact that he has a 2-minute plus time advantage already.
Just so uncomfortable when you feel like you have to win the game. You know, you make decisions that you wouldn't ordinarily play, and bishop g4, I think okay, I was saying it. He plays it d5 is a very natural response because black was trying to win that pawn on the square. Now you push it up to well-defended territory. When the black knight hops somewhere, like let's say it tries to hop to b4, then white can just push the pawn to e4, or even think about a move like knight to e5. Yeah, you highlighted before I could say it. Just getting adventurous. The bishop on g2 will defend that pawn on d5 and a much needed third time, so you don't even need to push e4 in this particular position. I like White's position. I think David has a slight edge.
And good players, even when they're satisfied with a draw, they can shift their strategy at the drop of a hat. Yes, David was allowing several lines that would bail the position out, but now he says, hey, you don't want to draw? I'm going to punish you. He's not just cowering in a corner and insisting on trading all the pieces. He is adapting to the needs of the position. Bishop g4, a very dubious move. I still approve of Arjun's opening strategy, but David's saying, hey, you want to lose this game? I'm more than happy to crush you. Now it's up to Arjun to demonstrate that he can put pressure on White's incredibly menacing and well-defended center.
Yeah, knight a5 to c4, a typical way of dancing with those knights going after the b2 pawn. But while David, he figures this out, he does spend a lot of time. He's a glutton for time trouble. Let's look at the other boards, because for MGD1, You need to score some victories. It doesn't matter who gets the job done. You just need them. So as you look across these 4 boards down here, I see in the top right a very awkward position of Paviliano's bishop on a4, but it's annoying for black to deal with. In the bottom left, we have Harika against Chelsea Monica, both kind of heroes for their respective squads. That's in a Marazzi bind structure. And in the bottom right, I don't even know what opening that is, like a little center game from Aditya Mittal, who continues to play quickly. But Pranav, he's been the man of the match, 2 out of 2.
He has indeed, and he wants to make it 3 out of 3. I think his last move is a clear signal that he is ready to meet the demands of the position. It's opposite side castling. This was actually a Scotch, so kind of the cousin to the center game, and it's a classic question of who will strike first. Bishop to b5 is the last move, developing the bishop and putting the brakes on black's pawn storm. But it's important to indicate, Robert, that a4 is still very much in the picture. This is standard fare to sacrifice a pawn in order to give better prospects for your rook. So should white start the engine on the king side, or should white play more prophylactically with a move like a4? What do you feel about this position?
I feel like I need an engine to figure out what's going on here because h4
Nice
played, that makes sense. g4 is coming sooner or later. And if I'm black, I want to trade pieces. You don't have that much space, right? Look at black's pieces. There's one pawn past your own 3rd rank or the 6th rank here. It's that pawn on a5 that for now can't easily push forward. So I'd be thinking of a move like knight to e5. Just trying to trade those light square bishops because the pieces are stepping on each other's toes. I would love to get my queen up to d7, for example, to connect my rooks and then try to press forward from there. So I think a knight move for black is multi-purpose. 1, you trade bishops when you have less space. 2, you try to get a4 in, and knight e5 has just been played.
And first mistake, listening to Robert Hess. Pranav doesn't know what's good for him. I don't know what to say. Knight e5 is met immediately with a4. Aditya Mittal handling his time well. Is he playing a little bit too fast? I don't think so. I think he just feels very confident in his knowledge of the ideas. Now, it might be counterintuitive, Robert, to push pawns on the side of the board where your king is, but I feel like that is a very important principle to put in the larger context of the position here. a4 doesn't weaken white's king. It makes it a lot harder for black to use his pawns to break through and induce weaknesses. And yeah, pawn on a4 is going to be a weakness, but after bishop takes b5, knight takes b5, how on earth are you ever going to attack it?
I don't have the answer, so instead I'll just shout out Akila for gifting a bunch of subs in the chat. Thank you so much to everybody for your continued support, for your viewership. We appreciate you. We hope you're having fun here. And don't go anywhere because there's an entire extra match after this one. But Danya, in this one, I think that black should, I was going to say swap bishops and then try to move the knight back to d7, the f6 knight. Instead, c6, and will we see b5? Like the d6 pawn is hanging, but Pranav may be saying, I don't care about the quantity of my pawns. I'm just trying to rip open the position. And he says, okay, for now, let's keep it defended, but there might be a b5 move in the near future.
Well, g4 could also be a sucker punch here. Not only is the pawn storm dangerous in and of itself, but the move g5 virtually traps black's knight. h5 will be the only square because the retreating squares are occupied by black's pieces. And then f4 could come with absolutely devastating effect. That's the problem with having the knights in the center like this. They may look good, but they're very susceptible to being attacked. Instead, Aditya takes a slow roll approach. He drops his queen back to d2, insisting on winning this pawn on d6. It's an understandable move, Robert, but maybe it gives black a good opportunity to push b5 and go full tilt on the queen side. Still, obviously a bad position for Pranav. He has to be ultra precise here if he wants to justify the weakness of the d6 pawn.
I think I've tunneled, and I was about to say I've been so focused on b5 that we didn't take into account d5. It has a similar idea, opening up more of the queen side where white's king sits on c1. And also the a4 pawn, you mentioned it before, seems awkward to move a pawn there. If you play e takes d5, we'll just show us very quickly. Knight takes d5, will be the response there. And then after knight takes, pawn takes, if you try to take this pawn on d5, you're going to lose your a4 pawn over there. So that's the downside of pushing a pawn like this in front of your own king. It's going to become vulnerable. You don't have a rook to defend it. So I think that Pranav, he strikes at the exact correct moment, and it's no surprise that Aditya is now slowing down. He's actually probably not liking his position that much anymore.
I think Aditya totally overlooked the move c5. I mean, I did, because we often assume that a weak pawn is immobile. But in fact, one of the best techniques to eradicating a weakness is to essentially give it up on your own terms. Pranav saying, I'm happy to give you the d pawn. You're going to have to give me the a pawn and the c file in return. That's like when I used to play Monopoly with my brother, and he would offer like $200 for Boardwalk and Park Place and 3 other properties. I'd be pretty attracted to the $200. Pranav has just been in excellent form. And Robert, excellent form doesn't always mean you get great positions out of the opening every game. It means you're able to adapt to whatever the position requires of you. And that's exactly what we see Pranav doing here.
Yeah, no, Pranav, he's doing a great job here. And I just want to shout out Tomodachi, gifting some subs in the channel as well. Don't want to miss you. Appreciate you. And I think that right now the Norway Gnomes appreciate Pranav more than anybody else. I mean, the guy is just putting the team on his back, saying, I'll win all my games, and he might lead his team to the postseason. But you need to look and account for all 4 games. So let's get out of here for now. We like the trajectory of this one for Pranav. But Danya, as we look from board to board, in the top left, David Howell, he does have an edge with the pair of bishops. We already looked at that game, so maybe we should zoom into another. But it looks like Elyanov and Amin Tabatabai, a pretty neutral-looking position, both sides with their chances. And then bottom left, Harika and Chelsea. That one's looking interesting to me, Danya, because we have an end game, but that is more complicated than initially meets the eye.
Yeah, and what initially meets the eye is the fact that the players have the exact same type of pieces, right? Bishop and knight and 2 rooks against bishop, knight, and 2 rooks. But piece symmetry does not imply board symmetry. If the pieces are symmetrical, you then look at the pawn structure, and the pawn structure could not be more asymmetrical. White has that typical accelerated dragon advantage in the center, and black has the typical pressure on the queen side. The big question here for Chelsea is whether and when to play the move a4. She starts by pushing the corner pawn on the other side, Harry the h-pawn, advancing to h5, and Frank the f-pawn following suit.
Frank the f-pawn. Haven't heard that one before, but we see that after f5, if you swap pawns on the square, then White has a stronghold over the e6 square and the e file as a whole. Like if you play e takes a5, rook f to e1 next, and what is black exactly going to do? Are you really going to bring your king out to f6? The answer might not be no, but you're not really in the best shape as black. There's going to be an open g file. You can't use it. There's a bishop on e6 taking away the g8 square from a rook. So I feel like I understand the impulse to push that pawn there, and I think it may objectively be a pretty decent idea. But why can't White just slam a knight on d5 now, hoping that black takes it to open up the c file? The bishop on e6 takes away c8, it takes away g8. I just feel like black can't really move that easily.
You can just sense the confidence in Harika's game. She's cooking with some fish oil after her win with the black pieces against Pavel Elyanov and not letting up at all. Rook fe1 is a setup move. You called it. I think knight d5 is coming to a theater near Chelsea. Monica, maybe on the next move, maybe in a couple of moves. White has some improving moves that she could make, king f2 being one of them. You could decide to close up the queen side with a2, a4. Time situation is pretty reasonable for both sides. But yeah, this is a very uncomfortable endgame, both positionally, Robert, in terms of the weak squares, as well as tactically. The king could absolutely get caught in the crossfire if, let's say, a rook lands on e6 sometime in the future.
And Chelsea Monica, she's a fan favorite, and she has a tough position right now, but she did just win that round 2 game against Amin Tabatabai. So she is performing well throughout this season for the Norway Gnomes. You see their lineup. She's got 1 out of 2, the same as their top board, Pavel Elyanov. And Buddy Pranav, I mean, he's leading the way 2 out of 2, but his teammates are all chipping in, including Chelsea. When your board 4 has an even score, I don't care what round it is, that's a great thing for your squad, especially with her rating being 2266. Maybe she's underrated in these quicker time controls, Danya, because she plays in all the Arena Kings and has played so many Blitz tournaments on chess.com. So she's a great player to have. She's going to fight very hard in this one. Her position is worse, but I don't think that bad. So why don't we let these two at it and go to maybe another game, because I'm looking and I see in the bottom right and the top left, we see advantages for the white pieces.
We're going to get a major time scramble in our top board, our battle between David Howell and Arjun Erigaisi. It looks like a very good position for White. He's got the bishop pair. Black's position is riddled with weaknesses. That pawn on e6 in the center is isolated and poorly protected. So David Howell definitely has the upper hand, but Arjun has the upper hand on the clock. I'm also looking at the bottom right. We're getting some clarity in that position. Pieces are getting traded. The queen on d2 is hanging, but there's a pawn sitting on h6. So between those two games, Robert, I'll give you the final say. Where to from here?
Oh my goodness. Let's go back to our top board game just because we haven't tuned in a while. And as you mentioned, time trouble is coming our way. But David Howell has a great position here. Black has this isolated e6 pawn. White has a pair of bishops. White's king is feeling safer. Both kings on the same side of the board. But White just has an extra pawn on that flank. And those knights, where are they going for Black? The c4 square? Guess what? You're not attacking anything. So I just feel like David has a lovely position right now. But I say all that, Danya, and I actually don't know what his plan is. So can you come up with a plan for White before David loses on time?
Well, the concerning thing is that David is having a hard time coming up with a plan. Bishop h3, Robert, is the move that I would play in a bullet game, putting pressure on the e6 pawn. I'm wondering what David, maybe he's deciding between bishop h3 and a move like b3, fully restricting the knight on b6. There we go. b3 is on the board. I can't believe he has 59 seconds after only 19 moves. I mean, that is crazy. But David he's an incredible time scrambler. He never seems to lose his cool. Even when he's got under a minute in a middle game position. Arjun needs to strike the balance right now, Robert, between playing quickly and putting pressure on David's clock, but not treating this like a hyperbolic game, because one more mistake, such as allowing White to get the pawn to e5, could result in immediate disaster.
Yeah, if that pawn goes up to e5, the e4 square vacated for a knight or the light square bishop, and b3, what a calm move from Howell, saying your knight is not hopping forward. The knight on b6 is completely taken out of the game. The pawn on b3 takes away c4. a4 was already covered. The knight can't get to d5. So I feel like these knights are just not hopping to useful squares. And at some moment, the knight on c3 may hop to b5 and just cause Black some issues with some of his weaker pawns. So I do like this position for David Howell. But let's back out of this one because I see what's happening in our board 4 versus board 3 matchup between Aditya Mittal and Pranav. So let's go right to that game. It is getting very problematic for Buddy Pranav.
Well, Pranav has had a dubious position basically all game long. He opened things up in the center, but he's allowed White's pawn to slip into h6. Wait a second. What about queen c3 in this position? Threatening mate? Threatening the knight? Is there a defense to that?
Not
No,
one
there
that
isn't.
I'm easily seeing. So
Queen c3 is almost game over.
But it might also be an only move because in this position, the knight on c4 looks loose. You can't take it because the rook on d1 needs the bishop's defense. So knight c4 is loose there and queen c3 takes advantage of it. And it is in fact played by Aditya Mittal. And look at Pranav's face. He looks like a guy who is not happy to see that move. Don, is he just dropping that knight for free?
He's dropping the knight, and if we rewind to the previous move, knight c4 was understandable because the knight was hanging. I think knight d7 would have afforded him better chances, but after bishop f3, White still has a raging initiative in the center. And on the king side, after knight c4, Pranav, of course, using tactics to eliminate the possibility of bishop takes knight, but queen c3 is a devastating double attack. The bishop will stay on e2 to defend the rook. The queen will capture the knight and defend the bishop. Pranav trying one last-ditch effort to complicate the game. Bishop takes c2 check.
But he's going to go knight e3, and he's going to fork some pieces. And if the queen goes to c3, there's queen g6 with check, and you stop the checkmate. And I'm not saying that Black is going to survive this game, but it's getting messy. And now Aditya Mittal is under 3 minutes, so mistakes do happen when you're low on the clock.
But I think Aditya should invest a minute or so in the next 2 or 3 moves. And he's doing just that, right? He didn't play instantly. He's taking his time to calculate. Queen c3 here, what he has to see is bishop to f3 after queen takes g2. And that, I think, fully shuts down any attempts at muddying the waters.
That's a beautiful move because after queen takes g2, I think most of us are instantly like, queen takes g7, get the queens off the board. That may still be winning for White, but with limited material and Black having 2 pawns for a minor piece, there would be some decent chances to hold. So this one is not looking so good for the Norway Gnomes. And by the way, David Howell had a great position. That's no more. Let's zoom out of here because look at the bottom left. Harika Dranavali against Chelsea Monica. I know people have been rooting for Chelsea. She has so many fans out there. But Harika is such a strong and experienced player for Team MGD1. And if I'm looking at this correctly, Danya, in the bottom boards, MGD1 is winning. And in the top row boards, they're not losing. So they may strike back right now.
Well, one game we haven't talked about, it's been level for a while, but Pavel Ulyanov has slipped a little bit against Amin. He is on the defending side of that heavy piece endgame. I think he should be able to hold a draw, but that's an important game. But I want to get us to the top board. Arjun against Howell has officially reached a crazy time scramble. Robert, Howell has 7.6 seconds, still with almost all of the pieces left on the board.
And he does that. It's something that he would love to work on. I'm the same type of player, whereas I'm always in time trouble. At this position, though, the white king is looking pretty safe. So it's not like he's going to fall victim to some attack. And black could blunder on any turn. If you move the knight back to c6, bishop takes e6, hits you before you know it, and the rook on d5 will be loose. So black is a bit tied down for the moment. Still can't bring the knight back to c6. That's going to be frustrating for Arjun. And bishop g5, you could slide in there with the bishop, play f2 to f4, just try to take some space. I feel like it's hard for black to play here.
Howell just offered a draw, which was immediately and resoundingly declined by Arjun, who senses that this game can turn around at the drop of a hat. As he grabs space on the queen side, Howell trying to reshuffle and re-coordinate his pieces. That bishop on h3 has overstayed its welcome, and so has the rook on d5. I think David is going to drop his queen back to e1, but you're potentially walking into knight c2. Crazy tactics here, no time to calculate it.
And the pawn
Knight
a5
f3?
is hanging. With queen takes a5, is that possible? Or is there attack? Knight takes b3?
Knight takes b3, rook d7.
Queen d8 maybe. Or queen d8.
Oh my
as well.
God, Robert, at the end of that line, queen d1 was not checkmate because it could be blocked. He pushes his pawn down. I think black has the better practical chances at this point.
But both sides now in time trouble. I think that with an extra pawn and that blockaded c pawn, queen takes d8 for sure.
Oh, instead he takes the rook. Oh, but now Arjun can take on e5, but he keeps the queens on the board. Arjun is still playing for a win. Bishop takes e5.
And that knight will be so much better than the light square bishop. This is really tough for David in mutual time trouble.
David trying to play conservatively, but he's lost control of the game, and he doesn't have any perpetuals. The knight blocks the check. Here goes the c pawn. David might have to push that a pawn as fast as its legs will carry it. Let's see who wins the race. Bishop b4 could come to the rescue.
But the f2 pawn is loose. You do not want to blunder that one. He goes queen c5 to protect it. Good move by David Howell. Queen d2 looks very scary, but it's bishop e4 saving the day.
Only move. You can take on a2 instead. He tickles the bishop. The bishop doesn't have a lot of squares on this diagonal. Bishop b1 might be the only move here. 1 second on the clock. Instead, he drops the queen back.
It almost looks losing. Queen takes e3, knight f5. You win the e3 pawn, but the a pawn
Here goes
is
the a
very
pawn.
fast.
White is
my
winning.
gosh!
Black can't stop the
gosh.
pawn. Oh my gosh!
You can't.
A6 and a7.
You can get the knight b6 and you play a7, then run your king over very quickly. So this is why white is winning. The king comes back. But look, h pawn. Do not leave yourself. You have to do something
Take it.
and not allow this capture. And you can't promote yet. I think white is still winning because you just don't promote your pawn.
You never promote it. You don't have to promote it. You go king d3, take c3, and you basically chase the knight off of b6. The corner pawn is the worst. The knight is the worst at stopping these corner pawns. Bishop f3 also picks up the other pawn, Robert. This is now completely winning. This was incredible composure by David Howell. Arjun, he's still trying, but the a pawn is going to decide the game.
Yeah, just move your bishop to safety. Bring your king up the board. The black king too far away. That allows the black king back with a tempo, right? King f6 will hit the bishop, so you have to be very, very careful here. What? Wait. What's he doing?
I still think it's winning. No, now it's a draw. Bishop g2 was the move that let it slip.
Because the king gets a c5 now, right? And the white king can't get in.
The white king had to reach b4 with black's king on d6. Oh, what a move. Oh, that is badass.
Yeah, that is such a nice draw there by Arjun Erigaisi. He finds a way by giving up his knight, clearing the square. But let's just go back very quickly because it is instructive.
Yeah.
Well, we'll show it later. Right now, there still are other games. And Harika Dronavali winning in the bottom left. Officially wins the game. And the top right, Amin Tabatabai is suddenly winning.
Oh, he's winning.
Pavel Ulyanov. The MGD1 may take this round 3.5 to half.
This is unbelievable. Rook to e5 is the last move. It cuts the white king on the f-file. Robert, that d-pawn, the red carpet is unrolled. This is completely winning. White is not fast enough to win the g-pawn. All Ulyanov can do is try the back rank checks, but the king is going to use the pawn as a shield, as an umbrella, and on the pawn goes. This is completely and utterly winning. No chances here.
No,
oh, my lands. What are we seeing here?
We're going to see a tied match is what we're going to see. The rook on e5 is untouchable. The black pawn will press forward. This will be a win for Amin Tabatabai. So I think we're pretty clear on this one. Eliana might even resign soon. Let's zoom out of this one just because I feel like this one's in the bag. It's going to build a bridge in the top right, and he's going to win the game. But look in the bottom right. That has just been a crazy game.
Whoa.
And it remains crazy. White is up a piece, both sides with not the safest kings in the world. What's the material count? And by the way, Amin Tabatabai did officially win the game there. But what's the material here?
Well, White's up a piece for 2 pawns. Somehow, though, Pranav has not only gotten Aditya Mittal low on the clock, but he's very much kept himself in the game. There goes the 3rd pawn for the piece. Black's king is the safest it has been in a long time. It's still not safe, and he's blundered a fork with knight d3. Aditya missed it, but he has knight d3 on the next move, I think. Knight d3.
The bishop on h5 is hanging, but what is there some kind of tactic somewhere? I guess
I think there was queen d4 in response, hitting the rook.
Very important saving grace. And now rook f2 for black. Maybe black could actually win this game.
Absolutely. Oh, apologize for that. Queen h2 is the last move. Rook h4 would force the rook trade.
Yeah, and no, the black king is very safe now. And look at the extra pawns. 3 pawns for the bishop. And the problem for black is that you can't keep pushing the pawns, right? If you push the b pawn, a4 is loose. The h pawn can't get going. And so I feel like this should be a draw with best play. But with White's king probably being the safer of the two with the extra minor piece, that could be trouble for black in the long run.
Pranav would be more than happy with the draw here. That would maintain the lead for the Norway Gnomes. Both players might be playing for the win at the same time, but Aditya has built up a nice construction on the queen side. Knight e5 loses the knight to queen e1 check. I would play king a2 and tuck that king away so that the knight has greater mobility. Instead, he's going hither and thither with his queen. Pranav opening up the queen side, Robert. I don't know about that.
But
Probably
you know
a
what was
draw.
missed there? Instead of taking on a3, White had bishop b3, getting the bishop in touch with the f7 pawn. He does it now, but it's a little bit too late because black isn't in great defensive posture. If the queens come off, of course, black is never losing this game. And look at this, now using the h pawn as a weapon.
I know it sounds crazy, but Aditya has to be very careful here. It's easy to walk into a fork, lose a minor piece. It's easy to let this h-pawn slip. Maybe he should have traded queens and acquiesced to the draw, but boy, was he completely winning. He's still trying to muddy the waters. Queen g5 and h2. And who's playing for the win here? Watch out for knight f4. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the king on g7 is very safe. I would just trade the queens. Maybe the match situation, up a point, just play for that, and that is what has happened. So black can no longer lose. A draw has been offered by Buddy Pranav and agreed to.
My
so
gosh.
This was crazy. But, Danya, I do think it's most instructive if we go back to that Howell Arjun Aragaisi game because I think people can learn a lot from it. We will pull it up here. White was winning, but it wasn't very clear because it took a long journey. So if you just drop the bishop back, that was fine. And if the white king goes up to c3, king d6, king b4, right? You get there first. If the king goes to c6, you have bishop to back to g2 check to make sure it doesn't get to b7. And then after king c7, you go king b5.
Beautiful
and unfortunately
position.
for black, you are lost now because if you move your knight, the pawn promotes. If you move the king, you drop your knight. You have no good moves. It is Zugzwang. White wins this position.
And the same would go after king to c7. Bishop g2 isn't to check here. It doesn't matter. There is a force field around the b7 square. King b5 really illustrates after a move like bishop f3. We love these types of moves, Robert. Just a waiting move inducing Zugzwang. The domination that the bishop can exert over the knight and the utter incompetence that the knight displays when there is a corner pawn on the 7th rank. Can we blame David for instead fianchettoing his bishop? First, we absolutely cannot. It's so easy to forget why the c5 square is important. And it's important because it opens up an avenue to the a7 pawn, a big save for Arjun Aragaisi. But MGD1 is right back in this match.
They are, because Harika Dranavali can't stop, won't stop. Since allowing her opponent to draw in game 1, she has won 2 in a row. She takes on Chelsea Monica. She did have a better position throughout that one. Amin Tabatabai, he has stopped the bleeding in a huge way by taking down Super Grandmaster Pavel Elyanov. So with draws on the other boards, Danya, we're in a spot where we see a 1-point differential between these two squads. It was 3, now it's trimmed to 1. We're going to have an exciting last round.
We will indeed. MGD1 could not have asked for a better third round. I mean, they could. Obviously, Aditya Mittal was completely winning. You could see the exasperation on his face as he leaned back in his chair in frustration. He did not pull out the win, but it's not the end of the world. It's only a 1-point game, and this is what the PCL is all about. Who has the better nerves, Robert? Who can display the better play in the final round? This is going to be awesome.
It certainly will be, with playoff qualification on the line. Both teams certainly nervous. This has been a pretty back-and-forth matchup. We'll see. Can MGD1 complete the comeback? But first, we take this break, and when we return, it is the fourth and final round of action here in this Pro Chess League matchup.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
In this video series, I cover the entire 1e4, 1e5 spectrum, so all the openings that arises after our 1e4.
I have had a lot of experience in this. I've played several games of prominence. I had a game against Levon Aronian from the World Team Championship. I also had a game from Gibraltar against Marcus Rager, which is the game that I'm going to show here.
The key here, when this happens, when your opponent finds the resource of playing f4, or you reach this position in your calculations, don't panic.
And there's the board one for Team MGD1, repping his sponsor Quantbox. That is Arjun Aragaisi, the 2700 plus superstar. Now, Danya, it hasn't been his best day. He lost a game. He only has 1.5 out of 3, but He got a very critical half point in the previous round as he goes on to take Pavel Elyanov here in the last one.
Indeed, everybody has their good days, but the real MVPs are defined by their performance when their form isn't the best. And Arjun showing that he is willing to fight through his subpar form and deliver critical points. He's currently on 50%. A win would go such a long way toward ensuring an MGD1 comeback. They are down by 1 point. You need 8.5 points to win the match. So a 2-2 tie would result in a victory and a playoff qualification for the Norway Gnomes, who need Pranov to continue his MVP run as he faces Dronavali Haruka, a Dronavali Haruka who is on fire after scoring 2 incredibly important straight wins.
And both of those players on board 3, we're circling that matchup. Normally, we're like hyping up the top boards, but board 3 for both teams has 2.5 out of 3. That is an unbelievable score no matter what board you are on. These two players with their 2,500 rating playing like the 2,700s that we know they're capable of in smaller sample sizes, right? Over the long stretch, you expect the stronger players to make their presence felt, but right now it's been all about board 3. But as we head into the fourth and final round, we start at board 1. Arjun Erigaisi, 1.5 out of 3. Pavel Elyanov, just 1 out of 3. And we know how strong he is. We know how solid of a chess player he is. But he can't get himself in time trouble against Arjun Erigaisi.
I love this. We're seeing a Jabava London, which is one of my favorite openings. And Pavel responding with an ultra-solid system, playing an early e6. Of course, knight b5, Robert, is not dirty Bush League tactics. It is actually a positional move. You are forcing Black's knight to occupy a very passive square, and rejoining society is very hard for this knight. You often see it move back to c7, but from c7 it hits a dead end because all of the juicy squares are occupied by pawns. I actually think this particular line is, practically speaking, very, very comfortable for white.
I like it. And bishop b4, it's a classy move showing understanding. Bishop takes a6 probably would scare a lot of people. But when you say pawn structure is overrated, I don't know who said that before. I don't know, who's let us know that that's the case. But pawn structure is not always the most important thing. Black has a pair of bishops, rapid development instead of moving the same piece over and over again. So, Danya, you have a lot of experience in this opening. Do you like what Pavel is doing, or do you think Arjun has a small opening plus?
Well, I think it all boils down to whether or not this is still Arjun's prep, because knight e4 is a very menacing move. Pavel threatens to win everything on the queen side. The automatic response would be queen d3, but I actually don't think that's the right way to handle the position. I think what we're seeing from Arjun is the right way to handle it. He simply castles. He says, you want a pawn? Hey, go take my pawn. What does white get in return for that pawn? Let's quickly bring up the analysis board. If Pavel takes with the knight and the bishop, after rook b1, look at the queen side. Black's rook frozen. The bishop frozen. The bishop on c3 vulnerable. Queen d3, knight g5 coming in. White's got advantages on all 3 parts of the board. If Pavel takes first with the bishop and then with the knight, that provides very little relief. After queen d3, the knight has to move away. And White's dominance over the dark squares gives him overwhelming compensation after something like c4. Love the way that Arjun has handled the opening. And he's clearly still in his comfort zone and probably still in his preparation.
Yes, and we see that Pavel Elyanov, he is down over a minute on the clock at the moment, thinking, do I grab this pawn on c3, as Donnie was just highlighting? And White gets very rapid play. And look at it. Those double A pawns. Are you really up a pawn? That's the big question. And I like what Pavel did. I have to say, he took once because that knight was no longer pinned after White castled and left it there. If you spend time defending it with a move like queen to d3, then Black can even make the move pawn to a5 and try to develop the bishop via a6. Give my bishop that new diagonal because the pawn on e6 is blocking its initial path. So let's create a new one for it.
Well, that's definitely going to be the X factor in this position. Can Black find suitable arrangement for the light squared bishop, either through a6? I also highlighted the move c5, which could open up a secondary developing square or a pathway through d7 to b5. If Black solves the problem of his bishop, not only will he fully equalize, he might even be contending for an advantage. So the next couple of moves in this game are going to be important, but I think we should leave Arjun to contemplate this very important next move, because all 4 games have been started, and all of them are in very combative territory. Even the
top,
Berlin endgame.
Yeah, I was going to say top right is a Berlin endgame, which we'll see how that one goes. Bottom right just getting started. Let's go immediately to the bottom left between Pranav and Harika, because that position is one I certainly have never seen before, and it's a fun one. Look at this pawn structure. Black with these double isolated B pawns. White somehow with a pawn on F6. Clearly took a knight over there. Danya, I think we should go back and see how we got here.
I'm totally on the same page. This got out of control really, really quickly. It was a hyper-accelerated dragon, the drawback of which is this move queen takes d4, an additional line that you don't allow if you play knight to c6. Then, of course, you allow the Rosalimo. So this is standard fare, but bishop b5 I have never seen before, Robert. I'm pretty sure that e5 is standard fare. Bishop b5 takes the sting out of knight c6, but a6 is met with e5, and here we go. Buckle your seatbelts. ef, knight to c6, kicking the queen away. And e takes f6 would ruin black's pawn structure and open up the e-file. Harika instead goes b4. What a level-headed move, Robert, to restrict the development of the knight. She says, take my pawn on e7. You will only be helping me develop. Pranav castles, and e6 highlights the fact that the f6 pawn could be more of a weakness than it is a strength. It cannot be defended because bishop g5 is obviously met with h6 and g5.
Based on time consumption, this wasn't some kind of overwhelming preparation from Pranav. He's like, I have an interesting idea, but now he's out of book. That's good news for Harika. And we've been praising Pranav. He deserves it. I don't think we've given Harika the attention she deserves. She's 2.5 out of 3 against this crazy strong Norway Gnomes lineup. She beat Super GM Pavel Elyanov. She beat Chelsea Monica. She almost took down. Remember that king and pawn endgame against David Howell? So Harika Dronavali is pretty much the sole reason that MGD1 has a chance. You look at their team scores. She's outscoring everybody on her own roster, and she, along with Pranav, have the high scores of the day. So, Danya, now into this specific position after the move c4. Queen takes f6. It snags a pawn, but I think what white is going for is rapid development with a knight d2 to e4, a bishop coming to g5. The Swiss cheese formation for black on the dark squares will be a problem.
It will absolutely be a problem, and so Harika not taking on f6 immediately. But what are the other candidate moves? I don't really see anything appealing other than queen takes f6. I mean, you're going to have to take this pawn eventually. You cannot let it sit on f6 and expect to be safe after you castle. So maybe bishop c5 to accelerate the development is an option, but the knight would come into e4, and that bishop would only add more fuel to the fire. So I think Dronavali should take on f6 quickly and focus on bringing her bishop out castling while keeping the dark squares as protected as possible. There she goes.
Yeah, she takes on f6, knight d2 very quick. We saw a featured chat from Greg Shahadi saying this is pretty much all theory, but basically black should be fine. Now, that's good when you have the engines, you're pressing the space bar, getting through the evaluation of the moves, but in an over-the-board setting or an online team tournament, it's not easy to figure out what to do here because knight e4 is happening, the d6 square is vulnerable, the f6 square is also vulnerable, so Harika has her work cut out for her. I think she'll probably put her bishop on e7 and then tuck her queen back to g7, feed Kettering the queen. It's awkward, but it does cover all of the dark squares that are vulnerable.
You could even follow up with a move like f7, f5. Whether or not white's knight is on e4, you either chase the knight away or you control the e4 square. And if you castle kingside, you bring all hands on deck in terms of guarding that all-important f6 square. No question in my mind that white's compensation is insufficient objectively, but Harika is going to have to take some time to navigate the complexities in the next couple of moves that could send her into time pressure. So I think that Pranav has gotten the type of position that he likes. Very dynamic and long-term attacking chances. I would not put too much stock into the eval bar here.
I'm with you, and I won't, but let's head away from this one as Harika trying to figure this out. Let's go to board 4, because, Danya, it's not the first time today we've seen this from Chelsea Monica. In the first game against Arjun Erigaisi, she threw her pawns up the king side, and it backfired. Here in the 4th round, playing against Aditya Mittal, Aditya didn't win against Pranav, but he was ever so close. Look at this position. The knight on f5, it can't be kicked, because white's best move might be putting that pawn back to g3. Like, come on, let's get that one back there.
Yeah, that would change the landscape of the position completely. This knight is a bone in white's throat. It is white's kingside pawn progress has just ground to a complete and shuddering halt. If we rewind a couple of moves, I think Chelsea has made a similar mistake to her game against Arjun Erigaisi. She sacrifices a pawn with e5, which is interesting because that allows white to jumpstart a kingside attack. But Robert, there's no supporting cast. You know, the actors have not arrived to the set. White has no other pieces on the king side, and the pawns alone are not all that menacing. G5, the knight drops back to G8. What a mature positional move as the knight reroutes to this golden F5 square. And by the time Chelsea brings her pieces out, it's too late, and the king side has completely fizzled out. It actually took me a while to realize that white is down a pawn. That is one of white's biggest problems here.
I didn't notice that at first, and I think that her opening choice was not suitable for her style because she had a closed position before she played e5, so she opened it up voluntarily, but now it comes at the cost of a pawn. So I actually think this was not a good choice for her style. She's such a great player, and if she loves dynamism, it wasn't the opening to get that type of position. So this is good news for MGD1. Aditya Mittal, he is up a pawn. You can sense it, right? He knows that he's got a good position, but she's going to try to create maximum chaos. She sees knight h4. You can have that bishop on g2. That's not important. The knight on e4 is a stable blockader in the center. b4 is coming. Let's try to pry open some files. So why don't we leave these two to it? We know MGD1 has an advantage on this board, and if that's the case, then they might be able to even up the score. So where else do we see interesting games? We haven't gone to the top right because of Berlin. Danya, I don't know if you want to look at it, but it is a Berlin defense. We have a queenless position. David Howell, actually surprisingly, up 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it took me a second to just, just confirm the fact in my head. David has 7 minutes and white has 5. Amin has had an up and down, mostly a down PCL run, but scoring such an important victory with black over Elyanov in the last round. I vote we take a quick look at that Berlin endgame to see who is pressing for the win, if anybody, or is the position completely dead and equal as it usually is in the Berlin endgame. Robert, I actually think that is the more accurate characterization. This seems completely equal. Whether or not the rooks come off the board, rook a8 or bishop d5, might lead to some sort of a repetition or a quick bailout. Do you think there's any life left in this endgame?
Yeah, I think what you're saying, bishop d5, knight back to c3, bishop back to e6, knight back to e4, we could see a repetition of sorts. But one of the big questions that David Howell is trying to work out is rook to d8. If all the rooks come off the board, right, if we just get a clear exchange of rooks down the d-file, is black going to hold that endgame? And why do I frame it like that? Black has these doubled c-pawns, which means it's hard to create a pass pawn, and white has an extra pawn when you cut the board in half. That said, the pawn on e5 sticks out like a sore thumb because it doesn't have a pawn defending it. So if black can remove the defender with an eventual bishop d5, then perhaps white is the one who's in some trouble. So I like the decision from Howell. Some of the queenside pawns will be a bit vulnerable. He can push his own queenside pawns, and black actually is apparently with the edge in the endgame.
Yeah, I think Amin has sleptwalked into a very, very nasty endgame. You called it. The pawn on e5 is a problem. The pawn on a2 is also a problem because with the rooks off the board, you can trap the bishop with b3, but the bishop can evacuate through b1. Knight c5 right there was the only move that avoided losing the game. And I think David can actually drop his bishop back to c8, play b6 to chase the knight away. He can also drive a wedge into the queen side with c5 and then redeploy the bishop either on b7 or back to e6. He's having all of the fun in this endgame, Robert. The knights are just kind of powerlessly waltzing around the board, but they've got no footholds, and obviously the knight on f3 will have to stay tied down to the pawn for the foreseeable future.
And David needs to make a quick move. Bishop c8 is obvious to him. He knows he can safely retreat, then play b6, king e7, maybe even bring the king up to attack the pawn e5. But this is a moment where, as such a great blitz player as he is, he needs to know that you should play for the clock. Use the clock as a weapon. James Canty likes to say, the clock is a piece, so use that piece. And I think that David could have made that move in 4 seconds. Instead, he played it in 41 seconds, and he allowed Amin the time to think. All that said, Danya, with b6 happening, I'm not sure where that knight's going to go. If you go back to e4, the bishop comes out to f5, hitting the knight on e4 and the pawn on c2 behind it. I really like David's chances in this endgame, ahead on the clock and with the better position. So that's good news for the Gnomes.
Good news for the Gnomes, and good news for MGD1 on the bottom board. If we could swing back to the bird's eye view, Aditya Mittal is extending his advantage over Chelsea Monaco, who's playing some beautiful moves, but unfortunately she is running out of gas. She sacked a bishop on a5, now delivering a discover check on f6. But when all is said and done, Black will have two incredibly dominant minor pieces for the rook. So you can basically, Robert, score that one for MGD1. Vital is completely winning it materially and positionally.
Yeah, I just think that for Chelsea, like, she just needed to play a different opening because she just started playing all these fiery moves in a position that didn't call for it. And you can see in the bottom right, she has just a rook and her opponent has two minor pieces and more pawns. That's bad for the Gnomes. Also bad for the Gnomes. The top left, Danya.
Yeah.
Arjun Erigaisi just brought his knight into b7. And if you look at the material, you would say, I can count, right? Black has 7 pawns, white has 6. Up a pawn, that's good news. But look at your pawns on the A file. You might drop both of them. There's a pass C pawn for white. It's firmly blockaded by all of Black's forces. But knight D6 was a crushing threat. And what's going on here?
Pavel is getting crushed here. I mean, he's getting crushed positionally. And Arjun could bring the knight around to D6. It's not a fork anymore, but the queen just doesn't have a lot of comfortable squares. And if Pavel drops the queen on H5, Robert, queen to B7 could be absolutely devastating. Look at those minor pieces. They are sitting ducks without the support of the queen. Talk about sitting ducks. White could also gobble up some A-pawns. Arjun's style move would be just rook takes A6, keep the tension, keep all of the advantages of the position. And there we go.
Oh, this one is looking just so promising for Arjun Erigaisi. I would be very surprised, especially as he drops down to 3 minutes, if Pavel Elyanov is able to survive this. White has simple moves. White has elegant moves, but the A7 pawn is blunted, is blockaded. You're probably going to be able to win that. The C pawn can be stopped, but that knight can always drop back to D6 if it ever feels like it's in any danger. So, yeah, this is really good for Team MGD1. And another board that's good for MGD1 as we hop out of here, because every game is of equal importance. Look in the bottom left. Pranav, he played an enterprising opening, but the hero for MGD1, the MVP, Harika Dronavali, she continues to play good moves. Now, Danya, I see the eval bar. I'm going to push back against it a little bit because Black's king is in the center. Black's bishop on c8 is not developed and can't even move on this turn. The rook on e8 not helping out in the middle of the board either. So Black is a pawn ahead and has the bishop pair, but is behind in development. And rook e5 in some positions already looks like a pretty scary threat.
I could not agree more. I think this is a complete 50-50 position. Both sides have their attacking chances. Right now, White has to deal with the threat of rook e5. There are two main ways to do that. You could play the move d6 to control that square, or you could play b6, which I like a little bit more, to take the sting out of the move rook e5 so that the bishop is protected. Arika plays a third move. She plays f6, but obviously, Robert, that weakens the king side tremendously. You have your eyebrows raised. I don't think you like this move, and neither do I.
I just wasn't expecting it. I mean, I was thinking d6 perhaps, some other moves like that, but f6, maybe it makes sense, right? You're just taking away the e5 square. You're protecting g5, which was under attack from 3 of White's pieces. And if I'm Pranav here, I'm playing bishop e3 and I'm doing it quickly. I'm just trying to take over all of the dark squares if I can. I am a little bit worried about some back rank ideas in certain positions. You have to keep an eye out for that. But I think that bishop e3 taking the dark squares is a good start.
There's a hilarious tactic if we could pull up an analysis board. Bishop e3. After bishop takes e3, it's a big decision. Fe is actually very interesting to open up an avenue to accessing the f-pawn. After rook takes e3, I can't resist showing rook takes a2. Well, the eval bar didn't change. Maybe this move. The problem is that Black's queen gets stranded on the queen side, and White could exploit that to dive into c7. Here, I would take White any day of the week, including Friday. So Harika's work is cut out for her, especially after bishop e3 has been played on the board. Oh, man, we are in for a barn burner of a time scramble here, Robert.
We are, and I just have to, I'm sorry to keep doing this, but every single game is of equal importance for the scoreboard. Let's go. Look at the top left of our screen here. All of a sudden, Pavel Elyanov, he's equalized the position, but that's dynamic equality. We don't talk about this in terms of a draw. Both sides have chances because Pavel has pushed his H-pawn, is going for an attack. So maybe we should dive back into that one. This position, bishop going into d6, maybe knight h4, threaten checkmate in 1, and try to take over the light squares.
And we could get a repetition there. Bishop can drop back to g3, knight f5, etc. Arjun ended up losing the plot on the queen side. He dilly-dallied a little bit too long and allowed Pavel to increase the intensity of his kingside pressure. Rook to f7 is Pavel's choice. The eval bar is not a fan of this move. I think knight h4 was called for. This gives Arjun a crucial tempo, but what is he going to use this tempo to do? How does he patch things up on the king side? King h1 would be very much Arjun's style type of move, but maybe there's something better.
It's actually quite surprising because is Eliana playing for a win of some sort? I mean, knight h4, if we bring up an analysis board very quickly, the rook was under attack on f8, but if you play knight h4, you're threatening checkmate in 1. And either you bring your bishop back to stop it, in which case you go knight f5, you repeat the position, that's great. But if you play g3, oh my goodness. I mean, knight f3 check, the queen's going in the light squares. You might even just find yourself checkmated in a few moves. So I don't believe in that type of move. I think bishop g3 was forced. And, well, maybe Elyanov, looking at the eval bar now, after Arjun's last move, maybe he really does believe in his chances because queen went back to e1. And, Danya, there's an argument for knight h4 in the near future, or right now.
He's played it. Bishop g3, knight f5. I think Pavel is fine with the repetition here. So maybe he didn't like the look of g3, but Arjun, he keeps backpedaling. Will he go for the repetition? Something tells me he's going to go for the win, and he does. And he does it with the move f3. Very counterintuitive looking, Robert, but I think one idea, the main idea, is to prevent h4. That's why he put the queen on e1. What a forward-thinking decision by Arjun. Incidentally, he moved backward, but a forward-thinking move nonetheless.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one between these two. I'm not even sure. I see the eval bar. It's going up, just slightly better for white, but it's a messy position as the bishop gets out to b5. So finally, some activity, some life for Pavel's pieces. But we do have to back out of here because I'm seeing some action on other boards, and we're going to have to try as best as we can to go around the horn. Look in the top right. David Howell in time trouble, but if I'm counting correctly, he is up a pawn with the black pieces. So that one could go the Gnomes' way.
It absolutely could. He has a 4-on-2 on the queen side. Now, yes, this pawn structure there is crippled with the doubled c-pawns. It's harder than usual to create a passed pawn. And the second asset for white is his king position, the king on g5, attacking the pawn on h5. I mean, trying to get a 4-on-2 of his own. But right now, that knight on b5 has to make a decision. Does he go for it and grab a7? No, he goes back to c3. Plummeting is the eval bar. In goes David Howell's king. He is winning.
But, okay, we need an analysis very, very quickly to show what should have happened because I don't blame Amin Tabatabai. He should have taken on a7. But who makes that move when your knight gets trapped? After c6, king takes h5. You just see the king walking over, and it should be a win of a piece and a win of a game. But I guess white has compensation because of his past h-pawn, and things like that will happen, f5, h5, and so on. So it's way, way too complicated for a blitz scramble. So I don't blame him, but his teammates aren't going to be happy with him if he loses this game. And if we go to the live position, Danya, completely losing at this point.
Yeah.
Black has everything defended. Now the queenside pawns start rolling, and the king for black will enter via d5 in the near future.
Light square domination on both sides of the board. The knight is also dominated, and David instantly playing a5. There's really nothing to calculate here. Black can close his eyes, play c4, b5, b4, create a pass pawn. White has not even an iota, not a scintilla of counterplay on the king side. You can play g4, big deal. Black just takes on g4. Nothing that white can do. This is resignable.
Wow, this one looks winning for the Gnomes, and if they get 2 wins, they win the match. Let's go to our bird's eye view, because look at this, Donna. In the bottom left, Buddy Pranav is suddenly sky-high evaluation. Oh, but the last move, Queen H5, apparently a mistake. Everyone is in time trouble in these matches. By the way, top left, Pavel Elyanov. Yeah, he's in his
suddenly winning,
where he's up a pawn.
He has great winning chances there, and basically no risk. He's got that passed and extra a-pawn. Arjun Erigaisi has been losing the thread of that game for a while, but they're in a time scramble, and with the knights on the board, absolutely anything can happen. Let's go back to the Pranav game, because the eval bar has shot up once again. I think Harika, with 30 seconds, is just not able to keep control over the game. E6 is collapsing. Her whole position, Robert, is on the verge of collapse here.
It is, but she's holding steady. I mean, that's crazy to say.
Move.
I mean, look at this. She's just protecting e6. The rook on g6 is great because not only does it defend e6, but through the pawn on g5, it aims at the g2 pawn. Don't forget about the bishop on c6 helping out here. I feel like this one's anyone's game, and this is an important one for MGD1 because on board 4, we know Aditya Mittal is winning. They need to hold and win on some other boards because David Howell, now he's completely winning in that one. So we're going to stay here for a little bit until something needs to be analyzed. From the top right, we see finally a win for Aditya Mittal. That was a long time coming. But in the top right, David Howell getting the job done in this end game. He is up a pawn, and it's a passer. And in the bottom left, it looks like all of a sudden Harika's winning.
Pranav blundered. Let's go back to that.
Wait, no, she blundered.
Harika blundered her in turn.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, she blundered her queen. Oh my gosh, bishop takes g2 was game over.
Oh, rook takes g2 was... Oh, it's a terrible blunder.
So this position, Robert, queen takes c4 check, I apologize. That was the winning move. That was all she had to do to get the queen out of the range of the knight. Then you take the queen. She forgot to play the move. She saw it. She forgot to take the plunge. Instead, she took on e8 immediately and blundered her queen back. No way.
Oh my gosh. And now it is winning for white. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because that was a tragic blunder for MGD1.
Elyanov draw.
As we just see it, Elyanov drew. David Howell wins in the top right. You see the black
king
be a
tie.
Has entered. The pawn goes forward. No, it is not going to be a tie. It's going to be a win for the Gnomes.
The Gnomes, I apologize.
Oh my God. MGD1, if Harika had found that, she would have won. But now she is lost. It is heartbreaking for her. She resigns. And Buddy Pranav gets it done. He seals victory for the Norway Gnomes. Maybe it wasn't the game that he wanted, but it is the game that he had. And he had the match of his life.
He has been all smiles today, Robert. And the last two games might have been the most impressive. He was dead in the water against Aditya Mittal. He drew. He was dead in the water for one move against Harika. Yes, good players are lucky. More fist pumping and smiling. He deserves it. Harika Dronovali is going to take a while to live that down. One move stood between Team MGD1 and a tiebreaker, but it was not meant to be. In the Norway Gnomes, they stick and they keep their lead after round one by the hair on their chinny chin chin. Thanks to the efforts of Pranav, they get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I have to say that Aditya Mittal taking down Chelsea Monica, that was never really up for debate in the early stages. He's a 200-plus point rating lead against her, and the position was in his favor. But the rest of the boards were topsy-turvy. Arjun Erigaisi had his chances. Then Pavel Elyanov had the same. That game finishes a draw. David Howell wins a Berlin endgame. Danya was like, no, please don't show me that. And David says, I will show you. The Team MGD1, he gets the win. And finally, last but certainly not least, maybe first and foremost, Pranav gets a win. Harika, unfortunately for her, she had a tactical shot that won her the game. She messes up a move order. She goes down, and that is the difference in this matchup as the Norway Gnomes win 9-7 thanks to their boards 2 and 3. Buddy Pranav underrated. David Howell showing why his rating has crossed 2,700. And then on the other side, Danya, Harika Dronovali, she led the way, but just when she had that win in her sights, she let it slip in time trouble.
Well, rare is the occasion when your board one scores under 50% and the rest of your teammates carry and pick up the slack. This is what we love about the PCL. Every game matters for exactly 1 point. Chelsea Monica, she scored the upset that she needed. She defeated Amin Tabarabay. That was one of the key differences in this match. Pavel Elyanov did what he had to do. He held Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces in the last game. So it wasn't that everybody played well. Nobody played as well as Pranav, Robert, but everybody delivered at the right moment. Even Chelsea and Pavel, who were struggling, they got half a point, a full point at exactly the right moment, and they propel this incredible Norway Gnomes team, a well-assembled team with no weak spots, into the playoffs. A very well-deserved trip to the playoffs indeed.
And it's the beauty of the Pro Chess League, because typically we see the Super GMs playing each other in round-robin tournaments of the same cast, and then we see maybe a bunch of draws, a few wins here and there. In the Pro Chess League, we see that some of the best players in the world don't quite have the 2,700 rating, but they can take down their opposition, and that is what Pranav did. That's what the Norway Gnomes were able to accomplish, including, as you said, Chelsea Monica. She had a rough round 4 game against board 4, but she got a huge win over Amin Tabarabay earlier, and now we see it. A 5th team has stamped their ticket into the playoffs. The Norway Gnomes joined the Levitov Chess Wizards and the Shanghai Tigers from this week's action, and a week ago, the Indian Yogis and the Gotham Knights were able to secure that playoff spot, while Team MGD1, they dropped to 2-2, and well, Danya, I mean, it's a shame for them, it's sad, but they will still have their chances next week.
They absolutely will, and that is the big bright spot. as I said at the start of this match, all of these teams at the top that have won 2 matches have excellent rosters. They don't have any obvious weaknesses. So really it comes down to the form of the players. I mean, Tabatabai had a very rough week, but I think the captain, I think he might believe in Amin to redeem himself next week. And that is one of the key narratives that we watch in the PCL. Who is able to redeem themselves week after week? Who is able to use their bad performances as motivational fuel? And there will have to be plenty of motivational fuel, Robert, to go around in this next match, because one of the 2 teams that will be featured next is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, no, it's a tough spot for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the St. Louis Archbishops. Both teams, they have some great players on the roster, but they have 2 losses to their names, and they cannot afford a third. So that is the match that we will see next. It promises to be hopefully just as exciting as the one we just saw. So we have great action, and it's unfortunate that some teams have been eliminated, but the players, you will see them once again, because while their regular season has come to a close for those teams that have had 3 losses, there will be the Arena Royale. It's been difficult to watch so many great teams get eliminated from the main season these past few weeks. Even the teams with a losing record have exhibited incredible play all season long. So, to celebrate all of the talent in this year's PCL, we're hosting an Arena Royale on March 24th. All 16 teams are eligible to play, with up to 10 players competing from each team. It's going to be an epic showcase of this season's superstars. Some looking to redeem themselves, some looking to cement their legacy, all going to have a good time. You do not want to miss this. Use the command Royale in chat for all the details. And Danya, before we head to break and go to our second match, I got to ask you, will you be playing in the Arena Royale?
I will absolutely be playing in the Arena Royale. My team is out, but that does not mean that we can't do a little encore performance. Arena Royale is such a nice addition to the full slate of PCL action. I have marked it on my calendar. I will wake up in time, Robert, and I can't wait for March 24th. Going to be a super exciting addition to what has already been an epic PCL regular season.
Can't wait to see that slugfest between all the players. But first, we will have to go to break and then come back for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps against the St. Louis Archbishops. It's Friday. You're not working anyway. Keep watching the Pro Chess League. We will be right back.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness.
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter. This might be deadly for the Unicorn's chances right here. Look at that, and just like that, the fist pump from Bortnick. Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. Magnus shakes his head, it's over. Wow. Magnus loses his second game of the entire PCL season. Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion. Boom! No, you don't have any time! No, oh no! My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone. And Darius is...
Did you see Lenderman, by the way? He gave him the, what are you doing face.
Yeah, you're like, that was not your best move.
Hello, everybody. The teams are changing, but your commentators are not. I'm still Grandmaster Robert Hess, and he is still Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, a pretty epic first match of the day between MGD1 and the Norway Gnomes. But now we're set for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the St. Louis Archbishops. You're pretty pumped about that one.
I am, but first of all, Robert, very unprofessional behavior to assume that I didn't change my name in the 5 minutes between the two PCL matches. I expected better from you, but I expect a lot of these two teams because both of them have their backs against the wall. And from the commentator's perspective, what is stressful for the players is scintillating for the commentators and the fans. Which team is going to stay in the contest? That is the most exciting question, Robert, that we could be asking before the match begins.
For sure, and get your glasses, your telescopes, whatever helps your vision. You will not see the teams on this standings page. We have 5 teams locked in for the playoffs. The Norway Gnomes, they have secured their playoff spot. And they beat the team MGD1, who drops to 2-2 and will have a chance next week. But, Danya, today we're going to focus on the back half of the standings because we just saw that match take place. Now we are going to get into the bottom half because it's about teams staving off elimination.
It is indeed. And you lose 3 games, you lose 3 matches, you are out of the contest. And as we've been highlighting so many times, the St. Louis Archbishops have not had the kind of run that they were expecting. The multiple-time PCL champions have their back against the wall. But, Robert, they were 0-2, so they already have a win under their belt. And their lineup today might be the strongest that they have fielded yet. So, man, oh man, am I feeling bad for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps because they have their work cut out for them.
It's not going to be easy. It never is, but they do have a pretty powerful lineup. The Maniac Shrimps, they have a roster. Then you look across it, you're like, oh, Spanish legends. And then they also have some players from other countries. We have Alan Pichot from Argentina, Lance Henderson from Andorra, and we have players from all over the globe. So, Danya, when you look at this roster, Eduardo Iturizaga, he has a wealth of experience in Pro Chess League seasons past. But what other names stand out to you?
Well, Jaime Santos is the top seed, but he is not playing today, and he struggled mightily in the Maniac Shrimps' loss to the Garden State Pastors. But Alain Pichot, I really think that he is the mainstay of the Maniac Shrimps roster. He is a noted blitz and rapid player. He's incredibly aggressive, and he's one of those guys who can really explode for 3.5 or 4 out of 4 if the stars align correctly. And some of the lower-rated GMs are incredibly strong. Jose Carlos Ibarra is a name that should be familiar to anybody who watches Title Tuesdays. He is not to be trifled with, despite the fact that he's under 2,600. That's what I love about the PCL, Robert. You're able to discover new players who might not have the most eye-popping ratings, but who definitely have an eye-popping way of playing the game.
And Danya, I mean, they had their back against the proverbial wall to begin with. They had to qualify for the Pro Chess League season, the only team that made it through via the qualifiers. So is this a situation where they've been here all along and we should expect them to continue playing like they have been? But how do you get it going against a team like the Archbishops?
Well, I think they should lean into it, right? As you said, they had their back against the wall just to get into this thing. And even the way in which they got into it, they had their back against the wall in that qualifying match, which was one of the craziest matches that we have seen. And that was just to get into this thing. So I think the Maniac Shrimps should basically tell themselves, listen, we're in this thing. We're lucky to be in this thing. Let's just enjoy the experience. We weren't expecting to be in the PCL in the first place. So let's do what we can to stay in this tournament. I feel like the pressure really is on the St. Louis Archbishops, who are undisputedly the favorites. And if you have any doubt about that, then you won't after you look at their roster.
And the Maniac Shrimps, they won last week. They could have even won against the Norway Gnomes earlier in the season if it were not for a mouse slip. But no mouse slips can be made against a team like the Archbishops. We know Fabiano Caruana. We know Lenier Dominguez. But so far, this season, especially after last week, it's been all about Alice Lee. She has taken the Pro Chess League by storm. And when you have a board 4 like her who can beat Matthias Bluebaum, the board 1 for another team, Danya, she is a rising star in the world of chess.
Nobody wants to face Alice Lee right now. She is underrated. She is confident. And she struggled a little bit in the first week. She had all good positions. I think it was against the Shanghai Tigers. But instead of using that to bring herself down, she used that to pump herself up. I was better or winning against 4 grandmasters, she told herself, and that translated directly into a scintillating performance that knocked the Berlin Bears out of the PCL contest. Alice Lee will have to repeat that incredible performance along with, of course, Fabiano Caruana, Benjamin Bach, and Nicholas Theodoro, the incredibly powerful trifecta that will have to arrive and deliver if the Archbishops are to stay in this contest.
Well, you said they need to deliver, so let me ask you about 2 players that you just named. We have Benjamin Bach and Nicholas Theodoro, the 2 players who don't have an American flag. They're not from the U.S., but they're playing for this American squad. So what do you think? What's it like for them? Is there pressure on them to score big points like we just saw Pranav do for the Gnomes?
Well, I think the majority of the pressure is fielded by Fabiano Caruana. He is the guy who really has to go at a minimum 2.5 out of 4, but I really think he's angling for a 3 or 3.5 performance. Benjamin and Nicholas are both incredibly strong rapid players, so I think you get tremendous value out of their ratings. Nicholas being below 2,600 is a travesty. It's a crime against humanity, Robert. He brings to the table some incredible opening preparation, super fast in time scrambles. He really has the whole package. So I'm very excited to watch Nicholas Theodoro, and I'm really curious to see if he can score 2.5 or more. I think that might be the key to the kingdom for the Archbishops, or to the church. Yes.
And Theodoro is an Olympiad medalist. That was a team event. Different time control. That was classical chess. But here in Rapid, anything can happen. So let's look at the lineups that these 2 teams are trotting out. We see that Alan Pichot is board 1 for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Eduardo Iturrizaga, just 1 rating point behind Pichot. And then Jose Carlos Ibarra, a very strong player, perhaps underrated. And of course, Sabrina Vega Gutierrez, the international master from Spain. So, Danya, if we look at this, we have the lopsided matchups in the first round. Boards 1 and 2 play the opponents 3 and 4. But I'm looking at those middle boards. That, for me, is where the juicy matchups are.
Total toss-up games. Really, it's hard to speak of favorites. Iturrizaga, Theodoro, super evenly matched. I give Theodoro a slight edge with the white pieces, but Iturrizaga has a rock-solid opening repertoire, and we have seen him deliver time and time again. The same goes for Jose Carlos Ibarra, very dangerous 1e4 player. And Sabrina Vega Gutierrez, if she can score at least a draw, I think she's going to buy herself a trip to Las Vegas to celebrate that. Let's see how the board 4s perform in this match. You got that right. I didn't see your facial expression change at all. Just making sure that you understood what I did there.
I understand. Sometimes I just, I'm multitasking, so I'm listening, but I'm not always listening. I'm just going to be honest with you. Sometimes I just, have other things that I have to do.
You're not missing out, trust me.
Well, you'll have to, give me more puns later in the show. But Alice Lee put on a show a week ago. She gets the white pieces against Alan Pichot. So when you see that matchup on paper, Alan is the big favorite. But do we think we'll see more of that upset special from Alice Lee?
Well, Alice Lee with white, she is incredibly solid. She's not just she doesn't just play for tactics. A lot of young players, they're tactically oriented, but Alice is actually a 1d4 player. And what has been most impressive to me has been her positional handling. Her win over Matthias Bluebaum last week was largely a positional effort. She displayed the tactics when she had to, but she outplayed him positionally. So I think Alan Pichot has to avoid the temptation to play an overly dubious opening because Alice has shown an ability to punish that kind of play. He has to play what he normally plays. I think he plays the Nimzo Indian. So we'll see what Pichot brings to the table, but he's got the unenviable task, Robert, of really having to set the tone for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. They cannot afford to suffer a single upset.
And we're not in a stadium, but I think Pichot knows that the world is kind of against him here. Nothing personal. He is a great chess player who does have many fans, but I think we've seen week in and week out that everybody is kind of rooting for Alice Lee. I mean, that's just what happens when you see a youngster who is just trying to make her name one that's a mainstay in the world of chess. And I don't know who Alan Pichot is talking to. Maybe he's telling me to shut up, right? He's like, don't you talk about
he's telling his mom or parents, let me play. I'm playing a PCL match. Do I have to take out the trash now, or can it wait another 10 minutes?
It's going to have to wait because Alice Lee, she is not going to let Alan Pichot have an easy day of it. And actually, there was someone in the background there. Don't know who it was, but Alan's like, I have to play right now. Let's focus on the chess.
This is a PCL match. We are with our backs against the wall. And H6, is that what we are seeing here? H6, really, Riley? I mean, it's a move. I've seen it before, I think.
Yeah, no, this is the type of move that Magnus plays, right? He just plays this sort of ambiguous pawn push, either a6 or h6. It does take away the g5 square from White's bishop. So it makes perfect sense. It's understandable early stages here. But Danya, I think if I were a team captain or manager for St. Louis, if I were one of her teammates, I would just be like, Alice, you're so strong. Don't get yourself into huge time trouble. It's early right now. She's playing at a perfectly normal pace, but that's just one thing you can't afford when you're playing against these very experienced grandmasters like Alan Pichot. And what's he doing, by the way?
E3, yeah, I'm captivated by his various facial expressions and contortions. And he's taking on C3. That's what he's doing on the board, pre-moving D6 as a consequence. And what we have as the smoke clears, Robert, is a pretty typical Nimzo Indian structure. Generally, Black Fianchetto's the bishop, puts the knight on D7. I think Alan has gotten what he's wanted, a non-theoretical position with a lot of pieces on the board and definitely chances to play for the win.
Yes, you have these doubled c-pawns. So what's a common idea here for Black is to go knight c6, pawn b6, bring your knight out to a5 and bishop to a6. Donnie has all the arrows there. You just go and target this pawn on c4. But all those moves I just stated were on the queen side. So White will have time to play e4 and try to expand the center and go after the king side.
And Alan playing this very creatively. E5 immediately. He doesn't even prepare it by bringing the knight out. So what's the catch here? If White takes twice on e5, could this still, first of all, be preparation by Pichot? Do you play such a move instantly without preparation? Can you help me tease out the concept? What is he doing if White takes twice?
I think he's just giving away a pawn, at least temporarily, and saying you now have double isolated c-pawns. I will likely be able to get one back later, and if that's the case, Black will get rapid activity. So instead of playing a passive structure or giving White a free hand on the king side, says, let me strike in the center. Here's your pawn. Just to bring up an analysis board, or we don't even need it really, just to show what it looks like. Just play d takes e5.
I'll put it on the board.
Trade, and then queen e7 at the end, for example. Like, you look at those double isolated c-pawns, rook coming to d8, that once the knight moves back to f3, the knight can come to c6 and bishop to g4 for Black. It's just very straightforward play, and I feel like that is something that Alice would like to avoid.
Yeah, I think this is a great way to take a measured risk by Alan Pichot. He's not sacrificing a piece or doing anything brazen. He is unbalancing the position in a very strategic and thoughtful way. Alice is going to continue pondering whether or not to accept the pawn on e5. I would play e4 and keep the structure. We'll see what she decides, but we have decided to go back to the bird's eye view because all of the games are underway in this fascinating second PCL match of the day. And Alapin, Robert, on the top right between Theodoro and Iturrizaga, and Exchange Lopez on the bottom left, and a good old school Sicilian in Fabi's game against Sabrina.
But it's funny because in Fabi's game, and I hear Sicilian, you would think Fabi has the white pieces, but Fabiano Caruana playing the Sicilian with black, clearly he's playing the rating differential. He wants a win for the Archbishops, and you see players play openings that we're not accustomed to seeing from them because at the highest level for so many years now, Fabiano, he's played the Petrov or the Spanish from the black side. Here, he's playing the Sicilian.
I love watching these lopsided matchups, not only because the lower-rated player gets the chance to score the upset of his or her lifetime, Robert, but also because of what you said. Top players in the PCL, these games are not rated. They allow themselves more liberties in the opening than we usually see from them, right? We usually see neat and tidy Berlins and Petrovs here. They go out on a limb and play stuff they don't usually play. A Sicilian from Fabi, but he seems to know exactly what he's doing as he still has almost 10 minutes on his clock. This is called the... God, I'm terrible pronouncing this. I think it's Scheveningen. Okay, our producer, Bick, probably is cackling behind the scenes. What a fool this guy is. Oh, okay. No, but you're just saying that to make me feel good, Bick. Come on. Give your honest assessment.
Bick did. I don't know if you could hear the second part. He said, yeah, that was terrible. But whether or not you pronounce it correctly, you know the ideas behind it. And, well, for Fabiano, either he knows all the ideas or he's pretending to. Something that the top players do extremely well is they know when to play quickly. Not that they're bluffing completely, not that they're trying to just play random moves as fast as possible, but sometimes they just know when their opponent feels like they're trusting. And so for Sabrina here, she's playing great moves as white. She just brought her knight back to b3. Why? White has more space. Let's not just trade off pieces, because what does black want? Black wants a bishop on c6. And guess what? You can't do that because there's a knight on c6. So a trade would have allowed some more flexibility from the black's minor pieces. You're not getting that. I like the way that this game is starting.
There's a traffic jam on the queen side, which exacerbates matters for black, who is already cramped. White's ideas are pretty straightforward. Sabrina could bring her rook into the game. She could deploy her light squared bishop and stare at that h7 pawn. And eventually, you see white playing either e5 or f5. You don't have to tell Fabi twice. He's saying, I'm going to strike first. I'm going to open up new prospects for my pieces. And b4 is a very typical move. It weakens the a6 pawn, yes, but this knight on b4 is pretty monstrous, Robert, and it can't be easily chased away, as white cannot put his pawn on top of the knight.
And there's an easy blunder that could happen. And she played e5. She's getting adventurous. No, I was going to say a blunder would be if you play rook c1 and just drop the c2 pawn anyway, because the rook on b8 stares down at the knight on b3. So because there were some tactical possibilities for black, maybe even knight takes c2 now is possible. You give up the knight on f6, you simply take that pawn back there. 2 pawns for the piece to start with. But, Donnie, if we just put that position on the board, kind of everything is hanging in the position. After pawn takes f6, bishop takes f6 here. The rook on a1, the knight on b3, the knight's also hitting that bishop over there on e3. But Fabi, he says, you know what? I don't want to calculate all this mess. Let me just retreat my knight. He believes in the formation that he has started with, and he thinks that it's not worth getting into these tactical waters.
And he didn't even spend much time calculating it. This was a purely intuitive decision. He doesn't want to enter the kind of 50-50 position in which upsets are scored. 98 is on the board. Sabrina has now a massive space advantage, but we know that with a great space advantage comes great responsibility, and it's very easy to get overextended. Now Sabrina has to decide whether she wants to take on d6 and maybe plant a bishop on d4. Unfortunately, the black knight would have traveled to f5. Instead, she centralizes her knight, simultaneously defending c2. She's playing amazing so far, Robert.
I love it. And the reason Fabi didn't take on e5 to begin with was the f file would have opened up. So instead of opening up more lines when your king is the one being attacked, leaving the pawn f4 felt important. But this is a tough moment for Fabiano because you look at the position. White just brought the knight to d4. So many pieces are aiming towards the black king. And watch out, because if you're not paying attention, f5 could happen in some position for white, and then the wheels come off. It gets really hectic.
Black is incredibly solid for the time being. The knight on e8 is an important defensive piece. It guards g7. It takes the sting out of a potential bishop h6, which, by the way, would have also been possible if black had prematurely traded on e5. But right now, the ball is squarely in Fabiano's court because his engine on the queen side has sputtered. The c2 pawn's protected. The b2 pawn is hard to access unless you move the knight away from its active post. And if you do, Robert, there could be typical ideas such as knight f5 and knight d5. White's position is full of tactical potential. Fabi has decided to trade on e5, but what is his follow-up going to be? Is it to retreat the knight back to c6. That would be my prediction.
But one thing that we haven't mentioned is the a6 pawn is just hanging. Like, in many of these positions,
Yes,
white
it
can
is.
try to snag that pawn over there. So if knight c6, it's possible that rook takes a6 is even the move. I mean, there is a lot to calculate with b2 hanging. And
Whoa!
Whoa. Fabi plays f5. The eval bar does not react, which means it was the best decision. If you take en passant, a queen trade will happen. That is hard to evaluate. I mean, we could see that the queens will come off the board. I actually don't know who's better. Sabrina, it's up to her to figure it out. But yeah, this is a really, really tough position. So I think while she ponders the en passant or maybe bringing the rook to the center with rook a to d1, we should go out of this one, look at all three other games that are in progress, because Danya, we haven't looked in the bottom left, but the eval bar, it's in Benjamin Bach's favor. The position, though, is anything but simple.
Benjamin Bach kind of doing Benjamin Bach things, securing the bishop pair. This was an exchange Rui Lopez in which white hasn't shown the usual compensation for the bishop pair. Ibarra trying to complicate the game by pushing his pawn to d5. Perhaps, Robert, we could take a closer look, because that game is definitely heating up with a pawn appearing in the center. Now, d5 positionally allows black to rectify his queenside pawn structure. What is Ibarra's idea? Is it to recapture with the knight and pin his hopes on that active knight on d5?
I'm just sorry. First of all, looking at the couch in the background of Ibarra over there, like, you know, it just.
Is that a couch
I'm
or
just
a
trying to-
bed?
yeah, I can't really see it clearly. I think it is a bed.
I think it's
you're
a
right.
bed.
Yeah, that's a headboard. You're right. He's just in the corner of his room, but he is fully focused, not on sleep, but
look
on
at
perhaps
that.
putting his opponent to sleep on the board, knocking him out. But d5, an ambitious move from Jose Ibarra. And Danya, it's one of these positions where it's going to open up and the bishops are going to shine. Only black has a light square bishop, and already there's a tough choice here because black is going to play h5 in the near future and open up the kingside flank.
And I would imagine that Ibarra's initial idea is to take on d5 with a knight. I was looking at his camera there, and there was a little bit of hesitation. He does take on d5 with the knight. What is the drawback of that move? Well, it leaves the e4 pawn unattended. Why is that important? Black can actually swing the queen over to a4, hit the pawn on e4, and simultaneously open up an x-ray against white's queen on d2. As solid as white's position appears, I don't think it would be an exaggeration, Robert, to say that it's on the cusp of crumbling.
And you called it, and it's played. Queen a4. So what is white going to do? Bring the knight back to c3, but then the black queen just moves over to square like c4. No, this looks very bad for white. This is like one of those positions you see, and you're like, how did we get here? Because we're only 15 moves in, but you handed your opponent a pair of bishops. We know how we got here. It was an exchange Spanish on c6, and now the pawns are undoubled. The pieces are coming to life, and that's just great news for Benjamin Bach and the archbishops. This is a rough start for Jose.
To top off our analysis here, before going back to the bird's eye view, could bring up an analysis board. I think queen d3 might be the only sensible move because knight c3 opens up a direct line of fire against white's queen. And now I think Benjamin's going to play a very Benjamin-esque move. He likes these slow but very nasty positional moves. Knight e7, get the knight off the board, and as soon as the knights come off the board, the queen can no longer keep contact with the e4 pawn. Once you lose the e4 pawn, you basically lose the game because black also has two very powerful bishops. As I speak, queen d3 has been played. Benjamin responds with a 5-second think, and knight e7, Robert, is on the board. He is on a roll so far in this first game.
Yeah, great for the archbishops. Benjamin Bach has so much experience from the Rapid Chess Championship last year, playing Blitz all the time. He's a streamer. Go follow his channel. But we are going to go follow some of the other action. We'll c4, big move there by Jose. He's just trying to keep that knight steady in the center, but things are going to open up. As you see Bach in the bottom left, he already took that knight there. So how about Alice Lee? She is playing against Alan Pichot. We actually haven't looked at the game between Nicholas Theodoru and Iturizaga. Honestly, I feel like the Alice Lee game is more exciting
Agreed.
to my eyes. And wow, the eval bar going up in her favor. So maybe this is the right time to tune in.
I will just point out, we will go to the Alice Lee game. Sabrina Vega Gutierrez took 4 minutes to decide and finally took en passant against Fabi. So we're going to see likely an endgame in that game, but we'll have plenty of time to consider it. Let's go to the Alice Lee game because stuff's happening. Pieces are getting traded. We're going to have opposite colored bishops here. And that usually benefits the attacker, Robert. But let's not forget that white is up a pawn. Alice Lee did end up capturing the sacrificed pawn on e5. And c4 is an excellent move, restricting the bishop and depriving it of this very important parking spot on d5.
Because f3 is about to happen. Quick analysis board so we can instruct you a little bit here. If instead of c4, had White decided to start with the move f3, you'll notice that the bishop can just slide safely back to d5 or even into d3, but why not park on d5? And the c4 square is black's for the taking. So the big difference between the analysis board and the game is that if black decides, and if you go to live position, to put a bishop on d3, then you just slide your rook to c1, you defend that pawn, and now black doesn't have control of some of the key squares. So a great move there from Alice. c4, it seemed irrelevant. What are you doing? All the actions on the king side. First, let me take control of the queen side. Then she could play f3. Maybe right now is a good time to do it.
But I'm starting to get worried about her clock. That was her undoing in her performance against the Shanghai Tigers. She would get low on the clock in the middle game, and she would start to make mistakes. She's played excellent chess so far. Can Alain Pichot keep the tension up long enough to get Alice Lee under a minute? I think a move like rook d7 is what you want to do if you're Alain. Don't start making one-move threats because that's actually counterproductive in your opponent's time pressure. Unless, of course, you can make the tactics work. But rook d7 is on the board, and Alain is going to keep the pressure up in the center, and he's going to look for an opportunity, Robert, to put the queen on g5.
But if black plays bishop g6 here, does f4 trap the knight on e5?
Oh my god, that's epic.
Like, the knight looks great. It's in the center. It's covering a lot of the key squares.
No
but
way.
Bishop g6 takes away its retreat. And if you play bishop h7, you still play f4 because your knight has to step in front of your... Okay, I think we should show this. It might just happen. But f4 here...
probably will.
If you go knight g6, then knight f5. You are allowed to jump into the d6 square.
The eval bar just shoots up. Maybe there's a tactical solution here, Robert. Knight takes c4. Oh, it caught my attention. I didn't notice that the bishop was hanging. I was going to propose rook a to d8 here, but the bishop actually hangs. So this, I think, is what Alain is putting his hopes on. By the way, the game here is not over. White now has a huge attack because black's queen is offsides. But does Alice have enough time to calculate this? I don't know. Rook f3. Try to trap. I guess that's not the move. Okay, let's see. 1 minute now for Alice Lee.
Yeah, really hard to assess that position even when we're there.
He missed it!
Quickly played.
Oh!
He's playing too fast!
He's losing.
He's playing too fast. He has 4.5 minutes.
What are you doing?
He should have spent some of the time there.
He played that instantly. Obviously, g6 is the only retreating square, but take 15 seconds, Alain, and he would have seen knight takes c4. You have to spot the hanging bishop on a3, but that's basic betting for someone of his caliber. The eval bar shoots up in White's favor, Robert. Is it really +4?
Yes, I think
and if
White
so,
is
why?
Trade rooks on d7. So pre-move, rook takes d7 almost. Then play knight d6. The b7 pawn is loose. Black's minor piece is doing absolutely nothing over there on the king side. So just trade rooks there. Knight d6. How are you going to protect the pawn? Rook to b8. Then I go rook d1 perhaps and just take over the d file. And now I have all sorts of threats in the position.
And look at Black's minor pieces, how awkward they are. They're doing nothing. The bishop will swing back to b2. You're going to try to provoke the move f6. White is dominating all three sides of the board. Queen side, center, king side. Alice Lee really is a couple of accurate moves away from what would be another unbelievable upset. But with 1 minute on the clock, we know that absolutely anything can happen. Let's settle in. Queen d8 is on the board.
Yes, and she needs to pick up the pace. She's down under 1 minute. Alice, has a great position. She's doing so well, but now to 50 seconds. I mean, that is not a lot of time, especially against a speed demon like Alain Pichot. So she's got to move, Danya.
She has to move. She's down to 40 seconds now. She's hesitating, and when you've got 5 seconds, you just can't control the flow of the game as she drops her bishop back to b2. It's an excellent move.
Great choice.
I'm also...
Danya, I just want to... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to quickly say, of course, she was going for the g7 pawn. Now it's defended by f6. And the eval is going higher and higher because the weaknesses around the black king. I just want to zoom out for a second just to keep everybody updated. Every game is equally important here in the Pro Chess League. Look in the top right. Eduardo Iturrizaga, the veteran grandmaster, originally from Venezuela. He has a huge advantage against Nicolas Teodoro because black's king is on f6, but there's no checkmate.
And Black is a rook and a piece up, and for the record, that is exactly what I was going to say, so as usual, we're on the same page. I was going to say, Nicholas has sacrificed the entire house. He has thrown the kitchen sink at the Black King, but he has nothing to show for it other than a couple of measly pawns. Rook to g8 is the last move, securing the knight on g6. Nicholas throwing everything that he has left at Black's king, but it's futile. It's futile. Black can bring the queen into the defense. Eduardo has plenty of time here to make the few accurate moves that stand between him and a victory with the black pieces.
And look at him. Look at how he's evaluating this position. He's digging deep here. He's concentrated. He's also up a rook and a minor piece. But with little time on your clock, mistakes happen. White ahead on time. White with the safer king. So as long as black can keep the king safe, Eduardo Iturrizaga is in charge. But Donna, I mean, so much action is happening right now. I know that this game is interesting, but in the bottom left, we won't dive in just yet. Benjamin Bach has an advantage, although letting it slip a bit with that last move. The bottom left, you see the bishop pair for black staring across the position. There are pins galore. It's going to be an interesting one. But let's go back to our game with Alice Lee and Alain Pichot, because Alice only has 25 seconds remaining, and this would be a huge win for the Archbishops if she can convert this advantage. But Danya, we say this often, right? Just because the eval bar says one thing doesn't mean it's that straightforward. This position is not easy at all.
It most certainly is not. 23 seconds. No position is easy when you've got 20 seconds. G3 might be necessary to secure the F4 pawn. Do not give that pawn away. But Alice is just taking too long, and she's going for it with knight to D6. But what is her idea after knight takes F4? Do not play queen G3 and blunder the fork on E2. Very easy to blunder in time pressure, Robert. I hope I just didn't jinx her. Queen F3 might be a wiser move, but she's down to 10 seconds.
And she takes the pawn on B7.
Not the way.
Oh no! After
Takes
queen
the
swap,
bishop E4.
and if the key point is after a swap of queens at rook B8, you do have rook D8 check to save your minor piece. The rook D8 check.
Gotta do it. Rook D7 also possible, but now your rook is tied down to the knight, and Alice is completely losing control of this game.
But still with very good chances to hold, because if we do a quick material count, right now black has 5 pawns, white has 6, if I'm counting correctly.
Ooh.
Very awkward pawns.
Whoa.
Well, what's the point of that?
Hold on. Not taking on E4. He can take it again. I really don't see what he was trying to do. Maybe knight F8, Robert, but then the rook has C7, so you're not going to win the knight.
And look at Alice protecting the pawn. See how she wants knight D6 now.
Great move.
The A7 pawn is targeted. And by the way, the G7 square is a bit tender. We do have a result, by the way.
Whoa.
It looks like Benjamin Bach and Jose Carlos Ibarra, they drew their game, which is shocking considering that black was better throughout. And I think a draw, not the result the Archbishops won, especially with Theodora in such trouble.
Most certainly not. And Benjamin losing confidence in his position. It appears that Fabiano Caruana is very, very close to winning his game. But let's stay here because Alice Lee has regained a measure of control. In fact, I think she's better again because look at her pieces. They're much better placed than black. Alain Pichot, he wasted 2 tempi with a move 96, and now he's paying the price. Whoa,
and knight D8, what an awkward move. But where's that bishop going? There's maybe some knight tricks because the rook on B8 is hanging through that bishop, through the knight on D6. But I think that for Alain Pichot, he can probably bring his rook active. And I think, with the trade of, his rook B1 check. That really scared me there. I was like, how do you blunder like that?
As well. By the way, Eduardo Iturrizaga has indeed converted that massive material advantage, scoring a victory for the Maniac Shrimps, who are currently up 1.5 to a half. This game is going to be pivotal. I think Alice Lee has it under control if she plays rook D8. Robert, the one thing you cannot afford to blunder is rook to B2. If you lose G2, you lose the game.
And she's giving away to check. She needs to play rook D7, and she goes after the bishop. Very smart. Bishop C6. Keep chasing the bishop a bit. But Pichot's playing for a win here. He wants rook B2 and to win the G pawn. And here comes the king. But G4 check will save. Bishop D2 maybe? Oh, she goes up there.
She takes G7. I didn't even see that. She just wins a pawn. And defense G2.
Just like us. He slaps his head, but great recognition from Alice Lee, and she is now up a pawn. Her king is feeling safer. It should not be winning, according to the eval bar, but she does have the upper hand with that passed C pawn.
But I don't like the direction because she's dropped the A pawn. She couldn't defend it, but she's gone a little bit too passive. I think she wants rook C3, but the bishop easily blockades the pawn. Oh, and Alice blundering a pawn of her own on H4. She's losing the thread here. Still a drawable position, but Alain is going to push his A pawn, Robert, and I feel like this is just too much pressure in White's, given White's clock situation.
Yeah, and the bishop on D6, it looks great.
Though.
It's protecting this pawn. G3, just push that pawn.
Gotta try
as long as you watch out for a back rank mate, though. The rook is going to try to go to A4, A1, H1. If you could put the rook on H1 now, that would be checkmate.
Rook C7, though. Alice not going gentle into that good knight. She can push C6, simultaneously stopping the A pawn. I don't like that move, though. She stops it with a rook.
It's going to be the checkmate that I talked about. Rook C1, rook H1 is mate. Oh, no. It's mate.
Rook C1, G4 maybe. G4 staves it off. But then you're going to lose that pawn, Robert, to bishop E6.
At the very least. Is that king F7 played? Did we get a check? gaining a little bit of time. And by the way, Fabiano Caruana did win his game with the black pieces against Sabrina Vega Gutierrez.
Whoa.
So this game
Whoa.
is he's letting the pawn go. Is there a mate?
G4,
Bishop
but-
e6. Bishop e6 is not even mate.
G4 by Alice, clearing up the G3 square, but she is going to drop that pawn. However, she can win A4 and reach C7 with her passer. King
And rook
H4.
e3 check. King H4, there's rook e4 maybe, so she goes back to H2. And she just wants C7. She's giving up G4. Black will have connected pass pawns on the king side, but look at the bishop on D6, protecting the passer and stopping the enemy one. Rook H3 and G3.
Rook H3 and G3.
Rook H3 and G3.
Oh, you allow
And he
promotion.
finds it.
And there's a mate on H1, and bishop takes G3. You take back with check and play rook C3. Alan delivers in the clutch. Oh, or does he? Or does
We spoke
he?
too soon.
Bishop
H2.
H2.
Oh what
my
a move!
gosh.
And she
found
finds it.
Rook A4.
Oh my
Now
goodness.
you take the pawn.
Just go rook takes A4, and the pawn cannot promote. The bishop on H2 does everything all at once. So king up to E. She can go up to E3.
Or
I don't know if I
that,
want to keep
or
the king in the
that.
back rank, but this should
Rook
be
D-
sufficient.
And now you pursue the bishop. If Alan is not careful, he can lose this. Alice has to avoid getting too passive. Alice has to avoid allowing black to put the pawn on F4.
Bishop F4 and rook C1. That is a draw.
Oh.
Rook C1.
Oh, she missed
had
it, and
right
she
there.
allowed F4. Oh, he didn't see
Bishop
it.
back. She has to trade rooks.
If she trades rooks, it's a draw immediately. Bishop F4. She doesn't see the idea. Alan didn't push his F pawn when he had the chance.
But now he can
Oh,
do
now
it,
he
and he
does.
has. But somehow, rook B1. Rook B1 to B4. She's getting too passive.
She's getting too passive. F2 pre-move. And black's bishop stops the pawn, which gives the rook the freedom to move.
And okay,
Or
rook
this.
C6. Oh,
Whoa.
it's mate. Oh, that's a nasty move.
Alice going for stalemate, but there is no stalemate.
No, there is not. And H4 is now hanging. This is a win for Pichot. A huge win for the Maniac Shrimps. The game is over. He is just, feeling fortunate to have survived that one. Alice had the upper hand. Time was not her friend. And the scoreboard is a friend of the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Alan Pichot, we just watched him win. Eduardo Iturizaga, he dominated that game against Nicolas Theodorou. Fabiano Caruana gets the job done with the black pieces against Sabrina Vega Gutierrez. But Danya, Benjamin Bach agreeing to that draw against Jose Carlos Ibarra. That's what separates the two teams.
It most certainly is. Benjamin was borderline winning out of the opening. He held all of the cards, but he slipped up. He lost his confidence and his advantage, and Ibarra slices away at what seemed like a surefire victory. The St. Louis Archbishops are trailing after one round. Alice Lee did everything she could to pull that game off. She was completely winning, Robert, but ultimately the enemy rears its ugly head again. Her time management has cost her so many games in the Pro Chess League, but hats off to Alice Lee for playing on completely even terms with top GMs over 2,600.
Yes, she's been a great find for the Archbishops in the world of chess at large, but the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they don't care about fan favorites. They want to win. They want to stave off elimination. Right now, they have a 2.5, 1.5 lead, and right now, Danya and I will take a quick break because when we return, round 2 of this great match between the Maniac Shrimps and the Archbishops continues here in the Pro Chess League.
And instead, the gloves came absolutely off. The wheels came off.
Wow. The sip of tea, the celebratory, we did it. When I saw that reaction, I felt what you were feeling. Like, I felt this transfer of energy of like, that kind of moment, that kind of upset is so exhilarating. So can you just talk a little bit about like how you're feeling in that moment, what was going through your mind, what it means to you?
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult to believe. Like, I don't know, I just didn't see this scenario happen. It was funny, we were in trainings camp until a few days before this with the German national team, and all the guys from my team were there. And we were at lunch, and I said for fun, okay, don't worry, I will take care of Hikaru.
Yeah, you did.
It actually happened.
Alice Lee is just like, it's another day in the office. She didn't even blink. Alice, blink twice if you're in trouble, right? Like,
We're being told by chat, Alice has no mercy.
she gonna convert this one, with her eyes closed. She could put it in blindfold, give her an extra 5 minutes, she'll do a blindfold, right? G4 right here, that was beautiful. Wow, resignation. Resignation. Oh my goodness. Look, now emotion.
The biggest upset of the Pro Chess League. James, Alice is truly in Wonderland today. She is killing. What a girl, what a player.
Alice Lee wasn't meant to be in that game against Alain Pichot, but last week against the Berlin Bears, she had 1 win, 2 draws, and just a single loss from board 4. In fact, she took down Matthias Blubaum, whose FIDE rating is 2650 plus. At age 13, she's the second youngest player in the Pro Chess League. I mean, Danya, she already has such an impressive list of accomplishments, and she's just getting started.
It's such a crazy time in the chess world. We're talking about 13-year-old Alice Lee, who already has several over-the-board wins against IMs and GMs in her belt. She's played in Charlotte quite a few times, so I've been familiar with her really since 2020 when her FIDE rating was something like 1900. You knew that that 1 would be replaced by a 2, and the hundreds digit would be a 3 pretty quickly, as it is now. Alice does not give her opponents any leeway.
I definitely see what you did there. All caught, yeah, I got you. But Danya, she just lost that game. That's tough on any chess player. Do you think, she's young? Do you think she has the resolve to bounce back and score some points for the Archbishops?
She definitely does, and I think she displayed that even in her first week match against the Shanghai Tigers, where, yes, I believe she lost all 4 games, but she didn't tilt. She was better in all 4 of those games. It's important to keep that growth mindset, right? You're coming in, you know that you're going to lose some good positions. You know that you have some issues with your time management. So it's important not to get down on yourself and to realize that what is required of you and what is expected of you is really only 1/2 point. If she can pull out 1 draw, 1 win, she gives the St. Louis Archbishops the boost that they need.
And I just want to say that in week 1, she lost game 4 because she refused a repetition. She knew the team needed her to win, so she said, I'm not splitting a point. So Alice Lee, we'll see if she can bounce back, but the entire St. Louis Archbishops will need to score some points in the second round. Alain Pichot, he just won that time scramble against Alice Lee. He gets white against Nicholas Theodorou. With Theodorou, he got blitzed by Eduardo Iturizaga, who himself gets white against Alice Lee. And then down there, the bottom 2 matchups, Fabiano with white, Benjamin Bach with white. Danya, who's more likely to take this round between the Shrimps and the Archbishops?
This is a really, really interesting round for Eduardo Iturizaga. It's essentially a must-win game with white against Alice Lee. Big X-factor game to me is Pichot against Theodorou. Neither of those players really played to their level in the first round. Pichot, he made a lot of mistakes. That level is just not going to cut it against an angry Nicholas Theodorou, who lost in his own territory. He is armed to the teeth in the Alpine Sicilian, but something went terribly wrong against Iturizaga. And Rob, another game that I'm so excited for is Fabiano Caruana's game against Jose Carlos Ibarra, who has scored so many upsets in Title Tuesday. He's defeated Fabi in Title Tuesdays, but can that transfer over to a slightly longer time control game?
That's the big question, and we just saw in game 1 that Bach had an advantage. He was not able to convert it, but that's a thing of the past. You have to have short-term memory loss, and we see that Alain Pichot gets white against Nicholas Theodorou. Now, on paper, Danya, their ratings quite similar. I mean, and this is not an upset if Theodorou wins. They are very close in strength, but we are seeing a Sicilian from Theodorou with an early E5, and we're getting a Sveshnikov. So early stages, both players well prepared. What do you know about Theodorou's opening choices? You've played him countless times on chess.com.
Yeah, Nicholas is a Sicilian player at heart. He also likes E4, E5, and his lines in the Rue Lopez. Here, he sticks with what he mostly plays in over-the-board classical chess, which is the Sveshnikov. He also plays the Najdorf. So any kind of Sicilian, he is going to be armed to the teeth with both colors. Now, he was on the white side of an Alpin in the last game. Here we have an open Sicilian, a Sveshnikov, and Alain Pichot essaying Robert a line that was very popular, made even more popular when Fabi played it against Magnus Carlsen in their World Championship match. The queen comes out to A4 early, and you could get checkmated here in like 1 move if you fall asleep.
And Theodore has not fallen asleep. He brings his queen over to b8. And these positions get super sharp. Black will strike with f5. I'm not sure if now is the right time to do that. Or you play a6 first to kick the knight out of there. But at some point, Black is going to push that pawn up to f5 very likely. And then you see, when you cut the board in half, White, pawn advantage, queen side. Black, pawn advantage, king side. And that's where the action will take place.
Yep, I was trying to draw the 2 squares, but they are moving way too fast for me to draw any sort of art on the board. The pawn moves first to a6, chasing away the knight, now to a5, grabbing space and chasing away the queen. Big decision. Where is it going to go? There's our answer, 2b3. Black completes his kingside development and prepares to castle. We are going to see f5. I would bet a silver dollar on that. The question is when.
And then for White, what's the question is f5, f4. Is that threatening? The bishop on e3 has the b6 square. Unlike in many other positions, the bishop would have to retreat. Here, the bishop can hop forward. And speaking of hopping forward, the knight is saying, give me that b6 square. I feel like this position, to my eyes, looks very pleasant for White. You have control of the b6 square. You may toss in the move c5 just to try to get more advanced with your pieces. I like Pichot's opening.
Yeah, this is a cool position, but it does seem like, for the time being, White has struck first on the queen side. You can't castle. That walks right into knight b6 with a fork. But knight b6 is a huge standalone threat because the rook just has no squares. Rook a6, c5, and you can basically resign. So Nico might have to play a damage control move like bishop d8. But the last thing you want to do is give up your dark squared bishop, because then the d6 pawn becomes a sitting duck, and whatever kingside play you can whip up becomes a lot less effective if you don't have both of your bishops. So once again, Nicholas is struggling in an opening that he's usually very well prepared in.
Not pleasant for him. And while he sits and he struggles to find a move, I think we should zoom out because there was a funny opening that happened in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jose Ibarra in the bottom left. So it's starting to look familiar to a certain Daniel Naroditsky just because he played this recently against Jose Martinez, better known as Jospim. And by the way, all 4 games have officially started. We see Bach playing c4 in English in the bottom right. But if we can dive in to Caruana against Ibarra, I just want to show Black's first move. Like I really just want to go back and show how this game went. Look at Black's first move here.
Nimzovich.
Right? It's like not something you ever see at the highest level. Instead of putting a pawn forward, trying to control the center, you play knight c6. And Fabiano gave him the opportunity to go into a Spanish. Right? Play e5. Let's get to familiar territory. Ibarra says, nah, man. Like, I don't want to go into a theoretical discussion with one of the best prepared players on the planet.
I call this the PP, the provocative Pirtz, because it is a Pirtz. You play knight f6 and g6. What's the provocative part? Well, you're walking right into d5. Fabi says, you don't have to tell me twice. The knight drops back to b8. But just like in all hypermodern ideas, the idea to make White overextend himself. Just because you have more space in the center doesn't necessarily mean that you're much better. And after castles, we see the secondary idea. Black is starting to chip away at White's center with the move c6. This also prepares queenside expansion with b5. Is Black worse in this opening? Absolutely. I can confirm that, Robert, because I've played this pretty extensively in my last few Rapid tournaments against Hari Krishna in aim chess. I played e5, which I think is the best objective move, but c6 I think is the most popular continuation, and Ibarra follows that up by deploying his knight to c5. I think he's doing okay.
Yeah, it's not, a position that he has to be too concerned about. He may end up with some doubled pawns, but that's not the end of the world. He's not going to cry about that, and he's playing very quickly. So the worst thing you can have happen against a superstar like Caruana is to have a position that you're not comfortable in and to be using all the time. So Ibarra, he actually is dictating the opening choice. Now he has to think because the knight went back to d2. e4 pawn is very well defended. b4 at some moment, maybe not immediately because the bishop on g7 is staring through that knight on f6 across the board. But b4 may just be kicking Black's knight back and gaining even more space.
Gosh, Fabi, I was just distracted by Fabi's background. He looks like he's in some sort of Greek temple, like the Pantheon, with whatever statue of Hippocrates or Pythagoras that is in the background. That looks like some distinguished philosopher. Is that a telescope on his right? What is that?
I don't know. It might just be a mic stand.
That is not a telescope. Man, my brain is in the skies right now.
Well, Fabiano Caruana's rating has been in the skies for a long time. We expect nothing short of excellence from him, and his teammates are probably expecting the same. So this one is early. I think they're going to slow down at this point, but I just noticed one game that has been speeding along is the one that we started with in the top left. Of course, in the top right, Alice Lee has the black pieces against Eduardo Iturrizaga early in that one. But look at the top left, Danya. The queens are gone, and we're in a queenless middle game where white has double pawns and black is the first of the C-file.
Black is the first of the C-file. That is important because I always like to point out when there's only one open file, you want to make sure that you are the side that controls it. Bishop e2 is the last move. Pichot completes his minor piece development, and Theodore jumps into f4. Robert, I think it's safe to say that the worst is far behind him.
I like Theodore's position. We may get bishops of opposite color, but because black is first to the open file, and there are some pawns that white will need to tend to, I like what Theodore is doing. So we don't have to dive into that one. We just want to make note of it. In the bottom right, Benjamin Bach, Sabrina Gutierrez, there are no queens on that board, and black's king is in the center. And no, it's not some kind of delayed bond cloud. It just was a queen trade that happened, and now it's Bach on the clock.
That was smooth AF. Bach on the clock. I mean, you're performing poetry and commentating the games. I mean, you're making me feel seriously inferior here. Now, black's position, I think, is a little bit inferior because white has better control of the center, right? That pawn on c4 really clamping down on the d5 square. Bishop g5 comes to mind. It threatens knight d5 check, but that's a pretty easy threat to parry. Black can play c6, which in turn weakens the d6 pawn. So I think this is how white has to play here. Massage the position, try to induce a pawn weakness, and maybe castle queenside to jumpstart your pressure on that pawn.
This clamp is so annoying. I've had so many positions like this from the black side where I'm like, I should be okay, right? I have no weaknesses. I'm going to develop easily. But then coming up with the plan is not simple. And that pawn on b7, that can be such a sore point in black's position because the bishop on g2 is so superbly placed, aiming across the diagonal. And so I just feel like Bach should be happy about his opening, and yet he's the one down a minute and now nearly 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin really investing some time trying to figure out, I think, two big questions: where to put the bishop, and the second question, where should he castle? He decides to attend to the second problem first. He castles kingside, a very modest approach, and now I think he has to solve the first problem. Maybe bishop e3, bishop d4 should be considered as well to take the sting out of black's strongest piece.
And then knight f6 is stuck because as soon as the knight moves, knight d5 check happens. And I think what Benjamin's doing here is he's saying no c6 for you. I'm already targeting the d6 pawn. You need that little chain there. But if you don't play c6, the bishop on g2 is happy. If you do play c6, the pawn on d6 is not happy. So you just have to give and take in this game. And while the king goes back to f8, let's take a look at another game just because this one does feel like it's more methodical. It's going to be about maneuvering. And I'm looking across the boards in the top right. We have not looked at Iturrizaga against Alice Lee. So why don't we tune in there, as it looks like Alice Lee with the black pieces doesn't really have any concerns at the moment.
Not at all, and she doesn't have any minor pieces either. Iturrizaga, you could say the same thing about him. There's a mere pair of bishops, there are two rooks, and there is a queen. Queen a3 was Iturizaga's last move. I like that move. He is trying to punish Alice for having her queen far away from the queen side, and we're getting more liquidation here. Queen takes a7 is the last move. Wait a second, Robert. Can black play d takes e3 and emerge with a better position with white's king, a sitting duck? Or am I seeing things?
I just had tuned in a couple moves ago when I first saw it, and now there's a queen on a7. But what are you seeing? But the way you're saying, it's going to be d3, isn't it? Some kind of.
It is going to be d3. Like you always have to note the rooks on forkable squares. d3, the eval bar doesn't change, so we know it's the right move. That blunders the bishop. No, it does not. Here, you do not play d2. If we could pull up an analysis board, this is worth showing because here, white plays rook takes e8. Oh, but I get two queens. Yeah, but you also get checkmated on the back rank. So you need to find the intermezzo. Rook c8 to b8 is what makes this machine run. This is an incredibly hard move to find, Robert. And moreover, queen d7 stops d2. Now you tail the queen once again with the rook. Queen moves away, and now you play d2. You're going to emerge up an exchange with a big advantage. If Alice Lee finds d3, I tell you, oh boy.
And I actually think Iturrizaga has spotted it. The way he was looking up before leads me to believe that he sees his opponent's tactic. Now, some of the players have their opponent, their zoom camera, attached to their screen so they can always see it with their periphery. Others ignore their opponent altogether. But Alice Lee, she's calculating here. So what moves come to mind? Your bishop's under attack, bishop d5. That looks like a very safe and sound move. But if she plays d3 here, Iturizaga's in huge trouble. That becomes a protected pass pawn.
Oh!
She takes on E3.
I jinxed it, Robert.
You know, you didn't really jinx it. I just feel like that's a hard tactic to spot when you don't have the eval bar telling you you have a good chance. So I think her position right now, the reason why she may be slightly worse is white has outside pass pawn potential. You see that black has an extra F pawn, white has an extra A pawn. So it's even material, but white in end games can push outside pass pawns. That will be used as a minimum a decoy, and at maximum maybe a new queen.
And I can totally see why Alice was attracted to this. For the same reason that I initially thought that black was better. I was looking at this E3 pawn, and I was seeing the fact that the white queen on A7 is locked away for the time being because the black queen defends F6, B6. The problem is that black does not have the firepower nor the horsepower, literally, or no more knights. He would love a knight on F5 or a knight on G4. The bishop on D5 is dulled by the pawn on E4. It's not doing anything. It's under fire. The queen on F6 already has a job. It's defending B6. So queen G5 here would be great, but it enables white to capture B6 and defend E3. So it's a logistical problem here where Alice just doesn't have sufficient pieces to perform all of the tasks in her position successfully. She's going to have to stay passive. But with 3 minutes and 50 seconds, I'm starting to get a little bit pessimistic here about her prospects here in the second game.
Yeah, she's spending a lot of time, and the eval bar may say it's still level, but I'm saying no to this one, Danya. I mean, the eval bar suggesting she should be okay, but I just feel like, practically speaking, easier for white. The E3 pawn, that does look like a weakness, very difficult to get to, as you just showed, that the queen can capture the pawn on B6, defend the E3 pawn behind it. So, yeah, this is just not a moment that I think that Alice is going to be thrilled about, but she should be okay. But it's just going to take a bunch of accurate moves. So while she sits and thinks, why don't we bring in a special guest for you all, someone who has a vested interest in this match. We have Nemo, the captain of the Archbishops, with us. Nemo, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you both?
Donna,
you
want
good?
to take that one?
Absolutely. Well, Robert, I don't want to speak for you. Despite my co-comment, I'm doing okay. Suffering through the round, Nemo. You can relate.
Yeah.
Robert.
It's okay.
How are you feeling, Nemo?
I'm doing. Sorry.
Just keep me out of it. I'm gonna go away. Donna, you keep out of it.
No. Come back, Robert.
Oh
no. I cut you off there. Oh no, he's just decided to leave.
We love you,
Okay.
Robert. What do we need
you,
to do,
Robert.
Nemo, to get him back on this chair? What do we need to do?
Honestly,
How do we sweet talk him? Help me.
I think we just need to have some very interesting positions happen because, well, I'm the team captain for the St. Louis Archbishops, so I'm always rooting for St. Louis win. And the 2.5 to 1.5 score from the previous match, unfortunately, means that it's not going in our favor right now. I know Robert also knows a few people on the team. We're not playing favorites here, I assume, but I would personally like to see a St. Louis come back this round.
Yeah, I feel that, Nemo. But I think a lot of the people who are watching this match, they're rooting for Alice Lee. What's it been like having her on the team? Because she's very young, she's an improving player, and it seems like she's gaining many new fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she seems to have, had attracted people coming in since day one. The first match that she did play in, everybody was commenting on, her age. She's quite young. Obviously, she's super strong. And then last week, she actually beat Blue Ball Matthias, who is a very strong grandmaster from Germany. And, it just means that there's a lot of potential for Alice. And not that she's not already really, really strong, but there's even more potential since she is so young.
Well, you also have a lot of potential, Nemo, on the top boards. You have that trifecta of Bach, Theodoro, and Caruana. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to have two super grandmasters? You also have some dude named Lenyard Dominguez. What does that bring to your team, and what kinds of expectations do you have of your very top players?
Personally, I'm expecting Fabi to win every single game. And if he doesn't, I'm sure we can have a talk with him. No, but actually, Fabi has been having a great performance so far. The very first week that Dominguez played, unfortunately, he did not perform the very best. I believe he scored 1.5 out of the 4 games he played. So, a little tweak there. We put Fabi in, and now Fabi has just won his previous game, although his opponent did blunder. He did win his previous game. And currently his position actually, he seems to be doing just fine in this round too.
Yeah, he's got a big time advantage and a better position against Ibarra. More good news, Nemo, for your team. If we go back to the bird's eye view, Benjamin Buck, he is solid as a rock. Or shall I say solid as a buck? But he's not solid this game. He is bloodthirsty this game. He's got a pawn on c5. If we zoom into that game, I think the game is nearly over, and the clock isn't doing Sabrina any favors either. Nemo, this looks like a point in the bag for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you get an opening like this, you get all this piece activity, and you just seem to be very familiar with theory. I did interview him after the match last week, and he said that he's going to put in a lot of prep, going to study a bit more for this week, because we are in a must-win situation. We do have to win this match in order to proceed to the next round. So it's great to see him putting in work.
Yeah, well, he's putting in great work. I mean, he had a good position in the first game. It ended up in a draw, but it looks like he is in the driver's seat, just going to win a pawn in the near future. And, well, while this one looks good for St. Louis, there are other boards looking good for y'all as well. This might be a great round for you, Nemo. I don't want to jinx it. No commentators' curses here. But as we look, in the top left, Nicholas Theodore with the black pieces. He is no worse in that opposite colored bishop position. In the bottom left, Fabiano Caruana, the eval bar, loves his position, and you said he needs to win, otherwise he's kicked off the team. And then in the top right, Alice Lee completely holding her own against Grandmaster Eduardo Iturrizaga. So I feel like your squad, they're living up to the hype, and they know you're on camera. They know you're with us here. Nemo, I feel like they might be doing this for you.
I'm sending them luck, sending them some ideas via the brainwaves, obviously. But yeah, Alice being able to hold this game is going to be absolutely amazing. She's played really well so far. I feel like her score in the PCL does not reflect the nature of her games. I think she had the potential to have a much better score, and I'm really excited for this game to end in a draw. You don't hear that very often, but I would be very happy with a draw here.
Oh, it would be a great result for Alice, and she's actually making improvements here to her position. If Eduardo overpresses, this absolutely could result in a loss for him. Alice's kingside pawn mass is more mobile, and she could actually play g5 and try to get f4. And Robert, I'm maybe being a little bit over optimistic, but the biggest problem, the biggest enemy for Alice has been her clock management. And here we see her fall below a minute once again. This is what's starting to worry me, because when you've got 10 seconds, you can lose anything.
And she plays g6, a calmer move. But I feel like it's one of those moments where when a player's improving, they're told, focus on the classical chess, take your time. But Nemo, Danya, I feel like this is a situation where, play more bullet. You need to get that mouse speed down.
Yeah, I don't know how good she is at blitz. She's definitely stumbled a few times before in tense time control situations, but I feel like she's also getting the practice in now. I mean, this is her third match, I believe, and she's played a couple of 10-2 games. I believe in her speed. Her king might look a little bit exposed, but White can't exactly attack the king. There's not enough material to threaten checkmate. The e-pawn is still slightly weak, and the queen is holding everything together, or was. Maybe now she's just going for a queen to g5, queen trade, and exactly as you've highlighted, Robert.
Yeah, I think Alice is still holding her own, but maybe White can find a way to go g4. This is going down to the wire, which means that we will let you watch the games in peace. Nemo, you are the captain of the Archbishops, a resurgent Archbishops. We wish your team the best of luck as they attempt to mount a comeback and make it to the playoffs. Thanks, Nemo.
Thank you so much.
Always great to have Nemo on stream with us. She is streaming right now. If you don't already follow her, have you not been paying attention to chess for the last 2 years? Go follow Nemo's stream. Let's drop the link in the chat. But right now, her team is doing well in the second round. They entered with a deficit.
I'm sorry to cut you off. We have to go to the Fabi game.
Let's go. Right. Oh, my goodness. Look at the bottom left, everybody. There's a bishop on g7 and a queen on h6 and a hanging rook on a3.
It's made into bishop h8 is made into. What a beautiful maiden construction. I'm sorry for cutting you off, partner, but this was worth looking at. And we got courtside seats to a beautiful mating construction by Mr. Caruana.
Yeah, don't apologize for cutting me off. Fabi just cut his opponent's king off. That is decapitation on g7, and that is sick. Bishop h8, you were expecting queen h8. I'm sure that's what Jose was looking at. Maybe give a check, the king runs f7. I could survive for a little bit, but there is no stopping mate after bishop h8. That's really nice.
I got to rewind a little bit. You mentioned decapitation, Leonardo decapitation. He first decapitated the a pawn, then he came back, then he took g7. He said, okay, I'm doing fine. I'm just going to play king takes g7 on the knight. What was that? On which move are you playing king takes g7? There is a mate threat. Of course, Fabi could have taken the rook, but bishop h8. Can I say that is a sexy move to finish this game off and score another very important point for Nemo's St. Louis Archbishops? Fabi is firing on all cylinders thus far.
And let's go back to our bird's eye view. A big win, 4-5 into Caruana. You look in the bottom right, we know that Bach is in charge. Now he's completely winning, it seems, as Black is going to lose a piece. The knight on d6 will be pinned in 5 different directions. But look at the top left game. Both players are in time trouble between Alain Pichot and Nicholas Theodorou. So in their time trouble, I think we got to go there for the scramble.
Let's go there for the time scramble. Opposite colored bishops, draw tendencies, yes. But Nicholas Theodorou has just declined to draw. He feels that he's got the winning chances. I don't think he really does. Rook e6 check was a really nice move to keep Black's king at bay. I think Alan just needs to make a couple more accurate moves to hold this together.
Yeah, the only chance Black has is to put the bishop on e7, go king e5, and push your d-pawn. But it's hard to get that arrangement of pieces. But you need to somehow get that bishop back towards the e7 square. Nope, the game is a draw. Fair result indeed. Let's get out of here. No more to analyze. The point is split. That is reasonable. And we have 2 games going. In the bottom right, no, that game is finished. It was resignation.
Won.
You see the rooks doubled up on the d-file. And then the top right, we of course have Alice Lee with the black pieces against Eduardo Iturrizaga. And done it. We have to go into that one because Alice Lee has just sacrificed her b6 pawn. Iturrizaga takes
lands.
it. Is there a repetition? Is she relying on an e-pawn going to e3?
Oh,
whoa!
What a move! What a move.
I thought she was going to push the e-pawn, but she's trying to open that king up.
I was positive she would move her e-pawn, but she has to be so careful where she steps with her king. I think she should go full tilt with king h4. Robert, queen e7, king g3 is checkmate. Not for Black, but for White. This is actually a 3-result game. And Robert, queen f2 takes, and then h2 is a crazy position where White actually can stop the pawn. I think Eduardo should try queen f2 check here.
Oh my gosh, queen f2. But wait, you're saying you can't stop the pawn? Barely. That was so scary, though.
Barely. I think that should lead to a repetition. Eduardo has to see that move, or I think he might lose.
Yeah, no, his position is one where if he does not play queen f2, the game may be in Alice's favor. Right now, the Archbishops have a 4-3 lead. They're taking control in the second round. Iturrizaga needs to at least split the point. He goes for it.
And there you go. Now Alice has to be very accurate. h2 is followed by g3 check, vacating the g2 square for the king. If Black steps onto h3, the bishop retreats to f1. We're going to see that. And Alice needs to use her e-pawn to win White's bishop, or she will lose.
So king g2, you're going to have to play e3 and get your king up to f3 once the king for White takes the h2 pawn. So maybe you even throw an h1 check, by the way, and take the g3 pawn right away. Black's king activity allows her to survive this game. And Daniel, just one thing to point out, the a2 pawn goes to a8. That's a light square. There's a light square bishop. So there is no bishop sacrifice for the b pawn. That will not do the trick.
That's a great point. Alice trying to force her e-pawn up the board, but she's let the king step onto f1. Oh my gosh, she might be losing the thread again. Or is she? She's getting her king back to the rescue. But this has gotten really scary.
No, this is very scary. But e2, that's great recognition by her. e2 would not have worked. The king goes to the d2 square. So she's stopping the pawns.
C3.
Excellent
A4,
move.
Bishop
king
f7.
d4.
Bishop f7 ends it, Robert. Bishop d1. You can even play e2 and just sack your bishop for the b3 pawn. You can even play bishop takes b3 immediately.
She finds it, and this game is going to be a draw. Sure, Eduardo makes the right decision not to take the bishop because now he can still maybe try to hope and win. But king b3, king takes a3 is automatic. Alice Lee takes a half point off a grandmaster Eduardo Iturrizaga with the black pieces. It was no joke. We said this in week 1. She may have lost all 4 games, but she had an advantage against the likes of Wei Yi and the rest of the Shanghai Tigers. Last week, she beats Matthias Bluebaum, draws 2 other games. Now, she was in an up and down battle in the first game against Pichot. She draws Eduardo Iturrizaga, and with that draw, the Archbishops take the second round 3-1. Bach gets the job done. Caruana gets the job done. And the other 2 boards with black, they split the point. Danya, you couldn't have written this up any better.
No, you could not. As someone in the chat said, St. Louis Archbishops cooking up some shrimp scampi this round, especially on the strength of Caruana and Bach's wins with the white pieces. Alice Lee doing her job. I was so impressed with her play and time pressure, navigating the complexities of that endgame with 10 seconds left, not making a single mistake. That was amazing. And Nicholas Theodoro doing his job. He plays a solid game with black and draws from position of strength. The shrimp, scampi, the Vanished Maniac shrimps, 1-point lead is nowhere to be found. Now we've got a 1-point lead for the other team, the Archbishops. Robert, they put themselves in a position where they could take this match in the next round. All they'd have to do is win 4-0. Pretty easy.
And it's a lead for the Archbishops. You know, of course, you're just joking around a little bit here. But as we look at the results from the top through the bottom of the lineups here, Fabiano and Benjamin Bach, they're getting the job done for the Archbishops. Pichot and Iturrizaga, they're doing quite well. But it's about Alice Lee down there. She took a half point from a top 2 board. So that's the difference, right? Caruana and Bach get 3.5. For the Shrimps at the top, it's only 3. So good job from Alice Lee there, scoring a half out of 2 against the top 2 boards. And guess what? Now she gets to play boards 3 and 4. So she is putting herself in position to score some more points. But it's just a 1-point spread right now. The Maniac Shrimps are right in this. They could turn this one back in their favor. They did win the first round after all. So I think we will take a break just like the players are doing. They're stretching their legs. They're looking at some chess. We will very much do the same. And when we return, it's more from this epic matchup between the Maniac Shrimps and the Archbishops here in the Pro Chess League.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
In this video series, I cover the entire 1e4, 1e5 spectrum. So all the openings that arises after our 1e4.
I have had a lot of experience in this. I've played several games of prominence. I had a game against Levon Aronian from the World Team Championship. I also had a game from Gibraltar against Marcus Rager, which is the game that I'm going to show here.
The key here, when this happens, when your opponent finds the resource of playing f4, or you reach this position in your calculations, don't panic.
And we return to this matchup of the St. Louis Archbishops and the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. It's been a close one. First, the Shrimps were in the lead. Then the Archbishops stormed back. So currently, we see the Archbishops lead by 1 point. It is 4.5, 3.5. Danya, from top to bottom, there have been some great results, some great games from the Archbishops, but the Maniac Shrimps, they're still very close, right in this thing.
They are absolutely in this thing. I mean, these rounds could have gone either way. These games are at a knife's edge. They are going down to the wire, Robert. Alice Lee pulling out a huge draw against Eduardo Iturrizaga, and Fabiano Caruana just doing his thing. We heard it from Nemo. She is expecting a 4 out of 4 performance. Well begun is half done, and Fabi is halfway to a perfect performance. I think he'll need to keep delivering if he wants to keep the St. Louis Archbishops on top.
And I think you should keep delivering the poetic justice. That was awesome, that rhyme there. Don't think I missed that.
you.
But we don't want to miss a single game. And coming up is round 3 of this match in an all-play-all format. Benjamin Bach gets the white pieces against Alain Pichot. Fabiano Caruana gets white against Eduardo Iturrizaga. Alice Lee, Nicholas Theodoro get black. But Fabiano Caruana white, Eduardo Iturrizaga black, that rings a familiar bell because in anticipation of this matchup, I had a flashback to 2018, and I remembered this final position when Fabiano Caruana took down Eduardo Iturrizaga in the Pro Chess League. The final move played was the white rook back to f5, because if the black rook takes it, the knight takes back with check and mate. And if the rook moves anywhere else, then the white rook picks up that pawn behind the black king for checkmate. So Fabiano Caruana with a nasty final position of victory over Iturrizaga. He would like history to repeat itself. So Danya, for the Maniac Shrimps, what does Iturrizaga need to do differently? How can he fend off against the mighty Caruana?
Well, we see the man himself. I think Iturrizaga has to try to get Fabiano in time pressure. Fabi has improved his blitz and rapid play exponentially over the last few years. That's a narrative, that's an arc that we have been following, and that is so admirable for somebody at this level to change their way of playing in rapid and blitz is amazing. But first and foremost, before we talk about anything else, Eduardo has to get a reasonable position out of the opening, and we know that Fabi is armed to the teeth. He's played d4, Robert, which is a surprise. Fabi going for the Catalan, not a frequent guest in his tournament practice.
No, but he does essay this opening every now and then in a5. So this opening from the black side, you want white to trade bishops, because when the black pawn ends up on b4, the knight on b1 is stuck in place a bit. The a file would be open. So that's why you see the players ignore the bishop stare until Iturrizaga at long last brings the bishop back. So Danya, they're moving very, very quickly. Clearly both familiar with this opening. Who do you like it for? Maybe not so much objectively, but in terms of style.
I mean, I think it's hard to say because Eduardo is a positional player at heart. He's pretty versatile in the sense that he plays the Sicilian against e4, but with white, Eduardo likes the English. He likes methodical maneuvering play, and I think both sides are happy here. Fabi has gotten the kind of quiet position with a safe king that he clearly wanted. Eduardo has gotten a positionally rich situation with a lot of maneuvering potential. So it's very hard to make any conclusions just yet. The one thing I can say, Robert, is that white's main plan here is to prepare a quick e4. So I'm expecting either knight bd2 or the more adventurous knight cc3, which does come with a price tag. You have to be ready to sacrifice the c4 pawn. And I actually think that's what Fabi is deciding between. Maybe knight e5 is also possible, but I'm expecting knight bd2 followed by a quick e4.
Well, as Jesse J sings, forget about the price tag, Danya. Who cares about that pawn on c4? You want to play e4 as white. Yeah, he does. Maybe he's just trying to keep the status quo because he feels like that knight on d7, the superfluous knights for black, right? The knight on d7 blocks in the bishop on c8. The knight on d7 also can't jump forward because of that pawn on d4. So he's enjoying the spatial advantage that he has. But for black, I think bishop... Before I can even finish my thought, bishop a6, very important. Don't just fianchetto, aim at that c4 pawn, try to gain some space. Maybe black will play b6 to b5 in the near future and challenge on the queen side.
I call this the hyper fianchetto. It is standard fare in this line of the Catalan. The knight has appeared on e5. Fabi trying to punish black for leaving the c6 pawn unattended. Eduardo immediately grabs the knight. And generally you see white playing d takes e5 and trying to shove that e-pawn up the board to e4. Robert, this could actually explode really, really quickly. If we could pull up an analysis board If white plays CD, and E4, this may look overwhelming for white, but don't fall asleep on the C file. I feel like Rook C8, a well-timed Rook C8, could come with great effect. You could also explore the positional pawn sacrifice, something like D4 to keep white's bishop closed. Either way, I think we're going to see a very rich middle game coming right up.
And that position you have on screen there with D4, I'm going to steal one from your playbook. I'm going to do a pawn. That's a New York jettison of a pawn. You give that pawn up, you go for the C file, you get your queen out of the pin that it's in, and the E5 pawn later in the game will be something that white will probably not be able to hold on to. So I like this idea for Iturrizaga. I think for Fabiano, he's trying to figure out what to do, and he plays H4. What's the relevance of that move?
Well, I think it's a pretty bad sign. I think Fabi relied on E4, but perhaps he underestimated that positional pawn sack. Instead, he doubles back, or more precisely, he delays the move E4. I think he's trying to discourage G5, which, as brazen as it sounds, was a threat, Robert, because you do not want to lose the E5 pawn. That is the cog that makes your entire position run. G5 is still possible for what it's worth, but now it comes with, hey, an even heftier price tag. I don't know who you referenced. Now I'm trying to remember. But there might even be some sort of a sack on D5 if black dares to play G5.
Yeah, there very well might be a sack on that square. So Fabiano, that's not preparation because he spent about 2 minutes at this point, but we'll leave Iturrizaga in the think tank just because that position is wild, and 3 more are underway. In the bottom left, we see Alice Lee. She essays the Caro Khan. It's a closed position there. In the top left, the game between Benjamin Bach and Alain Pichot. That game just looks hectic. It's still opening preparation from Pichot, but Benjamin Bach caught off guard. And in the bottom right, we have a closed position from the Sicilian. So I think we can leave the bottom right for the moment. That one will probably last much longer. Let's go to the top left, done with Bach having the white pieces, but now a 3-minute disadvantage on the clock.
We know all is right in the world when we see that microwave with the chessboard on top of it. But right now, Alain Pichot trying to put white's dark squared bishop in the microwave, and bishops and microwaves don't go very well together. Black wants to play h4, which does not trap the bishop, but after bishop e5, you could continue pursuing the bishop. White does not want to give up the bishop pair here. Benjamin Bach already taking pretty extreme measures to curb the flow of this game. What's most disturbing is the speed of Pichot's play. This is not the kind of position in which you want to be caught with your pants down.
But one of the big issues here that I'm having, as I recall a certain game, I'm pretty sure Caruana had the black pieces in this exact position. He eventually had a rook lift with rook to h6. So these types of games can be quite sharp. It's really a lot to take in here. And, well, already now Pichot is out of his preparation. So that's really good news for Bach, and I think we'll see bishop d7, and after bishop takes knight on c6, black will throw in bishop takes knight on c3. So I feel like black is still holding on to everything, and I tend to prefer the activity that we see on the king side. But if you're not actually accurate, black could be a huge strategic danger because you're overextending your pawns.
You're overextending your pawns. You're leaving the king very much unattended. Even if it castles kingside, that pawn cover with the pawns at g5 and h4 does not exactly inspire confidence. I'm splitting hairs here, but maybe it's worth eliminating the knight on c3 first, because if you enable white to bring the knight out to e2, bishop takes c3 isn't going to come with quite as much of an effect because it can be recaptured with the knight. So a lot of decisions to be made on both a strategic and a tactical front, really for both players. I like that move. Bishop takes c3 is played. It will be supplemented by bishop d7. No, first he plays h4. We're going to get some fireworks here.
Whoa. What is the deal here? Can't first white... I would take on c6 first, just to make sure that black's pawn structure is doubled, and then play bishop e5. Because I know bishop e5 will be met by bishop d7, and then I don't get to hurt the pawn structure. So I think just first take the knight, then bishop e5. I like Benjamin's position. And Pichot, he made that move in 2 seconds. I think he could have benefited from a longer think.
That's been his near undoing. That could have been his undoing against Alice Lee, but it's just not going to fly against Benjamin. There was no need to rush h4. He's given Benjamin unnecessary perks. That bishop on e5, coupled with a queen that could land on a3 and prevent black from castling. I'm with you. I think white now has firmly the upper hand.
Yeah, and you can just develop, right? Knight f3 hits the g5 pawn.
Yeah.
Black probably has to play g4 as a response. Your knight goes to d2, and then b3, and then c5. Like, that white knight is going to get very active. It could also hop into e5 at some moment after bishop f6 and knight e5. So I really like this position for Bach. Strategically, it looks strong for him. The tactics, it's not so sharp anymore. So Pichot will have to figure out if he can hold this one. But let's go away from this board between Bach and Pichot, just because all the other games are interesting. The bottom right position between Sabrina Vega Gutierrez and Nicolas Theodoru, still very closed. But Donny, what's happening in the bottom left between Alice Lee with the black pieces and Jose Carlos Ibarra?
Yeah, my guess is as good as yours. It's a very convoluted pawn structure. The position is very gummied up. It's closed. The center is closed. The queen side is closed. And the king side is also closed. But White's typical plan in these types of structures is to run that f-pawn up the board. But Alice is going to say, over my dead body. She's going to play g6 at the right moment. That does, of course, weaken the dark squares, but those squares are nicely protected by Black's knight. So I think just visually, White is better, Robert, because Black is very cramped. Alice has a hard time getting her bishop out, and castling is illegal. But it's not entirely clear to me how Ibarra is going to continue pouring oil onto the fire.
Well, Alice has a show on Chess Kid called Alice's Pawn Palace, and I'm seeing two different palaces here, from a7 to c5, and then f7 to d5. She has two nice pawn chains, and she doesn't want to really move any of her pawns. She might have to play g6 as a reaction to f4, but for now, she's just trying to say the c file may open. I control that break. White does not want to take on c5. That's clear. Pawn takes c5 would...
Sorry,
C4? Oh, I see what you're doing. I was just going to say that taking on C5 would be bad, but then when you freaked out, I realized what you're aiming at. C4 for White could be nasty.
I just saw a crazy idea. Ibarra playing the much more level-headed and better knight a3. I just have to show this because this is cool. C4 is a thematic idea, and I was just attracted by d5, ed, e6. The pawns fall like dominoes. And here, Black is probably better after knight e5, so this doesn't work anyway. But queen takes g3, you take the knight with check. No, actually, in this final position, White is worse because Black has this massive pawn phalanx in the center. But these are the types of ideas that you have to consider when the center is closed. The side that strategically reopens the center and is better prepared for it often prevails. Alice says, I'm not going to give you the chance to play c4. She locks the center and the queen side up herself. She plays c4, and we settle down here into a maneuvering struggle.
And the evaluation bar can be misleading in positions like this. It's really high up there, and White objectively is not just for choice, but is substantially better. But with the closed position, sometimes it requires a series of active maneuvers. Like you just have to slowly but surely improve your pieces. Then you play g4 at the right moment. Something like that for White. And you already see the first with queen e3, a very logical move to stop bishop h6. I keep saying this. When you have less space, you want to trade pieces. Saying you're not going to get bishop h6 to trade your bishop that way. Let me move my queen off the g file, maybe play f3, pawn to g4, and so on. But that might have been a step in the wrong direction. And Black, Danya, maybe a6 at the right moment, just trying to chisel at White's control over there on the queen side.
Well, in ancient Babylonia, a wise man once said that the player that controls the pawn breaks has a serious positional advantage. I think his name was Robertus Hessus. Or was it ancient Greece? Don't remember. But bishop e7 by Alice, I think that allows White to take and hop the knight into b4, which stops a6, but also aims for c6. And I actually think that we are going to see f4, f5. The issue being that White can still play f5, even with Black's pawns binding on the f5 square because of the tactics related to knight takes d5 being a fork. I think Alice is on her last legs here, and she is not going in the right direction, literally.
But you know what she wants? Is that, let's say you make a random move, just like queen back to e1, just some pretty bad move. Then Black will play the move probably a5. So that way, you kick the knight out of there, and if you take en passant, the knight is ready to capture back. And if the knight has to hop backwards, then instead of taking en passant, then Black's saying, okay, you're never getting back into c6. That was the one weak spot in the position. You can't get back in there.
But the problem is that it's a little bit a day late and a dollar short. I think that Ibarra, without hesitation, should play f4. And a5, well, Evalbar disagrees. My idea was after a5, here the Evalbar agrees, I guess f5 immediately. You can just shove that pawn down the board, and you don't care about the knight. The knight has done its job because look at that freaking king side. White is just chomping at the bit here. After queen g5, you're going to skewer the queen. This is game over. I feel like f4 is the human move. Maybe throw in a check. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but I think, first of all, we got to zoom out of this one because Fabiano, Caruana, I was asking, could history repeat itself? The answer looks like no right now. Fabiano has a terrible position in the top right against Iturrizaga. So St. Louis Archbishops had a great round 2. Here in round 3, look at this position, Danya. It's even material, but black has all the activity.
Holy cannoli. And holy cannoli goes the eval bar a little bit after bishop to d4. The rook on c8 is hanging, and yes, both players see that. The light squares, though, are devastatingly weak if white grabs that rook, which is why Fabi is leaving it untouched. He's chasing the bishop away. Now his own rook is hanging. This is a ridiculous position. I've got a headache.
Yeah, so it's exchange sacrifice from both. And I wonder what the miss was there from Iturrizaga, because now the eval bar is going up more towards the center. And I agree with that because black has extra material, and I don't think white, now you can take on c8. So
and you
have to watch out for your light squares, right? The point is that after queen takes c8, the queen's going to try to go where the bishop has been to h3, knight g4, checkmating attack. But I think that white does have time to slide the king up to g2. There's no denying black is better and more active. But I wonder what it was before that the eval bar was kind of on a seesaw about.
I think it was queen e8 to g6 at the right moment, which actually threatened the pawn on g3. If you imagine white's pawn being on e2, I'll actually show this on the board since Fabi is thinking about whether to take the bishop. Queen g6 here was the top move, and if you greedily grab, then you greedily grab. And need I show more in this line? Of course, Fabi would have probably played a move like e3, and here knight h5 piles on the g3 pawn. This is a very hard move to play, Robert. Leaving d5 hanging, leaving c8 hanging. Can't blame Iturrizaga for playing it more simply. Yes.
But what is Fabi doing? Go to the live board for a second.
Knight a4. Whoa,
Why
whoa,
would you
whoa.
In what universe do you let the queen into h3?
Oh, he wants queen takes e5.
And then after knight g4?
e8. Queen takes d5, queen g2.
Oh, I completely... it's funny. I saw queen e6 check. I didn't see queen takes d5 check.
But,
okay, let's just show that very
But
quickly.
you're right. No, Robert, there's a very simple improvement that Fabi has missed. He is losing his mind here. Whoa! Wait, did he play that? He played bishop d4. What is he doing? Queen h3 is game over. Queen takes e5. Now knight g4 is a blunder, right? Takes, and you go back. But all you have to do is the elementary rook to e8. The queen can't keep contact with the pawn. The game is over. White has to give up his queen to avoid getting checkmated. Instead, Robert, am I seeing what you're seeing?
Yeah, look what just happened in the game. And look at Iturrizaga. He is beside himself. He's like, what did I just do there? He had plenty of time on his clock. The last move, just one half move there, right?
Yeah.
The bishop e1. It clears the second rank. The idea for black is knight g4 and queen h2 checkmate. The problem is, after knight g4, the f pawn pushes forward to f3, and you cover the squares over here. Maybe f4 is better, I'm not sure. But either way, the queen saves the day for Fabi.
f3 has been played, and we're going to fast forward to the live board. We have this position, knight to e3. I think you're right. f4 might have been better because it would have vacated the f3 square for the rook. So this game is far from over, but it would have been over, Robert, after queen h3. I can't believe he missed it.
I was laughing not because of the action, but just because Iturrizaga just demonstrated what a head scratcher looks like. He was, just what am I doing? Bishop d4? That's getting too fancy. And you can't afford to do that against someone like Fabiano Caruana because he's a great calculator. He's now up 2 minutes and has time to think about how to save his king. The good news for Iturrizaga is the rook on f1 cannot be saved. If you go up to f2, you're blocking the bishop. The g3 pawn will hang with check. All of your pawns will collapse. So that's not available to Fabi. So it's going to be, in all likelihood, a situation where either the knight remains on e3 because it's stronger than the rook, or at some moment it will be 2 minor pieces for said rook on f1.
Which is ultimately what I think we're going to get. But I think in most endgames, I would handle the minor pieces here. I'd rather handle the minor pieces because of the weakness of a lot of black's pawns, including b6, which could fall with a5 to follow Iturrizaga, trying to deploy his rook to c2. Excellent move there. He's finding some really tough moves, Robert, and he misses the easy mate.
There's a great idea here for white. Rook f3 to meet rook c2 with rook takes knight. Just give me all of your pieces for my queen. Now suddenly white has a rook and 2 minor pieces for a queen and 1 pawn. The eval board actually says it's equal somehow? This is crazy.
I guess because of the weakness of white's king coupled with the counterplay afforded by the d-pawn, maybe something like queen f5. I agree. I think it's easier to handle white here. And great call by you. Rook f3 has been uncorked by Fabiano Caruana, who now feels confident that he can turn this around and take the full point.
Wow, this has been a wild game. It's hard to leave it, but all 4 games are of equal importance. Yes, they're not even playing bullet. They have time, but these calculations are difficult when you don't have the eval bar at your disposal. So let's look across the board here. In the top left, Benjamin Bach, he is down to 31 seconds. What is the clock management in that game? In the bottom right, the eval bar is all the way down in favor of Nicholas Theodoru. And in the bottom left, Alice Lee against Jose Carlos Ibarra. Danya, that's a position where black is on the defensive. I think Alice is doing a great job.
She just does not go away. And that f-pawn is still on f2. That is the ultimate piece of bad news for Ibarra. He did not find an opportunity to shove that pawn through to f5. That means Alice is holding her own. She smoked Ibarra's knight out of g5. She is making progress. She's still worse. She's still cramped. But this is much better than it was a couple of moves ago.
And we see in the top right, the eval bar going higher and higher for Fabiano Caruana. And so he was given a second lease on life in that game. And it looks like, he is getting a bigger advantage by the turn. So, Donna, 4 interesting games on our screens. Should we go to the Bach game just because he's really down on time?
We absolutely should. You talked about playing bullet. Bach is playing a bullet game with the white pieces. I think he also has an advantage. He has stabilized the kingside situation. Black's pawns are immobile. He's got the c-file control. I think he's better objectively, Robert, but I do not envy him with 28 seconds to handle a position of this complexity.
I don't believe you. You definitely envy him. I know you're a bullet addict, so don't give me that.
Right.
You wish you were playing with under 20 seconds on your clock. Yeah, I got you. But look at this. Rook c1. Double up them rooks. And there could be rook c7. I know you're giving up both of your rooks for the queen, and he plays it because the d6 pawn was hanging in that position. So instead, can white just scoop up a7 now and go up a pawn?
I thought Alon should have invested a little bit more thought into the prospect of getting 2 rooks. Now he's just a pawn down. You can't take on e3 because the rook on e7 is pinned. And if you take on a7, white's queen goes back and forth to a3, defending e3. Benjamin calculating really well with no time.
It's all about the Benjamins. He's trying to get that money and that victory. The eval bar keeps going up in his favor. Pichot, once again, he's not investing enough time in critical moments. He's a huge lead in the clock. But let's zoom out of this one because we may have a result any second now. There are mere seconds on Bach's clock. But look in the top right. Fabiano Caruana's evaluation is through the roof. I know in the bottom right, Nicholas Theodoro has been getting it done for the Archbishops. We haven't given that game the attention it deserves just because it's been so one-sided. But look in the top right. It's a wild position. Alice Lee, by the way, dropped under a minute. Played the move F5 in the bottom left. It's like she's playing checkers with those pawns and light squares. But this has been crazy from board to board.
It absolutely has. And the craziest of all has been Eduardo's game. He crushes Fabi out of the opening. He has literally mate in 3 moves with the easiest move that you'll ever get to beat someone of Fabiano's caliber. He overthinks it. He gives up his bishop, and now he has tilted even further. If we go to that game for just a second, Fabi has 2 pieces for a rook, which is generally double-edged, Robert, but that pawn on d5, and also look at Eduardo's clock. I don't see him pulling this out with 10 seconds.
No, I wasn't even looking at the clock. I was just looking at the board just because it's been so fascinating, but you're correct. White's pieces all defend one another. The only piece loose is the bishop on e1. So queen e5, that might be an option for white. Just make sure everything is defended. First bishop d2. Similar idea, but apparently wrong for some reason.
Could it have something to do with rook e8? No, Eduardo goes queen
but
b2,
f5.
pinning the knight.
But f5, oh my goodness. And
that is
h6 is hanging as well. Fabi finds it, of course. Bishop takes h6 as the threat in addition to f6. Now, Eduardo, there's no way he's going to be able to survive this, is there?
No way at all. Fabi could actually involve some of the supporting cast here with a move like g4. That's very much Fabi's style to keep the tension, get this pawn up the board. He's got a minute. He's managed his time really, really well. I'm calling it. G4 is going to happen.
And now he's down to under 50 seconds himself. So, Fabi, it's a nerve-wracking situation. He plays g4. Great call by you. Because g5, it looks like your king is a bit exposed. But the queen on c2, there are no checks. Yeah. That's the good news. f5 would be loose, though. So don't push that g-pawn just yet. But the good news for white, and he goes king f2. What a calm, collected move from Caruana.
That's a great move, stepping into the pin, but getting off of the first rank so that you can take on d5 and there would be no check. Eduardo trying to go there and here and pin White's pieces. And this is not over. Fabi has to be very precise here, Robert, because queen to c6 is a huge threat that could turn this game around. Fabi with 20 seconds. But fantastic calculation so far. Can he finish it off?
We'll see, but there is a game that's over. Nicholas Theodoro did win with the black pieces. We will update you on all
What's the
action.
move here?
I don't know. And
it's not that queen f5. He's blundered.
He blundered it.
He
completely lost
Black's
in
winning.
one turn.
Oh my gosh. Queen e3 was the only winning move there.
Oh my goodness. He just hangs a piece. They're pins galore.
Way.
Queen f4
He's
play was
incredulous.
But bishop c3. I think he went the wrong way there. Bishop c3 would have given him a chance with that f-pawn being pinned.
Fabi is reeling from that blunder, but the game is not over. He has to keep himself in this contest by getting the queen active and going for some sort of perpetual. That's what he's doing, but he could get checkmated first. Queen c2. Or this.
Yeah. Rookie 6, great move, pinning that bishop. There are no checks against the black king. Queen d5. And where does the queen go now? Oh, that's nice. Defending and attacking.
Oh, even better.
Wait, did he have rook takes e3? He forced resignation. You see Iturizaga with the fist pump, and he gets the dub. That was a crazy game. Look at him. He can barely breathe, and he steps away from it. And Fabiano will want to forget about that game. But as we look at the other two boards, huge leads, huge advantages for the players with the white pieces. The left side of your screen, white with the advantage. The right side of your screen wins for the players with the black pieces.
It's over.
It's over in the top left. We see that d6 was captured and a resignation occurs. Benjamin Bach wins. So let's go to Alice Lee's game. She has mere seconds on her clock. She just dropped a pawn. She's trying to survive, but it's not looking likely.
She's not going to. She has 5 seconds, a dead lost position. Hey, everything is possible. This is one of the craziest PCL matches that we've had today. The Fabi game was one of the craziest individual games that we have seen. I can't believe that Eduardo ended up winning that, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, let's focus on Ibarra as he snaps off the pawn on d5.
Oh.
Gorgeous tactics, lovely pressure down the e-file, and Black's entire position collapses like a house of cards. Rook e7, and you're going to lose the queen after knight f6.
Yeah, it's a forced sequence and a win for Ibarra. And a very calm little fist pump. It wasn't a big one, but he's happy because Alice Lee is a dangerous player. And Danya, it was 2-2 in that round. So for the Maniac Shrimps, I mean, it could not have been more important for Iturizaga to get that point. He wins with black against Fabiano Caruana, gets revenge from that classic game, that checkmate I showed from back in 2018. But Bach gets the job done for the Archbishop against Alain Pichot. Theodorou does the same against the board 4, but in the middle two boards for the Maniac Shrimps, Danya, they make it work. So it's still a close match.
A picture-perfect start to this match for Fabiano Caruana. Everything was under control, and then things went completely haywire. He loses out of the opening. He turns the game around, and just when he's on the cusp of delivering the final blow, Eduardo Iturizaga's incredibly resilient defense. All credit to Eduardo for not losing his cool, not losing his verve, and he pulls off a massive win. That changes the landscape of the match completely, Robert, because it gives the Spanish Maniac Shrimps a lot more leeway. They would be down 7.5, 4.5, which feels so different from the 1-point deficit that they are staring at right now. It is still a deficit. St. Louis is still a powerhouse, and I think they still should win if they keep their composure. But you are not allowed to go anywhere, because if this final round is anything like what we've seen so far, we are in for one of the most epic final rounds that we have seen thus far in the PCL, Robert.
But you are super spot on there that a 3-point deficit, you're not coming back from that. That means you would have to beat Caruana, Bach, and Theodora. But now the Maniac Shrimps just need to get one win and hold the other boards, and then we will see a tiebreak. They could even win in regulation, but that remains to be seen. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's more from this crazy match between the Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the St. Louis Archbishops. Do not, and I mean it, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to this video. My name is Christoph Silecki. I'm an international master in chess from Germany, and I'm here to share with you why the opening plays such an important role in modern chess. The opening in chess is like coming prepared with a battle plan. You play a move, but it's part of a larger strategy. You want to have an idea what to do against every possible response that your opponent may play against you. You want to have a plan, a strategy laid out before the game even starts. This can be really deep on the top level, move 10, 20, 30. You don't need that much, but you want to be prepared to get a game that you enjoy playing, that's more fun to play and give you more chances to win more games. I've always loved studying the opening, figuring out new ideas, how to beat my opponents and set traps. This is now my profession, writing courses on openings for Chessable. I've created more than a dozen, the most popular ones being of the Keep It Simple series. I have received an award this year, the Author of the Year. What I invite you to do is go to chessable.com and check out how to play the opening better, get fun positions, and win more games.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
It's a 1-point lead for the St. Louis Archbishops. Could have been more, but could have, would have, should have. That's the thing of the past. Danya, you have something to show all of our viewers, and it was a pretty cool sequence.
Well, it was a game that featured more swings than the scariest roller coaster in the world. I wouldn't go on any roller coaster rather than watching this incredible game. The final moment came here. Fabi, with his last 30 seconds, found the first decisive move, f6. He has 2 pieces for a rook in a game that Eduardo should have finished with checkmate. And here he had to find an incredible only move to win the game, which was the ridiculous retreating move, queen to e3. The idea? It's not to take on h6 when white runs out of checks. No, it's to check on e8, to check on e7, and black cannot avoid getting forked. And not only does he get forked, but by capturing the rook, white defends what is now his extra bishop. This was the only move to win. Instead, Fabi panics, and with his last seconds, opens up the f5 square, gets forked, loses his knight, and shortly thereafter lost a shocking game that keeps the Maniac Shrimps in this match.
Yeah, and Eduardo Iturrizaga scores a very important victory for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. He is 2.5 out of 3. You see him there on board 2. But guess what? His opponent for the final round will be Benjamin Bach, because all boards play the same assignments on the other team. So the board 2s, they're leading the charge here. Board 3s are even as well. And then it's the difference is board 1 and board 4. Half a point advantage for the Archbishops.
Man, oh man, are we in for an epic final round. Fabiano Caruana, really the X factor to me. Can he push that incredibly loss behind him? He's got a game with black against Alan Pichot, and Robert Allen has not inspired confidence thus far. I feel like he's mismanaged his time. He's played a little bit too fast, and I really think that Fabi needs to try to pounce. If Fabi can win his game, I'm going to predict that the Archbishops win this round. I think that game might very well be the decisive one, but we know that each game matters exactly the same, 1 point each.
And our biggest feedback, and let's call it criticism, of Alan Pichot is he's playing too quickly in critical moments. Now, he won't do that because he's playing Fabiano Caruana. So there's no way to force you to sit and think before you move, like playing Caruana. So I think that, for Pichot, he's capable. He is such a strong player. He gets the white pieces. I don't rush any decisions.
And he rushes his first move. How dare he not spend 2 minutes on 1e4? And let's see, we're going to get a Rui Lopez. Alan Pichot is a very, very experienced Rui Lopez player. He's been playing this opening for his entire life. And an early decision here for Alan. I've seen him play d3, but this time he goes for the main line. And Fabi meets him at the top with a line that has surged in popularity once again recently, the Archangel variation.
Yeah, no, this one has been in Fabiano Caruana's repertoire for a number of years. Not played very often at the highest level because if you prepare it from the white side, it can be super sharp and scary for black. But you can already see Pichot thinking that's not acting. I think he just doesn't have that much experience against this variation.
This is a move that often slips through the cracks of even the most experienced Rui Lopez players. Almost everybody plays the Marshall or the Briar or one of the lines that features Bishop e7. I think Fabi choosing the opening very, very well, and Alon has to make a general decision first. Does he want to go down the main line, which is c3 and d4, or does he want to deviate and go for something less theoretical? You can do that by playing the move d3 without c3 and using the c3 square for the knight. I've played like that, and that dodges a lot of the theory, but it doesn't really challenge black theoretically.
And there is an opportunity for white to play the move knight takes e5. And after knight takes back on e5, it looks like you just gave away a piece for a pawn. But white has the very thematic, a fork of pawn to d4 at the end.
Yeah, that's the center fork trick, as it is often known. It's possible here. It was possible on the last move. And you also need to decide whether you're taking on b5 and who that benefits. It seems to benefit white, but perhaps white shouldn't rush that move.
No, I mean, there isn't a huge rush, especially because it's a forcing variation. So I think that for Pichot, he does go for it. It's a principal variation, but now you take and play d6 at the end, and you have to watch out because c5 hits the queen, and then c4 tries to not win the bishop. It has the a2 square, but nobody likes a bishop on a2 with a pawn sitting on c4. So we're just seeing preparation from both sides. I'm pretty sure I've seen some Peter Svidler games in this variation. No idea what the moves are, don't remember, but I feel like this has been played at the highest levels in a number of games.
Yeah, I feel like I've vaguely seen this in some Linares tournaments 7 years ago with some nameless super GMs. Definitely this position has occurred before, but Alan Pichot has his work cut out for him. You were absolutely right. He is most definitely not rushing. In fact, if anything, I think he might experience problems on the clock the way that this game is going. I could easily see him spending a couple of minutes on the next few moves.
And this game, there's going to be some thought. As you said, the next few moves won't be easy to figure out. So why don't we zoom out to our other games? And I just want to take stock of something. Eduardo Iturrizaga has only drawn 3 games all year. and has lost 0 in the Pro Chess League. He's making a strong case for league MVP. It's hard to call someone an MVP when their team might get eliminated early, but that's a really wonderful performance.
It most certainly is, and he's also won a series of incredibly clutch games. I think you remember his game against Salim Saleh, where he was dead in the water and turned the game around to score a crucial point. Of course, his game in the last round against Fabiano Caruana merely adds to his MVP case. Here, he's got his work cut out for him yet again. The white pieces against Benjamin Bach. They're in some sort of an English Slav setup. Shall we take a closer look, or are you more attracted by the lower left game between Theodoro and Ibarra?
My eyes are taking me all over the place. It's hard to pick just one game. I mean, look at the top left, for example. The last move played from Caruana was rook b8 to b7 to save his pawn. That's not a position you see every day, but Caruana moving so quickly, I know he's in preparation. So why don't we go to that bottom left game, because that looks extremely combative. Nicolas Theodoro taking on Jose Carlos Ibarra. Ibarra has been solid thus far. His first game against Bach, he was worse with the white pieces, but he's made 3 draws, so he's kind of been under the radar. I take that back. I take it back. He just won against Alice Lee, and he lost a previous game.
Oh,
My
right.
apologies.
Yeah, he did. That was an interesting game. We got some dude named Hikaru in the chat, by the way, offering up some insight that Abby's position occurred in a Title Tuesday game between Hikaru and Caruana a couple of weeks ago. So that adds an interesting layer to that game. That means that Fabi is for sure in his preparation. More disturbing news for Pichot. But let's unpack this position. Nicolas Theodoro needs to find a way to unpack the queen side because he is down a pawn. And the more I look at this, Robert, the more skeptical I am about his compensation. Clearly, he wants to play e4, but that move in and of itself, what does that really give you?
The answer might not be all that much. And you play e4, you say, great, I have the center, that should be good for me. But the d4 pawn is a bit loose, and once you push the pawn 2 squares to e4, then it's going to remain that way. The bishop on g2 is shut down a bit by having the pawn in its path. And e4 to e5, you gain space, you attack the knight on f6, but it may give the black knight the d5 square to hop to, and it's impossible to kick it out of there. So Theodoro doesn't look thrilled about what's going on right now, but he is ahead on the clock, Danya.
Yeah, he looks exasperated. You know, he is such a dangerous player, and he has very high expectations of himself. I know that from being friends with him, he wants to go 4 out of 4 every week. It was not meant to be, but he has a chance to deliver what would be an incredibly clutch victory for the archbishops. He secures the bishop pair, and if Theodoro procrastinates on castling, white could park this bishop on b4. Although even then, black could deploy this knight to a6 and chase the bishop off of the diagonal. So it's all Ibarra here. He could even put his queen on d5 and really cement that battery and keep the knight paralyzed.
Love queen d5. That's a great move for black. White's best move is to take the knight that was just captured and put it on c3. I think that would be a really nice option. But queen d5, it makes it hard for white to even move in that position. So I liked it. I like Ibarra's position. I think that he has really good chances, and they need him. The Maniac need him to at least hold a draw in this game for them to have a chance.
Absolutely. And Ibarra will contemplate his next move. He is down on the clock. Both of these players can definitely play fast. They're incredibly strong at blitz, but it's quite clear that Ibarra is in control out of the opening. Let's swing back to the bird's eye view because we've got more clarity on some of the boards and a lot less clarity, I think, in Alain Pichot's game against Fabiano Caruana, which continues to percolate. Whether you look at the center or the king side or the queen side, there is a white piece on a8. That's a rook. There's usually a black rook on a8 last time I checked, Robert.
Yeah,
that's black rook on a8 in the initial board, or am I forgetting how to set up the pieces?
And is that a rook on b7 or a bishop on b7? Like, what is this? Okay, let's go to the top left quickly because there might be a funny queen trade at the moment. You see the last move played in the top left was knight to b6, and that hits the rook on a8. But can white play queen takes b?
And he just did.
Yes. Yeah.
Great call. Okay, so the smoke clears. What do we make of this endgame?
Probably no worse for black. I'm looking at this position. I'm seeing the pawn f4, perhaps a bit overextended. The pawn on b5, also a bit overextended. So there's some weak squares in white's position, but Pichot has the pair of bishops. That's good news. And now he can maybe create a problem on the d6 square. You can isolate a pawn for black. That's not good news.
And his last move was accompanied with a draw. For this adds a really interesting wrinkle. What is Fabiano going to do? Before the game, I think he would be relatively satisfied with the draw. I mean, he's got the black pieces. A draw brings the archbishops, who hold the 1-point lead, 1.5 point closer to the target, 8.5 points. Fabi's going to give this some thought. If he declines, Robert, I think it will have something to do with the time situation.
Yeah, he is up 3.5 minutes, doing quite well on the clock, but I just don't see how Fabiano can play this for a win. The move d5, just to avoid getting an isolated pawn, that gives the opponent all of the dark squares, and only Pichot has a dark square bishop. So I feel like the move d5, that's really playing for a loss more than it's playing for a win. And if that's the case, maybe there will be a series of trades that liquidate. And I guess Danya is probably really that upset with the draw. He's the black pieces against a strong GM. You're point up heading into the round. It's pretty good stuff.
And what you do right now, if you're Fabi, is you look at your teammates' games and you decline the draw. You play knight f5. What a gutsy call by Fabiano. I think his decision was also influenced, Robert, by the result of his previous game. He was mad. He wants to prove himself. And I don't know if this is the wisest decision, because I think Alan is better. He's got the bishop pair. Would you second the idea that white is objectively, perhaps slightly, but with e6 on deck and knight takes b5 threatened, this could spiral out of control for Fabi?
I feel like white is significantly better. e6 is an automatic move right now, but there is one downside. We keep talking about the bishop pair, and it looks good, but the bishop on c1 can't really get out, especially with the knight on f5. And if you're not looking out for it, knight f5 to h4 could hit you where it hurts on g2. So white does need to be a bit careful. I'm a little bit nervous about his clock. So Danya, he took our words to heart. He started thinking more and more and more, but now we're going to be critical in the other direction. Like, is he in danger of thinking too much and getting in time trouble?
Yeah, what do the commentators want? First, he's playing too fast. Now he's playing too slow, but he is playing confidently. e6 is on the board. Apparently, the top move was g4. We cannot blame him for a second that he didn't resist the temptation. I think what Fabi should do is calmly sidestep this with the king. And after e takes f7, obviously that pawn is a major problem, but it's also a sitting duck, and black could target it with knight h6 takes f7. So I actually think Fabi could stabilize his affairs with king f8, but boy, does he need to be careful in the next couple of moves.
As long as he doesn't take that pawn on e6, he should be doing okay. That would blunder the knight on f5 because the bishop recaptures the check. So while Fabi spends some of his time, he is ahead on the clock. Let's go to our bird's eye view. We have all 4 games still underway. The archbishops with a 1-point lead. The shrimps need to get wins from somewhere. In the bottom left, we looked at the game earlier. Still an extra pawn for Jose Carlos Ibarra. In the top right, we have not tuned in there. Iturizaga with the white pieces against Benjamin Bach. That one looks pretty level. And the bottom right, that may be even material, but there's an isolated pawn for Alice Lee, but it's also a pass pawn. So, Danya, I'm going to throw it to you. I'll let you choose. Where should we go?
Look at Alice Lee's game, because if she can score a victory, I wouldn't say that guarantees a win for the archbishops, but if Fabi can avoid losing his game in the top left, and if Benjamin Bach can squeeze out a draw, there it is. That's a win for the archbishops. And Alice Lee just always seems to be better, Robert. Every time we look, Alice Lee seems to be better. I mean, it's crazy. And she's got massive pressure on black center. And most importantly, we pull up an analysis board. Why can't Sabrina take the pawn on d5? She actually maybe can, but boy, would I never go for a position like this. The engine seems to make it work, but I'm not touching this ball, and I think neither will Sabrina.
No, that's way, way, way too risky with a pin down the d file. But if you don't take that pawn, white's still going to play rook to d1. Okay, that pawn will stay on the board, and it's a passer. The bishop on d6 is not a great blockader. We typically like knights blockading past pawns because they see over the pawns into the enemy position. So I think Alice is playing a great game. By the way, Danya, we have not said this all day. So Pichot down for the first time on the clock. Alice way ahead on the clock. I think maybe for the first time all Pro Chess League season.
And she's not just up on the clock. She's up 5 minutes on the clock. And the hardest part of Sabrina's defensive task is very much ahead of her. In fact, her defensive task is only just beginning. Bishop g5, by the way, is an incredibly nasty move that could tip black over the edge, because the threat of bishop takes f6 is utterly devastating. Your bishop is under fire. You might just get overwhelmed and overextended in the span of a couple of moves. h6 might be the only way really to stay in the game for Sabrina. But whatever she does, she's got to play fast. Down to 3 minutes. The Spanish women's champion is in dire straits here right out of the opening.
And Danya, h6, okay, you stop bishop g5. Rook d1 is pretty automatic. Then what, right? This knight on c3, is it about to hop to b5 to get that bishop out of there? Will white play pawn to b3 and maybe try to take that bishop on d6 and get a bishop to a3? Because bishops are bad blockaders. Queens are even worse blockaders because as soon as it's attacked, it has to move. So I really don't like this position for black. Strong international master from Spain, but Alice Lee is just putting all of her pieces in good places, and she's up now nearly 6 minutes on time. Rook c8 played at long last. Bishop g5, you mentioned it. It should be played. This is a sizable advantage for Alice Lee.
Alice Lee developing, attacking, maneuvering, pressuring, winning, and bishop g5 really comes close to tipping black over the edge. The game obviously not over yet. Sabrina will defend tooth and nail and try to pull out at least half a point for the Maniac Shrimps. I mean, how many turnarounds have we seen today? Yes.
So many, but we have to go to our board 3 matchup. Look in the bottom left here. Nicholas Theodorou has given up a minor piece, but his queen is out near the black king. And I just want to say that this game could end in a draw if black plays pawn takes knight on e5. We will see a repetition. Queen to g5 check, queen h5, unstoppable check, back and forth. So a draw is essentially being offered over the board. But if you are Jose Carlos Ibarra, you say, let me play for more. He actually moved on it. He didn't take the knight on e5. He would queen takes pawn on d4.
Ooh.
That's surprising to me.
It's surprising to me as well. What in the world is going on here? Does white have knight g6? Oh, that's what he overlooked. And Nicholas Theodorou is going to force a crucial draw. Knight takes e5, and black was simply up a pawn for almost no compensation. The queen could have swung to g5. Instead, bang, bang, bang is what he should have played. Robert, am I overstating the case by saying black has great winning chances here? Maybe not queen g5, maybe something like c5. And white's queen alone is not going to cause black any harm. Knight g6 played instantly. And Ibarra, he can't believe it. He is exasperated. This might be a decisive half point.
Yeah, you could see how upset he was. He completely overlooked it. It is immediately a draw because the bishop on g2 is also hanging. So it's not just the queen h8 checkmate, the knight attacking the rook. At the end of a lot of sequences, the bishop on g2 will be lost. So if you're Ibarra, you just have to make this draw now. He's really upset with himself. Had he played the capture on e5, Danya, it would have been better for black. Very, very far from winning. But of course, he was the only one with winning chances. Now, a draw will be agreed. There's nothing else besides queen h6 back and forth. So I think we can leave these two. I mean, Ibarra is going to be disappointed, but for Theodorou, it's an important half point. Getting the archbishops closer and closer. But let's look across the boards now. In the top left, Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. The eval bar says level. We see bishops of opposite color. In the top right, we see a position where both sides have a queen, 2 rooks, and 7 pawns. The pawn structure is a little bit obscured, but the eval bar hovering in the center. And in the bottom right, Alice Lee's advantage is growing after she did make the bishop g5 move. The game, board 3, has been a draw on the bottom left. You just saw the repetition. The half point is going to be added to the team's scores. But Alice Lee in the bottom right, I mean, it's not the clincher just yet, Danya, but it's going to lead them well on their way.
It just gets worse and worse for Sabrina on the board and on the clock. She is down to 54 seconds. And as we were saying, the defensive task is only just beginning. I think if Alice can maintain her composure, avoid the temptation to play too fast, and try to flag black, which she is clearly not doing, she is investing valuable time to play accurately. If she wins that game, she puts the Archbishop within half a point of bagging this match and avoiding elimination. Benjamin Bach, I think it's all up to him. Can he hold his own against Iturrizaga? I most certainly think he can. He's got a very solid position. But where do we go? I mean, Fabi's game looks like it's sharpening up as well. Man, I don't know where to go.
Yeah, that game at the top left between Fabiano Caruana with the black piece and Alain Pichot. Pichot down under a minute on the clock. And so is Sabrina on board 4. So I just, so many interesting games. Let's tune in here. 94 play, hoping. Who did? Fabi?
Fabi offered a draw with this move.
Oh, wow. And if you take on e4, the king gets up to c5. And Pichot kind of needs to play on for his team. His board 4 is in big trouble, down to 54 seconds left. So he plays bishop b4. But I think once the knights get swapped, Danya, where are the winning chances going to come from?
I don't think they're going to come from anywhere. And I just have to commend Alain Pichot right there. He did what Alice Lee did in the first match. It's always great when the players put the team's interest above their own. A draw with Fabi is a great individual result, something to hang your hat on. But Alain Pichot knows that he needs to burn all of his bridges here and try to generate chances. You want to play knight f2 here, right? What about rook g1 there?
Knight f2, rook g1. It keeps you the pawn, and the king's going up to c5 next. Pichot, apparently, actually, he's the one who offered a draw, Danya. I'm just getting word of that, that he offered the draw. So maybe he's not the team player we thought he was. But no, in all seriousness, you look at this position. The king.
I can swear. Okay, go ahead.
Don't swear. This is a family-friendly show, so no swearing. But bishop goes back to d7, and maybe Pichot offered a draw knowing that Fabiano wants to play for a win. But this one really is kind of anyone's game. Rook takes e4, king takes d5, rook takes f4. The pawns are being mopped up. So I really do think that this one will result in a split of the points. So let's get out of here because board 4 becomes all important, because if this game is drawn and Alice Lee can win, her opponent does not have much time. It does look like Benjamin Bach, he's holding steady on board 2 up there with queen c4, his last move in the top right. But if Alice Lee can just win this game, the match is effectively over.
She bags the match with a win on the strength of that incredible save by Theodore. Let's go to Alice Lee's game, because Sabrina now down to 17 seconds, and Alice is not letting up the pressure. In fact, she's stepping up the pressure. She's keeping her foot on the gas pedal. And that pawn could land on d6 right in Black's grill. I apologize, by the way, for the misinformation regarding the draw offer. I could swear that I saw draw offer by Fabi, but I think that game's going to end in a draw anyway.
Yes.
There is the pawn. It lands on d6. And how does Alice finish this off?
Well, I think the danger for Alice is that she plays too quickly. She has a great position. She may just win this game in a few moves. But you know what I'm talking about, Danya? When your opponent's in time trouble, so you want to try to flag them. There is increment in this event, 2-second increment. But look at Alice's position. She knows she doesn't need to rush. She's taking her time right here. It's not about flagging at this point. She's just going to win over the board.
Yeah, I think young players watching the PCL who want to learn from these top players notice Alice, she's taking 15-20 seconds on her move. So she is putting pressure on Black's clock, but she's not playing a single move instantly. And so many games are lost when a player forgets about the position and plays for the clock. I think knight takes a7 might be a tactic worth exploring, but I would also advocate for the simple and powerful rook ac1.
I was looking knight takes a7 as well. It looks like the knight at f5 is loose, and you're also removing the blockader. After queen takes f5, d7 will happen next, and this played Alice Lee finding the tactics.
Bang, bang, and d7 is going to decide it. After the rook takes the knight, that pawn is simply unstoppable. Black has to give up the whole house for
2 seconds,
pawn.
1 second. Is she going to get a move off? She gets the move up, but
Doesn't
d7,
matter.
you have to give up that rook on d7, and
That's
is
it.
over. Alice Lee takes the game. She beats the international master from Spain. We see the comments. She was an absolute steal. Yeah, I think she's a bit underrated. Just 13 years old, 2,300 plus. But I think the sky's the limit for Alice Lee as she walks away from the screen with a victory in her back pocket. So 2 games remain here, Danya. The Archbishops have officially won because Fabiano Caruana drew that game. The match is over. Alice Lee has decided it. It was no joke. We thought this might happen. There's 1 game remaining. It doesn't affect the match score. Danya, Alice Lee secures victory for the Archbishops.
What an incredible performance, and what an incredible final game. That was textbook right from the opening, culminating in a beautiful deflection sacrifice. And how fitting it is that that d-pawn, which was a menace when it was on d5, decides the game. We flipped on the final game of the round, but as you said, this is purely cosmetic. The Archbishops stormed through the final round to bag this match and get to 2-2. Robert, if they win the next match, if they make their way into the playoffs, what a ridiculous comeback that is going to be.
I think, the Croatia Bulldogs, who face off against the Archbishops next week, they already know that Alice Lee will be in the lineup. They can start their preparation now. She has been phenomenal for them. Benjamin Bach has also been great. Eduardo Iturrizaga deserves a ton of credit for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. He's 2.5 out of 3. He took down Fabiano Caruana. But, Donna, even if the match wasn't already over and only a draw was needed to win the match for the Archbishops, I think Benjamin Bach's getting that half point.
Yeah, he's not about to just throw this game away or resign it, even if the team captain has communicated via Zoom chat that the match is over. You want to perform well individually. You want to make your captain believe that you will perform in crunch time. And next week is going to be major crunch time for the Archbishops because everything is going to be on the line. Benjamin Bach is such a stalwart. He's solid. He doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. He just shows up and always seems to perform when they need him. So a very well-constructed team, and St. Louis finally showing their true colors. Benjamin has a little bit of defending to do here, but it shouldn't be too difficult, Robert, with White's pawn structure as crippled as it is.
Yeah, because White is up a pawn. It's 5-4, but you can't create a pass pawn. You have double pawns. You're going to have to try for F5. That's the one chance, but look at what Benjamin's doing. He's going to give you a check on F1 or on A3. The White King will not be super active, and thus the game should conclude peacefully. Benjamin Bach, great defense from the start of this one. He never was worse, and so Iturrizaga, he still has not lost in the Pro Chess League season. He is not going to lose this game, and it's just not enough for the Maniac Shrimps.
It is not enough. Benjamin defending this confidently. White has no way to make progress. Black will keep tying himself to the E4 pawn, shuffling between E2 and F2. It's only a matter of time before Mr. Iturrizaga has to acquiesce to the draw.
Yeah, there's no progress. The king on H3 is stuck over there. So it's just a back and forth. They are going to repeat moves, it would appear. Yeah, they're just doing that now. And the draw will be in the bag. That means the final score will be 9-7. The the St. Louis Archbishops. I was going to call them the Spanish Archbishops because that sounds more historically accurate. They are going to move on 9-7. Final score. Benjamin Bach, he can finally relax. Iturrizaga gave them all they could handle, but unfortunately, the Spanish Maniac Shrimp season is done.
And what a season it was. So many bright spots, from Eduardo Iturizaga's MVP level performance to the way in which they qualified by the hair on their chinny chin chin, to their stunning victory over, yes, the Charlotte Cobras to send them back home. But it was not meant to be. The Archbishops are a nightmare matchup at 1 and 2. Just a nightmare to play when you've got a losing record. The Archbishops are on fire. Fabiana Caruana doing what needs to be done, and Alice Lee cooking with some fish oil as she scores the decisive victory in the final round.
Yeah, what a game from her. What a performance these last couple weeks. And the St. Louis Archbishops take the final round 2.5, 1.5, and they take the match by the score of 9-7. You look at the performances from board to board. Boards 2 led the way for their teams. Benjamin Bach and Eduardo Iturrizaga both scored 3 out of 4. Caruana chipped in with 2.5 out of 4. That's a plus score. But Alice Lee, look at that. 1.5 out of 4 for her. Her opponent, 0 out of 4. Sabrina Vega Gutierrez just wasn't her day. Such a strong player. But Alice Lee outscored her by 1.5 points, and that was a huge difference maker.
The dog-eat-dog world out there, and the St. Louis Archbishops were the aggressors today. The trifecta. Caruana, Bach, and Theodoro, they have high expectations for themselves. Nicholas is going to have to step up his game if he is to play next week. I think a plus score would go a very long way toward helping the Archbishops make the playoffs. So Alice Lee just needs to continue doing what she's doing. And if she can keep scoring 1.5 out of 4 or even 1 out of 4, Robert, I feel like the Archbishops are nearly unstoppable.
When you have Fabiano Caruana on the top board and your board 4 scoring, ooh-wee, this is a dangerous team. And speaking of Super GM Fabiano Caruana, we are actually going to take a break, and when we return, we'll have him in for an interview. So you don't want to go anywhere. The match score is written down. It's in the books. But Fabiano Caruana will share his thoughts about his team's victory. So we'll be right back. We are joined by Super Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, who helped his team, the St. Louis Archbishops, win their match and stave off elimination. Fabi, how does it feel? A second straight match victory. You're still living in the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, it feels good. It's especially nice when your teammates carry most of the weight for you. And today I didn't perform very well, but my team did really well. And I had like this weird moment in the last game because I couldn't access the other game, so I didn't know what was going on. There was like some sort of error in the Zoom, and so I was like, I want to play solidly because I have no idea if I need to make a draw or not, but I don't want to like give up all winning chances as well. So I was a bit torn that game, but luckily everyone else pulled through, so I made a draw and it was enough.
Abby, could you share your brief thoughts on that really nice second round game against Ibarra? And is it fair to say that that was the best game of the day for you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I was really happy with that game. I thought I was winning, and then it took me like a minute to see that I had this queen h6, so I was wondering like what's the best way to do it. And I figured if I played bishop d4, he's probably going to go into it because otherwise he just loses like very mundanely down a pawn with a bad position. So that was a really nice finish. And then I had this moment where I was like, I can take the rook on a3, and then continue to attack him up a piece. But then I saw bishop h8, and that was especially nice. So I really liked that game. Unfortunately, the game after was like one of the worst games anyone has played probably this year. But at least it was exciting, and it didn't cost us the match. So that's good.
Well, Fabi, we don't want to talk about things that make you upset, so let's talk about something that makes you happy. Alice Lee, she's been a star for the Archbishops. What can you say about the chess that she is displaying and the performance she's shown for the Archbishops?
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, that she's so young, she's like 13 or 14, I'm not sure exactly, and she's already at that level. Like, I think she has very good chances of becoming a Grandmaster. And yeah, like, the last match, she basically won the match for us, winning in the first round against Blue Bomb. And then I was watching the games today, and I saw that she was very, very close to holding the first game. Then the second game she held, and then after I finished my last game, I ran up to see like what's going on in the other games, and I saw that she was crushing with like a lot of time on the clock. So it's a super confident performance, and she seems like a very calm player, which is especially useful in like these fast time controls. So yeah, really, really great asset to the team.
Abby, a question about your opening choices. You played a Sicilian in round one. It was super fun to see you play that. Is it fair to say that you give yourself more leeway as far as the openings go in the PCL and other rapid tournaments? And do you ever get the temptation to kind of play a proverbial, maybe not a bomb cloud, but do you ever get the temptation to kind of let yourself go in the opening and try out new stuff?
In Blitz, I sometimes do that. In Rapid, I try to keep some control. Like in Blitz, I think you can get away with a lot of stuff. Maybe I don't think I would get away with a bomb cloud. That's more like for Hikaru or people who can like really recover from terrible positions, and I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. But yeah, playing some like I especially like the two knights tango in Blitz because I played it a lot as a kid, and it's like d4 knight f6, c4 knight c6, and so I occasionally play it in Title Tuesdays. Usually get a bad position, but the results are not so bad. So and it's fun. You usually get fun positions. But today I played the Sicilian. I got a really, really lousy position out of the opening, so I don't know if that was a good experiment.
Well, the experiment worked out, even if it didn't start as well as you had hoped. And well, we're talking about openings, preparation. So first of all, two-part question. What kind of preparation do you do for these matches? And because the matches are elimination, your team has to win. Do you help your teammates, especially Alice, who she's still so young, she doesn't have that experience. Do you help a player like her prepare, give her some opening ideas?
No, I haven't been in touch with any of my teammates, and I also didn't prepare myself for any of the games, which sounds a little bit careless, but I really didn't have any time. Like this morning, everything was just, we had a lot to do, and didn't get any time to look at the games. I just checked the trees of the recent games for my opponents just to make a decision in the opening, so I decided I'll play Sicilian, I would play e4 against Ibarra, I would play the Catalan against Iturrizaga, and then I didn't even decide for the last game because I was already out of time. So not much prep went into it.
Mm-hmm. Fabi, you have improved tremendously in Blitz and Rapid in the last couple of years, and it's been amazing to see. Your results have been really stellar. Would you say that there are any general changes that you've made to your approach to Blitz and Rapid in the last couple of years, or is it just sort of a matter of attaining more practice?
I think I took it more seriously at some point. I also, like, I would play these tournaments and score very badly, like in the Grand Chess Tour back in the day, and then I would just hate myself, and I was like losing game after game. And at some point I realized that it was because I just wasn't taking the games very seriously from the opening onwards. I was playing lousy openings, and you can't really get away with that against the top guys. So just generally being a bit more serious and not tilting if things go badly, I think that was the majority of the change. Like I would go on massive tilt streaks, and now if I lose a few games, I tend to take a more measured approach, which I think that's also experience, because you see sometimes people start very badly in tournaments and then they still do very well. I mean, anything is possible. Recoveries are always possible, so that's just general advice. It also applies to classical, but in classical you get a bit more time to recover mentally. Like you play one game a day, and then you have the evening, if you played a bad game, to at least, you know, see what went wrong and realize that things aren't so bad. Just like let your emotions settle a bit. In Rapid and Blitz, that's very difficult because it's one game after the other very often. So that was one of the main differences.
That makes perfect sense, Fabi. You know, having time to settle down is important, and you do get a little bit of time before your team's next match. You are going to take the Croatia Bulldogs on. How do you feel about that matchup and about the Croatia Bulldogs team?
I'm not familiar with all the players on the team. I saw that Irene Sukandar beat Wei Yi in the last match they played. But I don't remember. I think Saric, but not Ivan Saric, Ante Saric is on the team.
Yeah. And they have Deac
I'm not,
as their top board.
Deac is their first board. Okay. So yeah, that's a very tough team. I have only a tiny bit of experience against all of them. Like I don't think I've ever played Irene. Ante Saric I played in like 2007 and I lost. So hopefully I'll 16 years later, hopefully I'll make a comeback if I'm playing against him. And Deac I've only played in a few Tile Tuesdays and one classical game in the Romania Bucharest Super Bet tournament. So not too much experience. I'll have to do a bit more prep, I think, and figure out what I'm going to do.
I have a quick pun before I ask your final question. My final question to you, Fabi. How do you apologize in Croatian? I'm sorry. Okay. Now the final question.
Was that your worst pun, or is that up there as like one of your worst puns?
I think I've stooped even lower at times, so this probably is bottom 5, though. I'll definitely get a Razzie for this one. Fabi, final question for me. Could you offer your brief reflections on the American Cup, which is starting soon? What are your expectations for yourself, and how excited are you to play another OTB event?
Yeah, looking forward to that one. All the top US guys are playing. First round I'm playing Ray Robson, and that'll be interesting. I like playing against Ray. He's a super exciting player. He's also playing a tournament right now, the Armageddon series, I think it's called, in Berlin, or he might that might have already finished. But yeah, Ray is always very fun. He's known for getting into time trouble a lot, so we might have some time scrambles. Last time when I played Jeffrey last year, it went to an Armageddon and ended with me flagging Jeffrey. So I don't know if that'll happen again, but I'm ready to flag some people in case Armageddon happens. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, we'll definitely be watching you in the American Cup. First, next week's Pro Chess League action. So, Fabi, we'll let you go, but congratulations on the win today, and good luck in the match next week.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay. That's Fabi.
Heard from Fabiano Caruana, Super Grandmaster. He has led his team to a 2-2 mark. They started 0-2, but these are the 5 teams that have clinched their spot in the playoffs. We have the Indian Yogis, the Gotham Knights, Shanghai Tigers, the Levitov Chess Wizards, and the Norway Gnomes. The other teams still in contention have to play next week. So, Danya, the St. Louis Archbishops, they're one of those teams. Oh, Fabiano, he's no longer with us. Yeah, let's talk to him while he's there. Oh, no, bring him back. That was awesome.
That's hilarious.
I want like a cutout of Fabi now, just like him in that exact pose, and you see him just like frozen there, looking
It's like
very
a
serious.
perfect image. It's like perfectly centered. You've got the great background. It's like great lighting. You know, this should be used as like a template. You know,
He has good posture, and right
Does.
now the St. Louis Archbishops are posturing for a playoff
Oh.
spot. They're 2-2.
Boy, was that smooth.
They started 0-2, and it has not been smooth sailing for the Archbishops. All their matches seem to be really tense, but now they're 2-2. They're gonna face the Croatia Bulldogs. Fabi, familiar with a couple names on that roster. He of course knows them. He just isn't sure who's on their team because he's been so focused on his own opponents. But now that they play the Bulldogs, Danya, do you think the Archbishops are gonna make the playoffs?
I think they've got an incredible shot, and I will pat myself on the back. When they were 0-2, I did say that of all the 0-2 teams, the Archbishops had the best chance. And obviously, I based that off of their roster. So the Archbishops are going to be facing their arch enemies in the Croatia Bulldogs with their back against the wall for the third straight week. I think they're feeling pretty darn confident. They've pulled it off twice. Third time's the charm. We will see. But Agad Matar's team is not going to give up easily. They are solid. They've got some young and exciting players like Leon Levic and Ante Saric. So it's going to be a fascinating one, but not the only match. We've got a couple other 2-2 matchups between the Chess Bras and the Blitz and the Garden State Passengers and MGD1. Robert, next week's going to be amazing.
It certainly will. We're going to have a doubleheader on Thursday and then a match on Friday. So I'm going to put you on the spot. So it seems pretty clear. You think the St. Louis Archbishops are the favorite. How about in the other two matchups?
How about in the other two matchups? Well, I am going to have to go with the Chess Bras, particularly if someone with the initials MC will make an appearance. I think Magnus is going to go 4-0 and carry the match for the Chess Bras. Pastors MGD1 is going to be really down to the wire.
Whoa. I'm gonna call you out on that one. So the Blitz, who feature Alexander Grishuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you're going to sit here and tell me that Magnus is going to sweep that squad.
You're going to sit there next week on Thursday at around 12:30 PST, and you're going to be patting me on the back. I'm calling it. Okay, let me amend this. I think Magnus is going to get at least 3.5 out of 4 next week. I have spoken to the chess gods, and they have imparted the wisdom to me. We'll see. I'm sure this will age as badly as most of my predictions. Hey, when the Warriors were down 3-1 against the OKC Thunder, I called their comeback. That was the only prediction I've ever made correctly. Hopefully, I'll get a second one.
Don't call it a comeback. You've been here for years, and wow, that's a huge statement. And in the final game between the Pastors and MGD1, some fan favorites, Sam Sevian, he leads the way for the Pastors. Alex Lenderman played great for them. And we saw Arjun Erigaisi and his squad. They had a tough go of it today, but Harika Dronavale played excellent chess with a plus score on board 3. And a reminder to everybody that daylight saving starts this weekend in the U.S., but not in Europe. What is with that? Why don't we just get some normalcy in the world? But we'll talk about that later. So it's an hour earlier for Europe. So make sure you look at your time zone conversions. Get that right. You will not want to miss anything in the Pro Chess League because we have 6 teams still fighting it out for 3 playoff spots. It's going to be a lot of fun. And speaking of fun, what's happening before we get to the Pro Chess League final matches? It will be a play-in tournament, a very important one because the Champions Chess Tour is probably just about the biggest thing in chess. We love seeing the top players duke it out. So next Monday, and that's just a few days away now, we will have a play-in for the Chessable Masters. Danya, any final thoughts before we send this one off into the weekend and come back to the Pro Chess League next week?
What an incredible match we saw today. 2 matches that had their distinct signature, their distinct characteristics. And next week we are set up for 3 more matches with every team having their back against the wall. What I love about the PCL is that each and every team, even the ones that are eliminated, are approximately equivalent in strength. So it's all about the form that the players display. And as we get further and further into the regular season, you can almost feel some of the players sensing that team camaraderie, carrying their team on their back. And these individual storylines, right? The individual players who make their teams succeed and who make their teams get into the playoffs are what makes the PCL tick. And boy, is it going to tick hard next week. This was awesome.
And It certainly was. We had some great performances from players on the bottom boards. We saw Buddy Pranav lead the way for the Norway Gnomes earlier today. Then Alice Lee, who's quickly becoming the most popular person in chess. She scored 1.5 out of 4. She helped contribute to her team's victory. The St. Louis Archbishops remain in the Pro Chess League. So we are going to say goodbye. We're going to say have a great weekend. But Monday will be the Champions Chess Tour playing for the Chessable Masters. And then Thursday, we'll have a doubleheader of the Pro Chess League. You won't want to miss any of the fun. So be on the lookout. Come back. Join us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.